Rise and shine. If y'all can see me, hang tight, hang tight. Rise and shine, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Man, let's have a good build today. I want to deal with this question, this assertion that's been going around that Kevin Wesley believes he is God. Okay, we're gonna have a dope build on this topic. Hope everybody's doing amazing, like I said. I'm just giving you guys a moment, get acquainted with each other, speak to each other, man. See how each other doing. It's a good day. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm about to start speaking with y'all. Rise, family, rise, rise, rise. I missed you guys too. What's up? What's up? Peace, family. Peace. He said, "You going to hell, devil worshiper." Okay, sir. you gotta love life, man. People from everywhere have a different perspective based on the lens they're looking through, and you gotta love that. You gotta love that. Two wives against God, you definitely the devil. Woo, woo. Now, that's powerful words right there. That is powerful words, because you can't forget that God gave Samuel's wives or Paul's wives, Saul's wives to David. He gave his wives to David, his chosen. That'd be crazy, right? If having multiple wives makes you some type of evil person, why would God give Saul's wives to David? David was wrong for messing with Bathsheba because he already had several wives that God had already given him through Saul. Isn't that true? Mind you, the second child that David had with Bathsheba, his name was Solomon, who went on to become the mightiest and the wisest king ever known, according to the Bible. And he had so many wives, right? What Bible am I speaking from? Well, you know, the Bible has many versions, and that's funny you asked that question. Isn't that crazy that you even got to ask that? What Bible are you speaking from? Why are there many, right? Cause for confusion, I might add. You know, but I don't want to be a distraction to you, Rogowiski. Hard to pronounce your name there, and I don't want you to be a distraction to the message I'm about to bring forth. Okay, so guys, without any further ado, let's get into this topic, man. Does Kevin Wesley believe that he is a God, or that he is God? Many people say this often when critiquing me, when looking at my demeanor, how I carry myself, how I speak. People say he thinks he is God. Now, for my own memory, I don't recall ever stating that fact, that idea, but they say I believe I am God, right? I often wonder, where do they get that idea that I think that? Often, when someone says something like that about you, it's because they believe that about you, right? As they are their own projections, right? They are only speaking the real, REEL, that is in their brain. They're not speaking the real, REAL, which is based in reality and truth. They're speaking the real from their mind movies. You understand? We all have flesh. We all have to live inside of it. Do you understand? So we all have to deal with it and contend with it daily. This is our enemy. This is the double, another word for devil, okay? Your flesh version of yourself. Now, guys, there's a lot of things that I've came to the understanding of through several years of research and digging that many of you guys may not have that information. So you're going to think with the lens that you have, making that your matrix, okay? A wise person once said that a matrix is an interwoven ideology that seems like reality, but it's not actually based in any truth. It's an interwoven reality, an interwoven ideology that seems like reality, but it's not actually based in any truth, right? And that's how they describe the matrix. I think that's a beautiful way to describe the matrix so other people could understand it, okay? It's your interwoven ideology, okay? It's your philosophy. It's the way you see the world. It's your moral compass that is shaped by the experiences that you have been through, the way you see the world, but that is based on your purview, okay? Through your peephole, as you are a people, right? We are people, and through our peepholes, we perceive the world, and that shapes the matrix or the lens that we see the world through, right? And we become judgmental of that matrix that we see through, just as judgmental as God is to his people. God does not base his rules or his morals on the ideas of any other person. God simply judges the world based on how he sees it. And he's very egotistical about it. If God says it's wrong, in that moment, it's wrong. Okay? Even if God says, do not murder, at that moment, murder is wrong. But God will say, go into that kingdom and kill all the Jebusites, kill all the the boom, 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 kill them all. And only keep alive the women who have not known a man. Okay? Slaughter the animals. Slaughter any woman who has known a man. Slaughter all the men. And only keep the women who have not known a man. Now, in that moment, murder isn't wrong, right? Because God is momentary saying murder is not wrong. For example, the Israelites, okay? They worshiped the golden calf, right? After God freed them from Egypt. God went through all this work to free them from Egypt. And not knowing any better because they were imprisoned in Egypt for so long, they built the golden calf and began to praise and sing songs to this golden calf, trying to worship who they believe was God through this golden calf. When God sees this, God tells Moses, your people are down there worshiping false gods. Because of this, 3,000 of those Israelites had to die. Guess how they died? God told them to turn their knives on each other in the night and kill each other in their sleep until the death toll was 3,000. This is the same God that said, do not murder. What does this mean? Your moral code can shift when you are emotional, and God was not exempt. Now, a lot of you guys are not going to like what I'm saying, but it's in your literature. I'm not changing a single word. You can go to it. You guys know the Bible's God has said, do not kill, but that same Bible's God has said, go kill, right? And that's just how humans are, because we are made in the image of God. So this is not to bash what God you believe in. It's only to show you guys that, Cortez, I missed this, Kev. Listen, this is only to show you guys that the God that you guys believe in, the God that you worship is you, okay? Which brings me back to the initial statement or the initial thought. Does Kevin Wesley believe that he is God? Does Kevin Wesley believe that he is God? That's a powerful, powerful accusation, okay? To believe that you are God. God? You mean God like the creator of the universe? God that transcends space and time? God that is all-knowing? The one true God? Do I believe I am God? God that without this God, you would not have existence. Do I believe I am God? Do I believe that? Again, it takes a lot of thought to jump all the way to that conclusion, right? To believe that they are God, right? What if I told you that, as crazy as it sounds, I do believe that I am God? You got me. You got me, family. Now, what's even crazier than that is, I believe you are too. See, but to be accepted as the great I am, one must admit that they are. Through admittance is the only entrance into the kingdom. As long as you are in denial of that fact, you will never be one with God, because you believe that God is not you. You believe that God is somewhere outside of you. That's what you believe. Well, what I believe is just as far-fetched that I am God, God itself, the one all. But I also believe that you are too. Now, why can I only say I believe that I am God? Because you can only speak for thyself. I cannot speak for you. You can only admit that you are the I am whenever you come into that knowledge. And this is why the African proverb says ignorance is evil. It is your ignorance, it is your lack of knowledge as to who you truly are that makes you so profoundly evil. It is out of the abundance of the heart that the mouth speaks, and the heart of man is desperately wicked. We are our own enemy due to the flesh that we live in. Now, Kevin, you just stated something that was out of this world. People are going to go crazy. You just said you believe that you are God. Yes, I believe that I am God. I am Krishna. I am Buddha. I am Jarastafari. I am Zoroastrian. I am Mithra. Do you understand? I am Ganesha. I am Vishnu. I am Muhammad. I am. I am, therefore, I am. So I'm not just offending you Christians today by saying I am Yahweh. I am Jesus. Yes, I am Jehovah. I'm offending every one of you. I'm Buddha. I am Allah. Arm, leg, arm, head. I am. You mad yet? And I don't mean to anger you. I do not. But again, if you are upset by that, you need to understand that from your purview, through your knowledge, through your ignorance, you perceive the world a certain way. And this is why Buddha is always laughing. This is why Buddha is always laughing. You guys believe you're made in God's image. You believe that you were made into a temple, that God dwells in a temple not made of hands. You believe that, but you don't believe that you are God. Wow. Now that's deep. That's deep, family, because it shows that the literature that we've been believing in as the word of God has been manipulated against us and told us how to read that book. And because we perceive that book as a God outside of us, left that book for us to read and follow to get closer back to it, we are so confused. Now, what you guys should be excited about is that I'm not denying you God. See, typically you would say, Kevin, you're evil for saying that there is no God. Well, that's not what I'm saying. So don't be upset just yet. Hang on. Be still and know that I am God. Thus saith the Lord, right? And in all things get an understanding. So be slow to judge, listen, and take what you can, and what you cannot hold on to, come back another day after you've grown some, after you've learned some, after you've challenged yourself some. Now, you're going to be human about it. You're going to judge me, right? You're going to criticize me. You're going to call me crazy because it's going to make you feel good in the moment because I'm challenging some things that you hold on to as your beliefs, right? That's called cognitive dissonance. I'm going to state some things that it's really not debatable. But a lot of you guys, it's going to be your first time hearing it, and it's going to be hard to believe. It's going to be hard to receive. It's going to be hard to accept, okay? But I'm going to try to make this as simple as possible, okay? We believe that God transcends space and time, that God is the energy that exists before everything, and there's nothing that was made without God making it, correct? We believe that God is the one true all, the one true being that exists outside of space and time before all matter, before all things, and everything that was created by God, right? That's what we believe, correct? Is that what we believe? So let's go to this point, right? Let's take God, this all-powerful, all-knowing, transcending space and time, invisible individual, okay? No one exists outside of God. God is all-knowing. This is an attribute that we give God. God is everywhere at the same time, okay? God transcends space and time. So let's take God, transcender of space and time, all-knowing. How does God know misery? How does God know what it's like to lose a mother? How does God know what it's like to be a son? How does God know what it's like to be depressed, to be happy, to be miserable? How does God know what long suffering is, what patience is, what survival is, what resilience is? How would God know these things, not having experienced it, family? What you guys call the God being all-knowing is we believe that God knows all, But if God is the only being outside of space and time, and there is nobody but God, there are no moments, there are no events, there's nothing else outside of God. What is there to know? Imagine yourself as an all-powerful being that no one else exists but it. There's not even light because God created it, right? What is there to know, family? What do you know? What you did yesterday? What do you know? What is there to know, family? Is this making sense? So this all-knowing God, all-knowing meaning constantly in the state of knowing itself, constantly in the state of getting to know, of realization, right? That's what all-knowing means. All God is the knowing, the great knowing, okay? The knowing of itself. So how does God experience misery? God must create a being outside of himself that will cause him to experience misery. How does God experience love? God must create a being outside of himself that will cause him to experience the true emotion of love, anger, resentment, pride, fear. Because in order to know these things, I would have to have experienced these things, right? Is this making sense to you? So God multiplied. The scripture says God formed man from dirt and then breathed in man. That's what the scripture says, right? What was that breath? Was that breath the living word of God? Was that breath God itself? Now you have a shell of a man, right? You have a shell of a man. Now I'm going to get very human with you, great niece, but I am a Cowboys fan. Okay, back to God mode. All right. And I shouldn't have got human with you because I came out of God mode and I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying, family? What was I saying, family? I know I was speaking about the all-knowing and God creating people outside of himself so he can experience love, right? God breathed in man. Thank you so much. So that soul, right? That breath is God's word being breathed into man, right? So if God breathes into man, that soul, if that breath is God, you are the living word. Ain't that what we say? Right? The breath of God, right? If it was breathed into man, what is your soul? It's right there for you. Now you mad at me. You're so mad, right? It's so much anger in looking into the mirror and realizing that you God. You say you want to see him. You say you want to see God. We would but see Jesus, right? You say you want to see him. What if I told you when you look him in the face, it'll be a mirror? Yes, it's you that you serve. Yes, it's you that you fear. Yes, it's you that you pray to change your life. Yes, it's you that you are waiting on to come and rescue you and lift you up and take you to that better place. Yes, it's you who you can't wait to see whenever you die so you can cast your crown at his feet. Absolutely. And when you look him in his face, you're going to see yourself. And that's why you are going to bow down and worship, because not even you knew it. Did Jesus know it? Did Jesus know it, family? You might say, yeah, he did. What did Jesus say? Please let this cup pass from me. If it would be your will, Father, let this cup pass from me. But wait a second, you're God in the flesh, right? You came here to fulfill this. You came here to die on this cross. But why are you now asking that this don't happen to you? Why do you feel forsaken? Why? Because in the moment, guys, none of us are God. And that's why ignorance is evil. You're constantly God, but you're constantly human. You are God and the devil. You are Jesus and the Baphomet. Yeah, you're the person that you love and the person that you fear. All these are concepts, family, to help you understand right and wrong, good and evil. And it's been that way since the beginning of time. Now, us and our creativity have created stories that encapsulate these morals and these teachings and these standards. And these stories were beautiful, beautiful. You could build on them. You could paint on them. You could talk about what it means to you until a colonizer came in and destroyed our people and took those stories and told us that they were the word of God. They take the concepts of the people and use those very concepts to imprison their minds, making free spirituality, free understanding, free thinking a religion, religare. The word religion means to hold the mind back or to tie it up, to bind or to tie up. The word religion literally means that, family. Now, you guys may say, Kevin, you're just trying to upset us. You're trying to make us mad. Understand the word etymology. It means the origin of words. Okay. When you look up religion based on what it was created to mean, when they first made this word religion, it wasn't your spiritual teaching. It wasn't your spiritual way of life. It wasn't the tradition of your rituals, so to speak. We go to church every Sunday. We read from this book. We call ourselves Christian, Catholic, Presbyterian. This shapes our religion. No, that ain't what it was. No, religion simply meant to bind or to tie up. So they take the teachings of the people that they enslave. And how do they keep them people enslaved? By crippling their mind, by imprisoning your God, by putting you in a matrix. And this is why when you see the movie, your world looks real, right? You have your ideology, your own interwoven ideology. However you see yourself in the world, you're gonna paint that world. But truthfully, you are somewhere in a damn capsule having your energy usurped by the matrix. Do you understand? Because while you are worshiping a God outside of you, those things that you believe in are only conduits for the spiritual energy you already contain, for you are God. So when you hold up an ankh or a cross or any of these spiritual symbols and you believe there's power in them, you are in a matrix. You made those symbols. See, you live in this momentary view of flesh where you think the 30, 40, 50, 60, 80, 100 years that you live on earth is all of it to it. But you lived many times before this through your ancestors. And if you keep going back, family, you're going to see your ancestors, which is you in the past, creating these emblems and attaching meaning to them. And through cognitive reality, projecting their beliefs into this thing and believing through it, losing their power. First, it's a language, what they call a glyph, right? It's not a word. It's a logo, right? See, what we have words now, but before words, there were logos, right? Logos. There were shapes that spoke a message, right? I can show you some logos right now. As soon as I show them, you'll know exactly what company it is, what brand it is, what it means, right? Now we spell, right? Christopher says false God spelling. Now we spell, right? We write things out. Isn't that funny how we call it right? And you write towards the right, and we used to read towards the left. We used to read from right to left. Now we go from left to right, making our brains backwards as to how they originally were, okay? And they call it writing. And we believe everything that we write is correct, and right is another word for correct, right? Okay, family. It is in your ignorance that you insult. It is in your ignorance that you shun. If you live in understanding and you actually settle those devils on your shoulder, telling you this guy is a bad person, this guy is saying things that are evil, instead of he's saying things that I just simply don't know yet, I simply don't have an understanding to. Let me show you something, okay, guys? I can see a lot of you guys are not taking this well, all right? I want to show you guys something. Make this more simple for you guys. Let's go into your own books if you believe in the Bible. Let's start there, okay, family? Now, the thing I'm going to say before we even read, okay, from 1 John, I want to say this. In this cosmic dance of existence, we are reflections of the divine essence. And you may not understand that, but we are reflections of the divine essence, okay? Fragments of a universal consciousness. We are fragments of the universal consciousness, seeking to know itself. People say, Kevin, use big words to deceive. So let me slow down. We are fragments, meaning we are pieces of the universal consciousness. Okay? We are but fragments of the universal consciousness trying to get to know itself. Do you understand? Imagine a vast ocean of infinite wisdom. We are but droplets, each containing all that infinite wisdom. We are the essence of the boundless sea that is God, the boundless sea of that conscious. We all are, our soul is but a drop of the universal consciousness. And that universal consciousness is God, family. God breathed in us. It's his universal, or it's because God is not a man. God is not a woman. God is universal consciousness who dwells within man. Are you understanding me? And in every single vessel, there is universal consciousness, or there is soul, or the breath of God. Now, I can be basic. The breath of God. We are all breaths of God. We all come from the same breather. We all come from the same universal consciousness. Is this making sense? So God is the breather of all of our souls, right? All of our souls came from God, who breathed it into us. That breath of God is God's soul, which is universal consciousness. Do you understand? We are all fragments of God. So if I take a drop of the ocean, it is the ocean. If I take a drop of the ocean and put it under a microscope, it will contain the ocean. It'll have salt contents. It'll have animal DNA contents. It'll have the type of hemisphere that I poured the water from. Yeah, it's true. A drop of water is the ocean, and the ocean is but a drop of water. A man can be God, and God can be a man. Are you understanding me? This is what it means to be made in God's image. God, or the universal consciousness, yearns to explore the full spectrum of its own existence, for God is the all-knowing. You will get this tomorrow, but try and be patient today so you can receive it. If you guys are just in contention, being demons, which is in opposition to truth, because I ain't lied to you yet, baby. I haven't lied to you yet. Stop me when I lie, family. God is not God, the universal consciousness of us all. Does not God yearn to explore the full spectrum of existence? Does not God want a relationship with his people? Let me say that in a different language, because when I say how I say it, that you don't understand it. Does God want a relationship with his people? Does God yearn to be closer with his people? Does he? I don't think any of you would deny that, right? In fact, he knocks at the door of your heart, hoping that you would just but let him in as he seeks a relationship with you. So I'm going to say it in my words again. God, or the universal consciousness, yearns to explore the full spectrum of its existence, from the depths of despair, your saddest moments, the valley, or the heights of love, the peaks. Yea, though I walk through the valleys of the shadow of death. God wants to know you at your lowest, or itself at its lowest, and itself at its highest vibration. Now, who is God at its lowest? That's the question. And who is God at his highest vibration? This is where you come in the concept of chakra. God at his lowest vibration is Satan. Color at its lowest vibration is red. God at its lowest vibration is red in the lowest chakras, which is the core of you, right? Your root, which is red. This is why the devil is depicted as red. You don't believe me? This is why Jesus is depicted as purple. I know you don't believe me, but look up pictures of Jesus and you will find him with a purple sash. Look at Jesus ascending into heaven with the purple sash, because the highest vibration or the highest forms on the color spectrum is ultraviolet. Ultraviolet. This is why you see the crown chakra in purple. This is even true in the realm of just vibration. We see vibration as color, family. This is how our eyes, the human eye, experiences vibration as color. This is why when you look at a fire, the closest to the actual thing that's burning is actually blue, because what you're seeing is the vibration or the temperature change. So you see that as a different color. This is how we navigate the world. Some animals see the world through vibration, meaning what they can feel, such as a snake, right? But we see the world through our eyes, and we understand it through the colors and the shapes and things of that nature, right? So your crown chakra is purple, your core, your root chakra is red. That's why the devil is red. That's why God is purple. Do you understand? When you guys watch Pink Panther, but when you guys watch Black Panther, notice whenever he went to heaven, it was purple. You're going to notice this in every scene that you ever see depicted on Hollywood, everywhere throughout the rest of time now, that you're going to see purple highlights whenever people are in a high vibrational place, and red highlights when they're in a low vibrational place. Do you understand? This is why hell has fire, because fire is red. It's conceptual, so you can understand you in the lowest place, or the root chakra, a place of torment, a place of chaos. If you hold your hand over fire, it will hurt, right? It will burn. So you're in a place of pain or burning. These have always been these concepts for us to understand better. So God wants to know you at your lowest, because when you are in this lowest place, you yield a different being. When you're in your highest vibrational state, you yield a whole different being. So you're a totally different person when you are in a great mood, living a great life, when things are going your way. However, you are totally different when you are in a state of chaos. And that's why I said, if you would ever find yourself in the middle of chaos, it is in that chaos that you have found yourself, because you will notice that you become somebody very different. You may never eat out of the trash whenever you're in that high place, but whenever you're in that low place, you might be lucky somebody threw some trash, threw some food in that trash can, and you be thankful it's still warm. You may never walk by a restaurant table and snatch the food up off that thing and try to eat some food that somebody else been nibbling on. But you starving may very well see that as an opportunity. Do you understand? So we are judgmental. And what God is saying, what love is saying, is understand that everybody that you are looking at in this entire world is you. So be careful to judge. Be slow to judge, because every time you point a finger, it's 3 more pointing back at you, because that person is you. If you had been born into that vessel, if you had gone through what they went through as a youngin, if you had experienced life the way they experienced it, you would have the same lens as them, seeing the world through the same eyes, and that would be your reality. They are you. I am you. The God in me recognizes the God in you through the breath of God. Do you understand? The thing that separates us is these vessels. We believe that these vessels make us individuals, but they are not individualistic. These vessels are just containers for the one true God, the breath of God, all consciousness. Pathaline says, I believe that some people are inherently evil. Check this out. God creates all things, good and evil, and all these things God has made. It's the yin and the yang. It is the contrast. You can't have one without the other. So you are absolutely correct, but they are still of God. God says, I am, therefore I am. All evil that comes from me, all good that comes from me. So if you cycle back this evil, who does it all circle back to? The one that don't want to be accountable? God. Who made Satan? Who made the devil? Who did these things? God. Would there be evil without God? No, there would not be. Do you understand? So in order to truly accept yourself as God, you have to recognize that you are good and bad, right and wrong, good and evil, high and low. You are all of it. So you're supposed to accept yourself as God and admit yourself into the kingdom of God by admitting that you are God. And many of you guys, if you died right now and found yourself at heaven's door and they asked you, were you God? You would send yourself to hell, because you would deny who you are. You would deny your birthright, that you are God. And you will be cast right back down into your lowest root chakra to live life again in hell, where you are right now, in a vessel that is filled with emotion, pain, resentment, guilt, unknowing of who you are. You are in the learning state. God is in the knowing state. The vessel of human beings is in the learning state. That's hell, family. Yes, you are a victim to the world around you, to what's projected in front of you. Yeah. You have to every day wake up with your God mind to see through this fake reality that is in this, what God calls, what the Bible calls, the world that it belongs to, the prince of evil, Satan's world, the lower vibrational world, which is the world that we all live in as humans, right? Is this making sense? Let's have some fun. We're going to read this scripture really quickly. Let's do this. Let me pull my screen up so I can see it real quick. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. Notice that. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. Now look at this. They could have just said the Word was God, couldn't they? Why'd they have to say the Word was with God? And the Word was God. Why'd they have to say that? And what I try to tell you is the Bible is a book of parables. The parables are supposed to be clues for you to understand yourself. But they told you that this book was the word of God and that it was literal. And the way to know God is to follow everything in this book the way they teach you the things in this book says. But they didn't teach you to read it for yourself, did they? They didn't say, here's the word of God, read it, and you tell me what you come up with. No, they tell you how to read it, right? So I'm going to show you something. You think you're reading a book about a man named John. You're reading a book about a man named you. About a woman named you. In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him, not anything that was made was made. All things were made by him, and without him, not anything that was made was made. Right? So let's stop right here. All things were made by him. Now let's get this straight. If all things were made by God, doesn't that mean that God is the only real person in the entire universe and everything else is a creation? Y'all don't want to hear this, but you are not real. You are creation. You wouldn't exist for real. You're not real. I am not real. Kevin Wesley does not exist. It's ego that tells you that you're real. If God, if nothing was made without God, you are fake. You are unreal. Real is what truly exists, y'all. That didn't need anything to exist. Now, how many of y'all say the world is fake and you know it? You can feel it somewhere inside of you. The world is fake, right? When you go to sleep and you see all those people in your dreams and all the landscape, all the buildings, all the roads, the houses, all of the narratives, the conversations, you know that ain't real, right? You know it's not really happening, right? You know it's in your head, right? So then you wake up to another world that feels just as real as dream world, right? And you think that's real. But here the scripture is telling you that nothing was made without God. Nothing was, so you are creation. You ever seen Westworld? Try realizing, try letting it dawn on you that you're not real. All things were made by him. Now, this is creativeness in its all, right? All things were made by him. We are made in his image. We are creativity in and of itself, right? Okay. And we even say God created us, right? So we ain't denying the fact that we're not real, that we are simply creations. We're not denying that fact, right? But all things were made by him. All things. I would know that if I created something, it ain't real. Do you know? If I draw a character, I know that person's not real. Now we can talk about Superman and One Punch Man and Goku and all these different people and talk about the narratives of these people, but they're not real. They're not real. We can talk about the characters that we watch on TV, but they're not real. Now, let's get even more crazy. We can talk about each other, but they're not real. See, let me tell you something, family. Who you think I am is through your own imagination. You don't know me. See, you don't get to know who I truly am in here. You only get to see me based on patterns and things I may say or do and try to put together who you think I am. So your opinion of me is moot. It's moot. It's an ant trying to tell you about the universe from its mound. You don't know Kevin Wesley. You're just babbling. You're a Tower of Babel who knows not what you do. And that's why Jesus said, forgive them. They know not what they do. They know not what they say. They don't know any better. They're only looking through the peepholes of the moment. People living within the moment have forgotten that they are God, believing in the moment. And it's when we are emotional that we believe in the moment that we lose track that we are eternal beings. You don't believe you're God. Everything you do or say is eternal. The experience you invite on someone is eternal, family. We call that trauma. We call that memories, but you never die, ever. Even when your body passes on, you've made an impact on this world as soon as you take a damn step, as soon as you take a breath. For you are God, and you have to understand your universal power. So we get lost in the moment, and we try to change reality in the moment, but God is supposed to be an observer. God is supposed to be watching and observing and learning. But the human being gets consumed with its emotion because it lives in the moment of time. It believes in what it's saying. It's convinced that everything that is happening around it is truly happening. So it responds and it reacts. And you don't often get the best from it. You don't often say the right things. But that's what makes you human. What makes you God is your reaction in that moment lasts forever. Just like God's do. When God got mad and flooded the world, that was a decision that would last forever. When God was creative and created Lucifer, that was a decision that lasts forever. Not even God can escape accountability. So you can't either. For you are made in his image, family. One day these things will make sense to you. One day, family. Let's continue reading. And without him was not anything made that was made. There's nothing that you see around you that God didn't make. Are you recognizing this? So all the things you criticize in the world, that's wrong. That's wrong. Oh, that's just evil. Oh, that ain't right. Oh, what kind of bug is that? Oh. Guess who made it? God. And last I checked, family, you can't make something without it being you. Last I checked, if I draw something, yeah, I may say that's art, but it's me. And that version of me is a reflection of how much time I've put into my craft, how detailed I am, how good I am with my hands, like as far as my ability to stay within the lines, right? How good my eyes are. So when you look at a piece of art, what you're looking at is the artist. But we get lost in the moment. We think we're looking at the art. We see what the artist drew. We see the picture. We see the scenery. But what you don't recognize that you actually see is the artist. When I look at my children, I see myself. When I look at my art, I see myself. When I see my creativity, that is a testimony to the thoughts I was thinking at that time, the knowledge that I had in that time, and my agenda or my message behind that creation. It is me, family. Everything I've ever created is me. Everything God has ever created is God through and through and is no different. Is this making sense to you? Without him, not a single thing was made that was made. Without you, not a single thing that was made was made. Without you experiencing this world, there would be no world for you. There would be no experience for you. You wouldn't know what a couch was, a house was, a fly, a butterfly, a bee, a bird, without having access to experiencing this world. By experiencing this world, you do create it. It is you who are creating the world that you see through every day. It's you, family. And that's why God said, I dwell in temples not made of hands. I am your mind. I'm not your vessel. I am somewhere separate from all of that. I am God. I am the observer trying to understand life through your lens. In this human body, this human vessel that's cut off, we believe that Jesus is God in the flesh. But did Jesus know he was God in the flesh? Or did Jesus have to give up knowledge of being God in the flesh? And every time that you go into another world to experience, you have to give up knowledge that you are the all. Just like when you go into your dreams, you don't get to go into your dreams full well knowing that you just went to sleep a few minutes ago on the bed and get to know all of that and say, this is just an experience. I know that this is not real. No, the purpose of it is that you don't believe, that you don't know it's real, so you can believe in it, so you can react in real time. God wouldn't truly be sad if he knew that was him in front of him making him sad. God could not truly know death if he knew that person never dies for real, or if that was truly just him inside another person's body. God couldn't truly know love, what it's like to love another, if he knew that was just his soul in another person's body. You have to believe in that dream in order to get that learning experience from it. You understand? We know there's a big difference between your lucid dreams and your dreams where you are convinced that this thing is actually happening, but it's never actually happening. Ain't no dream you ever had was real, ever. But you admit you've had them, right? And no life you've ever lived was real. And this is why Buddha is always laughing. You can try to be the best person in the world. You can try to be the worst. When your soul leaves your vessel, you go back to be with the all. No, there's no different. Who you are is who you're going to be. So we can try to control you and tell you there's a hell if you bad and there's a heaven if you good. There ain't neither. You just God. It's just the facts. You're just God. There is no heaven. There is no hell. There's just God, family, because nothing was made that was made without God. And without God, there was nothing that was made. Nothing exists but God. Are you the dreamer or the person in the dream? Which one are you, family? Whenever you go to sleep and you have a dream, okay? Are you the dreamer or the person or the person within the dream? I'm both, right? I'm both. I'm the person that's in the dream, experiencing it, looking at the dream and feeling it. When I'm cold in the dream, I feel cold. When I'm fearful in the dream, it's me who feel fear. But aren't you the creator of the dream? Because you actually are in the bed asleep, creating this dream, right? Well, no, I'm not doing it because I'm not conscious of it. Exactly. This is what proves you're all-knowing. You don't know how to create dreams, but you know how to create dreams. See, what you call knowledge is information. What God calls knowledge is simply the all-powerful. It's simply who it is. It's simply an admission of itself. God is knowledge. There is no explanation of it. Do you understand? When I touch a hot stove, that's knowledge, baby. You can't quantify that in the words. I now know without a shadow of a doubt what heat feel like and what pain feel like through that heat. I know it. Did you know if you close your eyes and poke yourself in the arm, that pain itself feels like burning? Did you know all pain feels the same? Did you know that? If you pinch your arm hard enough, it'll feel like your arm is on fire. Did you know that? So when you're feeling fire, you're not feeling fire, you're feeling pain. Did you know that? Whenever you kick the edge of your bed, you're not feeling the edge of your bed, you're feeling pain. Did you know that there is no difference? Did you know when you kiss somebody, it's just your lips touching somebody else's? And what you feel is your lips because you can't feel theirs? See, you're God. You're constantly creating the world that you experience, and you think it's somebody outside of you creating the world. You create the temperature that you feel because it's your energy that tells you what you're feeling. It's your nerves that carries that sensation to your brain that tells you what the temperature is. Someone can be right beside you and feel a different temperature. Someone can be sitting right beside you and hear something different. Someone can be sitting right beside you and see something different. Someone can eat the same plate of food as you from the same bowl and taste something differently because you are at the end of it receiving the experiences, right? Right. So when you eat food, can you tell your body to like it? Can you say, I'm going to like this? Or are you at the will of your tongue, your taste buds? Who rules your world, family? Who are you? Are you the creator of the dream or the experiencer of it? You're both. So the creator of the dream, okay? I want you guys to understand this. If I take a bite of food, okay? I just tasted the food. My taste buds is what's tasting the food, okay? My experiences is what my taste buds tell me to feel. So when I get that experience, I go, this is good. This is sweet. This is satisfying. Or this is absolutely disgusting, right? Am I right? No, am I right about how I decided this food tasted? It's not up to me. So I'm right, ain't I? God is always right. You're always right. And that's the difficult part about being God. And that's why God says, I can't just be making decisions from this perspective. It would be wise to be everywhere at the same time, because then I can have all angles. I get to be young. I get to be old. I get to be male. I get to be female. I get to be poor. I get to be rich. I get to be black, white, Hispanic. I get to have coarse hair. I get to have straight hair. I get to understand what it's like from all of these experiences. And that is wise. But how can I do that? I must separate myself and breathe myself into all these different beings. And when they bounce off each other, reflect off each other, argue, build, create, destroy, that will be me knowing myself. The experiences I feel via having my heart broken by this person outside of me will be my only way of accessing pain. Me feeling enthralled with somebody I just met or heard would be my only way of experiencing love at first sight. Brother says everyone get the Neuralink. I don't know if you guys have heard of that, but that is a brain transplant. I thought about that. Brain transplant. What if they could transplant brains? What if they could take another person's brain, put that into a brain of put that into the head of someone who was brain dead, and all of a sudden they are back to life and they are still them, or would they be the other person? See, I'd love to see this theory brought to its fruition, because it would tell us a lot. Are we our brains, or are we a mind living in our bodies, right? Because we know that people can survive with someone else's heart and still be themselves. But if someone transplanted your brain, wouldn't you have the memories of them? Because we believe that we live in our brains. We believe all that stuff comes from our brain. So if you transplanted someone's brain, and when you brought them back, if they were still them, that would mean your brain is just an organ, that you're not even in your brain. So where are you? Where are you when you're dreaming? You're not the person in the dream. Sure, you're not. There's been people who offed you in your dream, and you woke up, didn't you? Because that wasn't you. But it felt like you because you were looking through its lens, right? Like you was playing Call of Duty in first person. That's how we experience the world. And so because of that, it becomes true. Not only do we experience the world like it's in first person of Call of Duty, but you actually experience, the sensation of smell, sight, touch, right? And so these things make you feel like the world is even more real. And when you are in your dreams, you feel you have access to every bit of that, making that world seem so much more dense and real. But it's not dense and real. When you touch a wall in your dream, you can't go through it, but it's not made of drywall. Ain't that crazy? It's made of dream. Every person in your dream is made of dream. They're not even made up of human DNA and skin and carbon and cells. They're just made up of dream. See, in this world, everything is made up of carbon, atoms. Literally, y'all, everything. I'm made of the same thing that metals are. Everything that exists in this planet exists in my frame. I even have gold in my body, and so do you. Your vessel is made up of this version of the world, not dream, but carbon. Just like if you're watching a movie, if we're watching TV up here, family, okay? If we're watching TV, pixels is all that you're seeing. Does this make sense? Pixels is all that you're seeing, family. Now, you might feel like you can see more things. In my background, you have a TV that's going, right? You may feel like you can see more things, but that's all pixels. So every one of us are just carbon. It's what lives within us that separates who we are, right? and we are God, and we are reflections of God, getting to know each other through our own interactions, getting to know itself through our own interactions. Do you understand? So yeah, I believe I'm God, but I believe you are too. And I believe through your lack of realization in that is why we're so divided. And as soon as we elevate from the Tower of Babel, meaning we talk a lot and don't know what we're saying at all, we're using words but don't know what we are saying. We're talking from the standpoint of your lens, and it's not based in any truth, and we believe full well in what we're saying. And as long as we do that, there will be separation. God will never be one. God will never be united in this realm of existence. And maybe it's not supposed to be that way. Maybe this world is supposed to be chaotic. Maybe this is what God wants so it can understand itself. But when you die, when your soul leaves your body, you go back to harmony. And there is no contention between you and God. It is only in these vessels, family. If I take a bottle of water and I take the cap off inside of another, say if I take just imagine it's the ocean, right? And I take a whole bunch of bottles of water. We are those bottles. We are the bottles. Okay. Now each bottle is filled with water. Okay. To be absent from the body is to be present with God. If I was to submerge those bottles of water into the ocean, this is the ocean surrounding the bottles of water, but the bottles of water also being filled with the ocean, right? Now, the separatism comes in to the idea that each bottle is its own different bottle. But so what? We're not talking about the bottles. We're talking about the contents within the bottles, which is your soul. And your soul is God. So to release the caps on those bottles, to take your last breath, is to be present with God, to be back with God. There is no separatism. When you die, you are all knowing again, knowing full well that you were God all along. Just like whenever you wake up from a dream, you know your name and you know who you are. You know who you believe you are in this matrix. No dream takes you from yourself. Soon as you wake up, you already understand full well that that was a dream. Just like whenever you wake up from this lifetime, you're going to know that it was very minute in the realm of the macro, right? We're looking through the micro. We're looking through the microcosm, believing that, hey, life is momentarily. We're not promised tomorrow, right? Any day could be your last. But through the macro, you live forever. Every decision that you make lasts in eternity. So know that you are God. And be careful to speak and act. And we are all forgetful of that fact. We are all in this constant dance trying to balance between or trying to maintain that full version of being close with God, honestly, and getting farther away from our fleshly man or our devil man. You understand? But for those of you who really want to understand a lot of these things, stick with me, because I don't want to just keep trying to get you to understand through words. I want to show you guys actually through something you can actually see. Okay, so let's go a little deeper. Nothing was made that was made. Okay, in him was life. Now listen to this carefully. Okay, let's start from the beginning for anybody who might have just came on. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. Now, in him was life. In him was life. We're talking about God here. And that life was the light of men. Now, hang on, time out. We'll go back to the beginning right here, where there's nothing else but God. Now, watch this now. It's a parable, family. Okay? Be mentally invested, not emotionally invested. Try to understand. In the beginning, meaning before anything started, before anything else, there was the Word. That Word was with God. So the Word was with God, meaning that God had the Word. So we're not saying these are the same, but here we are saying they are the same. And the Word was God. Okay. Now, the same was in the beginning with God. Okay. All things were made by him, meaning God, and without God, not anything that was made that was made. So without God, we have no existence of anything at all. So it's the only reason we have the universe, all the stars in the sky, is because God created it. The only reason we have every vessel, every person in the world, every deed, every act is because God created it, because there would be nothing without him, right? Now watch this. In God was life. and that life was the light of men. Now, hang on. How is God a being that exists before space and time? Why would God's life be the light of men? And the life was the light of men. What in the world does that mean? Let's continue. And that light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. The ignorance comprehended it not. The knowledge shined in darkness, because light is knowledge. Light gives you sight. Light gives you truth. When I turn the lights on, I'm able to see what's in the room. That's it. That's all. I ain't call it good or bad yet, but I can see it. You applying good or bad to it is drama. It's not true. It's just your idea. So the world as you see it, family, you see people walking, that's true. Is he full of himself? That's through your mind movies. Does he think he's God? That's through your mind movies. Does he think he's all of that? That's in your mind movies. That person didn't say that, then you are a victim of your own matrix, your own preconceived ideologies based on your own background and your own experience, and that you believe is in reality, but it's not actually rooted in truth. And that's how we paint the world. We are constantly creating the world. If I see a person, I have to now decide his personality, his morals, where he's coming from, where he's going, what he looked like based on how he's dressed, how he thinks based on how he's dressed. None of that's real, y'all. That's not real. But that light is knowledge because it allows you to see, and the darkness comprehended it not. So there was a man who was sent from God. Now watch this. There was a man who was sent from God whose name was John. Now watch this. The same came for a witness to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. Now, listen at this now. The same came for a witness, okay? And it was for that witness to bear witness of the light that lived inside of John, okay? So that all men through John might believe in this light. Are we understanding? Now, it's funny how when we talk about a person in this world and we don't want to give a name or description to him, and we're just talking about a random human, we say a John. Now, you might say, Kevin, those two are one and the same. I'm telling you they are. Okay? This is why it starts off with this John guy. It's a John Doe. Every one of us are consumed with the word of God, so God would never need to choose one man. The idea that Jesus is rising to the point to where he goes to Mount Sinai. The whole point that chakra systems start with you in your root chakra and you are climbing the states of awareness. The whole point that Jesus is coming to his states of awareness through the age 12. You hear him again whenever he's 30. He leaves for 18 years, which is also a representation of a multiple of 3. From 30 years old, which is 3 in numerology, he dies at 33, which is 3 and 3, which makes 6 in numerology. He spoke in temples at 12, which is 6 plus 6, which is 12. 1 plus 2 is 3, right? He was missing for 18 years, which is 1 plus 8 makes 9 in numerology, right? Meaning 3 divided by 3, the blessed Trinity, right? He led 12 disciples. 1 plus 2 is 3. There were 12 tribes of Israel. 1 plus 2 is 3. One day we'll get it, okay? One day we'll understand it. Let's continue. Okay? Let's see. He came for witness to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. He was not that light. Now listen to this. John himself was not that light. He was carrying it. It was within him, just like all of us got it within us. Our mistakes is focusing too much on the Johns, the messengers. Now watch this. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. Does this make sense? Now watch this. That was the true light, which lighteth every man. Now listen. He was not the light, but he was sent to bear witness of that light. Now listen. That was the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. You mean the light of man? You mean the breath of God? The thing that John had in him, it's in everybody. Is that what you're trying to tell me? So John, this chosen person of God, was no different than everybody he was leading, because they were also chosen but was unaware. Don't follow anybody. God lives within you. Lead. Don't be a follower, family. Nobody deserves to lead you, because we're all puny ass humans containing a great and mighty God. And why should you submit your God to a puny ass human? Because you got God in you too. A false prophet says, follow me. I am not a false prophet. I am telling you that you are God and you don't need to follow anyone. You just need to seek understanding, family. Quit flying by the seat of your emotional pants. For you are God. Slow down. Don't walk through the grass. For you step on insects and bugs and you destroy their life, and they deserve life just as much as you do. It is in your ignorance that you are evil. Watch what you say. You could be destroying somebody. You could be triggering somebody's trauma. When you insult somebody, you're insulting a million more people who suffer from that same habit, that same look, that same sickness. Be careful and be slow to speak, for you are God. The things that you do affect the world. For there is nothing that is made without God making it. Listen, family. This light lighteth every man that cometh into our world. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. Listen at this. John, he was in this world, and the world was made by him. Jesus, he was in this world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. When you are in your dreams, family, that dream is created by you. But the people in this dream are not saying thank you for giving us an opportunity to live for a moment in this dream. The people that's in this dream are not saying you powerful for creating this dream, because they are aloof that they are of your creations. They chasing you for goodness sake. They got you scared, but you made them. You ever had a dream when you running from somebody? You just scared as hell. You made them. That's your creation. That person chasing you does not even know that they are at your will. Why did you put them there? Did you need to know what it was like to feel chased? Are you trying to speak something to yourself? Is this something you're not confronting? Is this something that every time it appears in front of you, you ignore it? That's the purpose for the dream. But during the dream, all you have is the moment. And that's that you're being chased and that you're full of fear. So in real life, why is this person bothering you? Is it real? Now, if we get lost in the sauce and convinced by the moment, we'll become emotional, believing that what's happening is real, believing that what's momentary in life actually matters. It doesn't. But what we will do as humans, being bound by flesh, is we will give in. We'll start arguing back and forth with this person. But they're not real, family. They're not really in your way of creating your destiny and your dreams. You can ignore them and just create your dreams. But it becomes so difficult, doesn't it? I'm guilty of it. Jesus was guilty of it. Why do you think he went into the temples flipping over chairs, flipping over tables? Because he was emotional. Anybody from that view looking at that would say, he's being aggressive. Oh, look at him. He's being aggressive, y'all. He's a misogynist. Look at him. He's some type of abuser flipping over stuff. Look at how he did stuff. He was mad. So he felt like whatever he was doing in that moment was right. When Jesus got mad and cursed the fig tree, the Bible says that it was outside of the fig tree season. It wasn't in season. So the fig tree should not have had figs on it. It was out of season. But when Jesus was hungry and saw this tree lacked figs, he was upset with this tree. And in Jesus' mind, he was right. So he cursed that tree. Jesus didn't think about, because Jesus became human in the moment. He was God in the flesh, but he became human. He didn't think about all the other travelers who would need this fig tree, who depend on it when it's in season, who probably go this route because they know it's another food source on this route. Jesus just cursed the fig tree. Did the fig tree do anything to him? No, it was out of its season. It was doing what he commanded it to do. See, if Jesus would have remembered in that moment that he was God, he would have said, I commanded this fig tree to bear fruit in its season, because I created all trees and all species and told them exactly how to live and how to breed and how to multiply. Each tree will bear fruit in its own season, thus saith the Lord. But the Lord in its human form, Jesus, will come across a tree that is not in season and curse it because it's not in season. Because he's emotional. Okay. Let's continue. Okay. That was the true light. The light which giveth, the light which every man, the light which lighteth every man that come into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. He came into his own, and his own received him not. Now, I want you to understand, he came into his own, and when God decides to reveal itself through us, we don't accept him. Now, we say we want to see God, but we don't, because God is accountability. God is a mirror. God does not lie. God is going to tell you who you are, and you're not going to want to hear it. So when someone tells you who you are, what you want to do? Condemn them. Bring up everything that the human version of them has ever done, so you ain't got to fucking hear it. Well, you ain't innocent yourself. Well, you do it too. Yo, so you don't want to hear God whenever God's speaking truth to you, do you? Right, exactly. We can't stand God. We constantly try to hide from him. Right. We lie to humans who we say are worthless and don't have a hell to put us in. We hide from humans who don't have a hell to put us in. But we sneak into private rooms and stuff with people who we shouldn't have no business being around. We marry, but we sneaking into hotels. But we try to cover it up. So we lie about the shit we do. But I thought no man can judge you. I thought no man has a hell to put you in. I thought you believed that God sees everything that you're doing. So why are you trying to hide it from man? Shouldn't you be accountable to God? Why would you lie to God? He see you. He see everything you do, family. You know why he see everything you do? Because God is you. You see everything you do. And you make excuses for it. Well, I'm doing this because I'm mad. I'm mad, so I'm going to do this. I'm angry, so I'm going to. You justify. This is why God can say, you know what? I don't like how man is doing. I'm going to destroy the world. I don't like they're worshiping a golden calf. I'm going to cause 3,000 of them to die. I don't like that he pulled out and spilled his seed on the ground. I'm going to kill her. I don't like that Saul didn't go into the land of the Philistines or the lands of the I think it was the Ishmaelites or the Hittites. I'm upset with Saul for not going into the Hittites and not killing every man, woman, and child except for women who have not known a man, and not killing all the animals. So you know what I'm going to do to him? I'm going to demote him. I'm going to elect David now as my chosen of God, and I'm going to mock him with it. I'm going to tell him I chose somebody better than him. I'm going to tell him that just because he kept a few animals that he didn't sacrifice or kill so he could sacrifice them later, that I'm now stripping him because I'm upset with him. And God is always right. You are always right about your emotions because you're the one that feel them. So we never accept God when God reveals itself to us. And we yet saying, God, come back, Father God. Come back to this world. All God gonna do is tell you them kids you've been lying about is not that man's. All God gonna do is tell that man that those are not his babies. All God is gonna do is tell you that you're a deadbeat father and you're not taking care of your kids. All God is gonna do is tell you that you changed your body and therefore you don't love yourself. What you love is an image that the world gave to you and told you was beautiful. But the actual body I put you in, you disdain it, you hate it, you shun it. And you're lazy because you won't work out to change yourself. That's what God would say. You don't want to hear that. You want God to say, well, if you didn't like it, change it. You ain't secure about change. You want God to sugarcoat stuff. That ain't, God don't lie. He's not a man. God is not bound by ego. Flesh is. God doesn't care what you think of him, for God created you. So God would tell you the truth. God wouldn't care what you got to say about it. God would not care about your emotions because God cares about your soul. And God says pride comes before a fall. Yeah, God says jealousy and envy are sins. That's not even an action. That's an emotion that you take on when you compare yourself to others. Do you know why it's a sin? Because it gets in the way of your own productivity. Sin is that which holds you back from your destiny, thus saith the Lord. Sin is not some good and evil concept that sends you to heaven or hell. When you address somebody who is not in your purpose, to you that is sin because it's not getting you no closer to your purpose. When you say things that's outside of your morals, to you it's sin because you have violated your own contracts. When you overeat, you become a glutton. Why is this sin? Because you become harmful to your own vessel that you live in, making yourself sick, reducing your own mental potential through the foods that you consume, through the things that you consume, through the things you say. That's why God says, when you turn from your ways, it's only then that I will heal you, because you heal you from turning from your ways. Your body is constantly trying to heal you. Your mind is constantly trying to recover. So all you have to do is take yourself away from the chaos, take yourself away from the bad diets, and you'll notice your body will begin to heal itself. But it's you who constantly keeping it sick. It's me who constantly keeps my mental sick by listening to what these evil people are saying about me. So I have to understand that the contribution to this is me. I got to stop listening. I got to stop sitting there and listening to it. And I can't control that. But the moment I take in that and begin to consume what these people are saying negatively about me is the moment it's going to be metabolized by my spirit. And it's going to be disgusting. And it's going to lower my mood. It's going to affect my well-being. Just like when you eat food, it's not just the taste of it. It's not just the ingredients involved. It's what those ingredients do to your body. So when you eat that, when you consume that, you got to understand, if it's a low vibrational food, it's high in fat, it's high in sugar, it's going to have an effect on you. If it is a high vibrational food, it raises your health, it raises your mentality. It's good for you. It's going to have an impact. So you have to choose ye this day who you're going to serve. God or the devil, the evil things or the good things. Who am I going to serve? Who am I going to allow myself to be catered to by? I don't mean worship it. Who you're going to serve? Who you're going to entertain? Am I going to entertain negativity or positivity? Who do I serve? Now listen at this, guys. He came to his own, and his own received him not. Jesus came to his own, and his own, he told them, I'm Jesus. I'm the Son of God. They didn't believe him. Even though he walked right beside him, even though he told them, I'm no different than you. We are all sons of God. The same spirit that lives in me dwells in you. Ye are little gods. Ye are gods. Even though Jesus told them that, they didn't want to buy that. They said, no, you shoot as God. The worshipers of Jesus couldn't buy the fact that they were gods, even though God was telling them that they were God. You know why? Jesus was distracting. See, Jesus was distracting. I'm distracting because I've came into my God self. I'm focused. I'm driven. I speak as I speak my mind as though it were. I know what I'm saying. I'm self-aware. I know where I'm going. I know where I've been, and I love myself. And people hate that. Some people aspire to be that, but nobody knows that they are that. Somewhere inside of you, you love yourself. You just got to find it. Somewhere inside of you, you believe in yourself to the point of arrogance. And you should, because you say you have faith in a God who made you. So if you didn't believe in yourself, you don't have a faith in a God who made you. That would be ridiculous to think you have faith in God, but don't believe in yourself. But God made you. You don't. Somewhere we hate ourselves when we are risen to that highest state. We hate ourselves at our lowest, but we hate ourselves at our highest too. And that's why every teacher who becomes profound in their own right gets crucified. That's why every human being who rises to a state of awareness They get hated on. This is why. Let them take on a demeanor that is above the things you normally see around you. And they represent something that's greater than that. They will get shunned for believing they're better than everybody else. No, they believe they were better than how they was presenting themselves. And they begin to manifest the best version of themselves. And that offends you because you haven't done it. You hate who you have not been. That's why you hate them. That's why y'all hate me. And some of you, that's why you love me. But you are me. The soul version of me is you. And that's what you see. That's what you can't get away from. That's why even the people who hate me can't keep my name out their mouth. That's why they can't stop watching my life. That's why when nobody's live, they're still looking me up and going through my content and then repeating me later because they're inspired by me. That's why every person that hates me admits that they were inspired by me. Nobody says he ain't shit. They all say he's well-spoken. He's ahead of his time. He's wise beyond his years. He's intelligent, out of this world genius. He's smooth. He's charismatic. He's good looking. It's all positive things. He's a great father to his family, a great husband to his wives. But I can't stand him. Because he's human too. Because I see flaws in him, such as I see in myself. Why do I hate him? Because he's everything that I am. I wanted to believe in this guy. He's so profound. So I wanted to believe that he wasn't like me. But I'm just like you. I have all the same flaws. I can get mad and cuss somebody out too. I can have my feelings hurt too. I'm just like y'all. Jesus was crying and shit. He was whining. He was in the Garden of Gethsemane crying so hard, blood came from his eyes. Let this cup pass from me. I don't want to do it. Oh, if it be your will, let it pass. But if I whine, look at Kevin whining. Your God is a whiner, a complainer. But he's still God. Now talk about it. Is he any less God? Because he was whining and complaining? Because he was scared? Thought you ain't supposed to feel fear. God experiences all that, y'all. Jesus was God and felt fear. He was nervous. And I'm talking about the narrative. You can believe it's true. I believe it's a parable. I don't hate you for that. But you are allowed to hate me for that, for you are God alone, and your world is yours. If you want to use your world to hate me, man, I can't be mad at that. I got to let you be God. I got to let you be a hater if that's what you want to be. I have to choose who I'm going to be. I want to be love. I don't want to be hate. I know I'm hate. I know I'm all those emotions, but I want to represent and entertain love, the love that's inside of me, not the hate that dwells within me. I'm no better than you. You are no better than me. We are all each other, witnessing one another. Hate it or love it, I am you. Now listen to this. Okay? He came into his own that received him not. But as many as received him, to them he gave power to become sons of God themselves. So to many of them that received him, he gave to them power to become the sons of God. Did he say he made them follow him, believing that he was the Son of God? Or he gave them power to wake up and in their awareness create their own world, being a creator, just like the person that they're made in the image of, God. Wake up. Wake up. Stop entertaining somebody else's creation. Create your own. You are majestic and you live forever. The more that you don't create is the more that the graveyards will be filled with all of your amazing ideas. Let me tell you guys something. Money was an idea. Anybody like money? We're going to come back to this. Anybody like money? And I'm not reading your comments right now, guys, because I want to be able to deliver this message and then come to you guys, okay? But money began as an idea. right? I want to look in the camera for this one. Money began as an idea, right? Try to avoid my handsome face. I know I'm good looking. I know I'm damn good looking. Try to see past that. I didn't make me. My mama and daddy did. Don't blame me for my face. A lot of you guys can't hear me because of my face. I can't help it. I'm handsome. I've learned it's a curse. Okay? I've learned that. But try and see past it, okay? And hear what I'm saying to you. Money was an idea, okay? Money was an idea. But now it's a real thing. We call it currency, right? It started off as gold, right? Then it was shekels. Then it was bonds. Now it's paper, what we call notes, right? But money came from somebody's mind, family. It started as a thought, is what I'm trying to tell you. God has thoughts. You know what was God's thoughts before it became real? Light. It existed in God's mind before it did in reality. You know what else? People. You know what else? Places. You know what else? Things. Everything starts as a thought. So what thoughts are you sitting on? If money was once an idea, and now it's a way of life, and we can't even imagine life without it, what ideas are you sitting on? What ideas that are worth billions and trillions and gazillions that you are sitting on? What ideas could change the world as you know it? Creator, God, who refuses to be God. See, it's you. You mad at me because I accept that I am God and choose to create my reality. What you should be mad at is yourself for being God and having yet to contribute to this reality in any positive way. Let's stop sitting on our dreams. Let's stop sitting on our ideas. Let's stop sitting on our thoughts. Recognize that they are things. Your thoughts are things. Like God thought was light and it became something that we call day. What are your thoughts? What can they be if you believe in yourself, in your God power to release your thoughts and your energy into this world? Back to the message, family. Back to the message. Let's get to it. But as many received him, to them he gave power to become sons of God, even to them that believed on his name. This ain't talking about Jesus. It's talking about John. John, not Jesus. John. A human, a person, not born of a virgin. Yo, it's not talking about Jesus. This is talking about John. Are we understanding this? Talking about a John Doe. Even to those which believe in his name. Now, which were born not of blood, nor the will of the flesh, nor the will of man, but of God. Do you understand what that means right there? Which were born. They were born, but not of blood, nor the will or the flesh, nor the will of man, but of God. Now watch this. When we are born, your physical vessel is born of blood, isn't it? Because it's DNA, right? You take on your parents' DNA, right? It's born of the will of the flesh, right? Somebody willingly doing something, right? Even in an encounter where one person is not willing, somebody willing to do something, right? Even if it's forced. So we ain't talking about human bodies here. Not of blood, not of the will of the flesh, nor the will of man. See, the will of the flesh is to make love with lust. The will of man is to say, let's have a child. Let's create a covenant. Let's get married and have a bunch of kids purposefully. But John was not born of that because we're not talking about his flesh. We're talking about his soul, which were born, but not of blood, nor the will of flesh, nor the will of man, but was born of God. The spirit of John is what we're talking about. Born of God. And the word was made flesh. Now watch this. The word was made to be flesh. This is talking about John. And dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory. The word became flesh. God, in the beginning was God, and God was the Word, and the Word was with God. And God became flesh, or Word became flesh. God became flesh and did not recognize itself. Man became dream and did not recognize itself. For God forgets that he is God when he's in the flesh of man. See, every time God gets on this thing where he wants to come to the world, to the earth, to be a messenger, what God has to understand is during this birthing process, you are going to forget that you are God. And you're going to have to be understanding the world through the vessel of a man who does not know everything. So you can receive these things as honestly as possible. The Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. Now watch this. John bare witness of him and cried, saying, this was he whom I spake. He that come after me is preferred before me, and he was before me. John trying to tell you guys, John Doe is trying to say, the person that I am is God. I existed before time and space. I exist now in the presence of a being that is bound by flesh. But I prefer to live as the existence of God, the Almighty. And I know you're going to ridicule me for coming into my birthright, being made in the image of God. And like Jesus said, you are ye gods. If I choose to be God, as I was told that I was God, even in your books, I'll be condemned. Why? When that's the commandment of God, is to rise to your God-like state and live as if you were gods and do even greater works than Jesus. Why is it when someone does that, we condemn them? Because you are agents, and it is your chaotic man, your core man, your root man, your demon, your devil, your demonic self that is in the way of something that is holy and righteous and true. It is your God, man, that is keeping your own. It is your flesh, man, that is keeping your own God from surfacing. It's you who sabotage your dreams. Trust me. It's all of us who do it because nobody can truly stop us. It's when we get emotional and depressed based on things that happen to us and around us, and we give up on life. It's not nobody that can really stop us. When you leave the house, there's nobody jumping in front of you, keeping you from your destiny. I always say that. It's us that gets distracted and we stop producing, or it's us who are filled with fear. So we stop creating, or either we don't create. Okay. But anyway, John bare witness of him and cried, saying, this is he of whom I spoke. He that cometh after me is preferred before me, for he was before me. Okay. Now, and his fullness have we all received, and of his fullness have we all received, and grace for grace. For the law was given by Moses, but grace and truth by Jesus Christ. No man hath seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, hath declared him. Now listen, family, no man hath seen God. God is the invisible. Just like you cannot see yourself. You see everybody else, but not yourself. You have to look at a reflection to see yourself. God is invisible. Just like people can tell you about your life through being an observer of your life more than you can, and you seem to be able to give others advice where you can't give yourself advice because you can't see yourself, you are invisible. These are all concepts and parables for you to put two and two together and say, who is God if I'm thinking about the parables that it's presenting? When I tell you guys that the Bible is a book of parables, okay, it's seriously a book of parables. And it's for you to understand that. It's a book of zodiacal stories. So Zodiac comes from the word zoo, which means little animals in the sky. So when we look into the sky, what we call them the zodiac, or what we say the shapes of the stars are at that time, in each constellation and then we depict onto that, we project onto that, and we come up with attributes and meanings for each constellation that sits in the sky. Well, the Son of God, the sun that sits in the sky, the physical version of the Bible, guys, that we are reading as stories, is following the sun. The spiritual version of the Bible that we are reading is concepts and parables that lead us to understanding ourselves as the Most High. Does this make sense? So when I'm reading the stories in the Bible, I'm literally reading about the actual sun in the sky going through the constellations. So this is why Jesus is born of a virgin, because Jesus was born under Virgo. Where my Virgos at? Virgos gonna truly understand this, because I know you know about your own sign. And if you do have any zodiac knowledge, you're gonna know for real what I'm about to say to y'all. Okay. So the stories in the Bible are based on the zodiac, which is the sun going through the constellations, right? And there are 12 of them, right? There are 12 months in a year, right? And there are 4 seasons. I want to show you guys something. Y'all gonna learn something today. There is artwork, there are motifs that are all around us to try and help us to understand what we are seeing, okay? I'm gonna bring one of them to you. And this is a beautiful motif. This person is a genius, a literal genius in how he depicted this, okay? But we're gonna look at it. All right, guys. So what you guys are looking at here is the Last Supper, okay? I want you guys to notice this. You're looking at the Last Supper, okay? Just responding to a text. Hang on. All right, family. So this is what we're going to do. Look at the Last Supper here. Now, a motif is a piece of art that is not actually the art itself. It's telling a story, okay? So it has concepts and things like that in it, okay? It's called a motif. And that's what we're looking at right here, a motif, okay? So what we call a piece of artwork is actually so much more than that. So let's take this particular motif, okay? I want you guys to notice that in here you have 12 different people aside from Jesus right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do you guys see that? Now, we have the 12 months of the year, the 12 disciples, the 12 tribes of Judah, right? The 12 disciples right here. Disciples. Disciples is spelled D-I-S-C, disc, because it's talking about the sun. Disc, which is a round cylinder, right? Disciples. So we're talking about the 12 sons, the sun as it goes through the astrological chart. I promise you guys, you gotta bear with me, okay? Notice it has 3 windows in the back. Genius move, okay? 12 divided by 3 is 4, okay? The Blessed Trinity, 3. 12 divided by 3 equals 4. I want you to notice something. These men are in groups of 4. 1, 2, 3. This man is touching this man's shoulder, 4. Now watch this. 1, 2. I'm sorry, they're in groups of 3. Forgive me. It's 4 times. 1, 2, 3. These men are in a group, making the spring, right? Aries, Taurus, Gemini. Right here. Okay. Now, right here are 3 people grouped together. Okay. Y'all see this, right? Cancer, Leo, Virgo. See how that's a woman right there? Ain't that crazy? Now, on the other side of Jesus is 3 men grouped together because these are the seasons, right? So spring, summer, Virgo's in summer. Jesus is born in summer, sitting right beside Virgo. Now you have the 3 on the other side of Jesus: Libra, Capricorn. No, not Libra. Libra is that goodness. Y'all know what's after Libra. Is it Scorpio? Goodness, I had a brain fart. Put it in the comments, guys. Let me look it up. Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. Is that it? Yeah, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. Right? And which is makes up the fall. Now here we are, the winter. Right? Hang on. I see. Okay, my bad. I got you. Aries. Hang on, let me get this right. Because from the back here is the winter months. That's Capricorn, Sagittarius, and Scorpio. Capricorn, Sagittarius, Scorpio. From here you got I want to say that's Libra. That's not Libra. This is Sagittarius. Hang on. Let me check you guys' comments. I'm just looking at the screen. Yeah, Virgo's before Libra. You're right. I just don't. I'm just messing up off the top of my head. Let me pull up the list of them because I want you guys to see it based on the list of zodiacs in order. That I am not making this stuff up. Okay. So here we go. I got the list in order, I believe. Now, hang on. I do. Okay, here we go. The list in order. So let's go from left to right. Now, again, guys, I already explained this to you as this motif is showing you the spring, the winter. I mean, the spring, the summer, the winter, and the fall, right? Or the fall and the winter. So let's go. Aries, Taurus, Gemini. Okay, right here, Gemini. Okay. And y'all gonna say, but damn, I don't believe you. I'm gonna show you in a minute. Watch this. Cancer, okay. Then you've got Leo right here. Then you've got Virgo right here. And then you've got right here in the front with their arms spread open. This is Libra. Then you got Scorpio right here in the back right here. Okay. And then you've got Sagittarius right here pointing inside to his chest. You have Capricorn right here with his arms out. And then you got, of course, this is December right here. So we're in the winter months now. Okay, so then you got January and February, which turns into Aquarius and Pisces. Okay, so January, February, and of course in March again, you got Aries, right? Now we know in Aries represents a fire sign, right? And Aries represents the authority figure, right? The head. Aries represents the head. Now, I want you guys to see something. You cannot make this stuff up, okay? Now, you guys have seen the Aries logo, correct? Now, I'm going to show you guys all of this stuff, okay? But let's just go here to the Aries logo. Give me 1 second. Let's do this, family. This is the Aries logo, right? Now I'm gonna show you how dope this motif is. It's a ram, obviously, right? Horns. Y'all see this, right? Boom. Okay, now notice that it's like a V that curves around like this, right? It's like a V that curves around like this. Now, if I was to take this image right here and turn it upside down, so the point is at the top, it would spiral down, and the outsides would curl up, right? You see it right here. If I was to take this and turn it upside down, it would go up. It would look like kind of like an mountain, right? With it curving out. Now I want you guys to go back and look at how Aries is standing in this photo of the Last Supper. I want you to see the genius that is in the artwork of this, okay? That this is only a motif. Now we're back to the Last Supper. Look at Aries standing up here with his arms down on the table. Both of them, it's drawn. Both of them on the table, standing just like the Aries sign if it was upside down, right? Standing strong in authority, looking, right? Now, I want you guys to see something else. I want you guys to just see how crazy this is. All right, watch this. Okay. Now I'm going to show you the next person, family. So watch this one. Now you see this, right? You see Aries standing like this, okay? And both my wives are Aries, absolutely. Yep, you're right, Lakeisha. Now, Wendy says, what am I showing? I'm showing you guys how the Last Supper is a zodiac motif, not a depiction of Jesus sitting with his 12 disciples. This has nothing to do with Jesus. Nothing to do with Jesus at all. This is simply the sun sitting with the 12 zodiacs. And I'm trying to show you guys that, okay? So, of course, Aries right here, I just showed you. He goes Taurus. Now, watch this. What I'm looking at right here, guys, is the zodiacal body chart, the zodiac man. Notice that Aries governs the head, okay? The adrenals and blood pressure. Aries. That's why it's the ram, it's the head, okay? Now, I want you to notice that Taurus governs the neck, shoulders, ears, and throat, okay? The neck, throat, ears, and shoulders, okay? So the bull represents those broad shoulders of us and our neck, right? That holds up the head, okay? So I want you guys to notice that. That's what Taurus represents, okay? Now watch this. This is when you're gonna ooh and ah. You're gonna say, wait a second, maybe this man ain't all the way full of shit, right? Maybe he knows a little something. Watch this. And the more we go, the more interesting this gets, okay? I want you guys to notice the second person in this video has his hands on the shoulders of the man beside him and the next man that's beside him. You see that? He's touching their shoulders, right? Are you witnessing that? So here is Aries standing with his palms on the table, standing strong, okay? So asserting his authority, being the head of the table. The very next month, family, is Taurus. And Taurus represents, or Taurus is governed by the shoulders, or the shoulders, neck, and throat is governed by Taurus. And he's touching this man on the shoulder, and he's touching this man on the shoulder. Why is he doing that? Now, this artist drew this. So everything that you're drawing, you're doing it all for a reason. Why does he draw him like that? And here's where it gets even more interesting, family. All right. We're going to take the next image here. We're going to go back to the zodiac body chart. Okay. We're going to go back to that. Okay. So next we're dealing with Gemini. Okay. Now Gemini represents the lungs, nerves, arms, heads, and fingers. So the arms, okay, are what represents Gemini. Notice it's all these things are across here. Okay. Gemini is attributed to your arms, family, your hands, because there's two of them, right? The Gemini, just like the Pisces, it's two of them. They represent the feet. Gemini represents, and if you look at Pisces and Gemini, people often say they got split personalities. That it's like it's two of them living inside of them. This is due to why we say hands and feet shape, or hands and feet are the Gemini and the Pisces. So your hands are represented, and your hands are represented, and your arms are represented by Gemini. Let's go back now and look at Gemini. Watch this. Now, this is a motif, meaning it's to teach you something. It's depicting something, okay? Let's go back to the Last Supper. And what is Gemini doing? He's holding both of his palms straight up in the air, symbolizing that he governs the arms or the hands, right? As it is two of them, right? Ain't that crazy? Now, look at this. The very next person to that who Taurus is touching the shoulder of is the Cancer. The Cancer represents the crab, right? We know what a crab looked like. And you know the Cancer symbol is a 6 and a 9, right? Showing the yin and yang. Now look at this hand. It's facing down, pointing at the neck of this woman here, because it's supposed to be 12 disciples here. And what Scorpio, what the crab is saying is, you ain't no man. Look at this Adam's apple. It ain't even here. You ain't no man. But he has his hand pointed down and the other hand pointed up. And this hand right here, wish I could zoom in on it. It looks like a crab. Look, this is another one. Look at how much more in authority he's standing on this one. Look at how he's still reaching around, touching the shoulders. Look at how the palms are still up. Look at the hands here. I wish I could zoom in. Man, that's crazy. I wish I could zoom in on that palm right there so you guys could see that this hand facing up, he has a knife in his hand, but they made it look like a claw of a crab as he points at the neck of another man. Of a woman though, right? He's supposed to have 12 disciples, but there's not 12 men here. There's 11 men, right? So as you can see, here he is touching the neck of him, right? Now, palm down, palm up, palm down, palm up. Let's go. Leave from Zodiac body chart. We're going to type in Cancer Zodiac. Now, we're going to automatically learn, as soon as I do this, that Cancer is the crab. And you can see inside of that crab is that 6 and 9. Palm up, palm down. Yin and yang, right? As above, so below, right? And this circle is to show you the overwhelming amount of emotions that Cancer has. And why is this depicted? Because in the month of Cancer, family, in the month of Cancer, we get a lot of rain and a lot of storms. So the universe seems to be very emotional, right? A lot of rain, a lot of storms, a lot of earthquakes, a lot of things happen. Hurricane season are right there in Cancer. This is why when the sun is in the zodiac of Cancer, God floods the earth and floods the world with water. And I can show you guys that it's literally in order. Every story is told in order going through the zodiacs. Okay. Now, let's do this. All right, hang on. I thought I was showing y'all the image of what's the name? I wasn't. Let me see here. Yeah, I should have been showing this the whole time. Hopefully that's what it was showing. Okay. Because when I go back, it's not showing that. That's crazy. Are you guys seeing that right there? Let's see. Are you guys not seeing the images of the right here? What I'm showing? It should be showing that. It's showing something totally different. All right. Anyway, let me stop. Let me go back. Okay, so going back to the Last Supper. Oh, y'all see it? Okay, good. So going back to the Last Supper, you got the upside down. You got the palm down, palm up, the 6 and the 9, right? Important at the neck. Okay. Now, next we have Leo. Now I want you to look at Leo. Look at his beard. Look how they drew him, y'all. Now I'm gonna go back to the other images so you can see they never changed this, family. Authority, touching the shoulders, hands up, touching the neck, upside down, palm up. Man depicted with a beard, and his hand is like sitting out like it's roaring like a lion. Okay. No matter where you look, you're always going to see that. Okay. Hand out like it's roaring like a lion. Okay. This represents Leo. Leo's looking directly at Virgo right in the eyes because Virgo comes right behind Leo. Okay. Y'all seeing this, right? Now, let me go look at the Leo zodiac. 1 second. Now, I want you guys to see something here. Hang on. Look at this, family. 1 second. Let me get back to it because I'm losing my page. Hang on. And I like typing this stuff in so you guys can see it as I look it up so you can know I ain't just put together no whole slide to try and deceive y'all. We're just going slow. Now, so you know the Leo governs the heart, spine, the upper back, and the spleen. So the spine, right? Now I want you guys to see something really quickly. So this is like the spine, right? It's curvy. It's the head could be here, and this is considered your spine or whatever. But I just want you guys to see how this hand right here is like this, and it goes around like this. And I'm going to show you how his shoulders, his chest, and arms are in this symbol. Okay, his head will be sitting up here, but I want you guys to see this zodiac sign, which is the Leo, and I want you guys to just go with me, follow along, and I want you guys to see how he's depicted again. All right, let's go back to it. And someone making a motif was genius for this, okay? So we're back to the Last Supper. Let's get a full picture of it again. Okay, here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Now I told you guys the Leo sign was a circle right here. Then it goes around like this, and it has a little loop right here, right? So his hand is balled up, making that circle, and then it goes around like this. Can y'all see my mouse? Because you can't make this stuff up, yo. Are you guys seeing this? And if you in here, make sure you hit like in the comments or something, man. Make sure y'all show some love. Did something. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, so you guys could see the Last Supper, right? You couldn't see it. Let me go back because this is crazy. Why are you acting up? Are you guys not seeing that screen? Let me go to mine. That's crazy. Well, maybe I gotta do that second. Okay. It ain't gonna let me just move around. Okay, I see what I see. I think I see what it's doing. Let me take that down. Okay, so let me see here. Okay, so let me go back to the logo again so you guys can get another shot at that because I don't want to be so long to get from point to point. So let's look at the Leo zodiac sign again. And let's see if you guys can see that. I'm looking at my screen. Thank you so much, Lakeisha. Thank you so much, love. Okay, so you guys can see that, right? You guys can see the logo. Hand, fist, the left hand balled up, and the right hand is kind of open, right? You see this, right? That's the logo. Now I want you to go back and look at the Last Supper again. Let's go back and take a look at it. Let's see. Here we go. Now you guys can see the left hand has the balled up fist, and it goes around a loop until it's right here, right? So you can see that that's the Leo right there. You can see that clear as day. Okay. Now is where we get to the Virgo family, and this is the one I'm telling you about here. Now we're gonna continue throughout this Last Supper, but I want you guys to see something here. Okay. All right. So let's just do it. It's time to look at the Virgo. All right. Jesus is a Virgo. Okay. It's time to look at this. Now, you heard Jesus is depicted as a fish. You guys have seen the fish on the back of cars that people use to represent Jesus, right? That's because Jesus is representative of a Pisces as well. But Jesus was born under the constellation of Virgo, which is why Jesus' personality type is often linked to Virgo. Being a messenger, being innocent, being a person who wants to heal the world, all these things are consistent with Virgo, all right? Being critical, being a person who gives advice, all these things are consistent with being a Virgo, right? But anyway, let's go ahead and look at that real quick. Please don't get mad at me, y'all. Please be willing to learn and grow. I'm not here to upset your thinking. You don't have to leave this believing what I believe or saying it how I see it. But you guys need to know what you're reading in your Bible is simply motifs told about the sun. So here's Virgo zodiac. Here's the Virgo zodiac sign. Okay, guys, if you can see this, this is the Virgo zodiac sign, but this is Mary holding Jesus. Jesus is depicted as a fish, right? And the mother, which is Mary, is right here holding Jesus. So when you see the image of Mary holding Jesus, this is the motif that you see. See, somebody says not Virgo, Pisces, right? Because it's both, right? Now look at this. Jesus walked on water. Jesus washed someone's feet. These were all stories told while the sun was in Pisces. So this is why we believe that Jesus is depicted with Pisces. Pisces is representative of belief. So we were in the age of belief, which is why Jesus was represented as a Pisces. But we are now in the age of Aquarius. So it's time to come out of the illusions. Jesus is a Virgo. These stories told about Jesus was under the constellation of Pisces, which is where we get all of the fish stories. That's why Jesus always gave fishermen parables. But notice he always gave wheat parables as well, because the Virgo logo is a woman bearing a sheaf of wheat. But notice this logo is an M with a fish. Notice that. If you look at the Virgo, it's a woman bearing a sheaf of wheat, because Jesus is the bringer of life. The woman represents the sun, y'all. The sheaf of wheat represents Jesus, or the bringer of life, because in Africa, where these things, these ideas were created, when the sun came back around, it brought the bread back, because the winter destroyed the bread. It was desolate when it was cold outside. The nights were longer because the sun didn't come around like that. But so it didn't come around as often as you like. It was far from the earth, farther from the earth than normal, giving you winter time, right? So now you got this virgin, this sun that comes back around, and all of a sudden the bread starts growing from just the earth, like it was born of a virgin. All around them, the food would begin to reharvest. The fruit off the tree would begin to regrow. It was God bringing back the fruit and the vegetables, right? So it was the bread bringer. The sun was the giver of life, because when you saw the sun get closer to the earth and you could feel the warmth of the earth, you could see the sun respond. You could see the earth respond by birthing out of itself food, nutrients, right? So these stories would be told. The sun is coming back to bring bread. It was nothing about a Jesus. It's simply talking about the sun. Okay. Do you guys understand? The sun is coming back around, and fruit and harvest is going to begin to come back, right? So here is Mary holding Jesus. This is Mary holding the fish. Now let's go look at Mary and Jesus. Let's look at this. Mary, mother of Jesus. Let's go look at this, guys. Let's look at this image, guys. This is the M holding the fish. This is the virgin holding the wheat. And why did they only put a disc behind Mary's eyes, behind Mary? Because Mary is representative of the sun. She shouldn't even have one, y'all. Now, in most depictions, it's going to put one around both, okay? Both, because Jesus is the sun as well, right? Just want to make sure that my image is changed on my screen with my, what's the name? It may not. It didn't. Let me see here. I changed to a different image. I wish it would just let me cycle and everything. This thing is crazy. Let's see if it'll change if I do this. Hang on, just watching my screen to see if I can at least work within that thing. Okay, so that changes. Okay. But all these guys are Mary holding Jesus. They are the Virgo holding the sheaf of wheat. Do you understand? These are motifs, family. These are literal motifs. These are not artwork depicting that. These are motifs. All right. Jesus born of a virgin or a Virgo. Now I'm going to show you guys something else. You say, well, they said born of a virgin. A virgin is a human thing. Let's see then. Told you guys, etymology is the study of words, the creation and the origin of words. Okay. Let's see what virgin actually means. To all of you towers of Babel who think you know what you're talking about, and we just be talking, don't be knowing what we're saying. Okay. We just be using words and don't actually understand the language that we're speaking. Okay. Let's see what virgin means, family. We believe it's a person who has not had sex, right? Let's see what the word originally meant. The word virgin comes from an old French virgin from the root form of Latin Virgo. Genitive virginus, meaning literally a maiden. A maiden, not a person who hasn't had sex, a person who did domestic duties like birthing children, cleaning, gardening, cleaning, domestic duties. A maiden, not a virgin. So when they say Jesus was born of a virgin, and you guys think that Mary never had sex, you're crazy. It was not saying she had never had sex. Jesus chose a maiden, a woman who was domestic, who did domestic work. That's who Jesus chose, a maiden, not a virgin. So a lot of you guys think it's a miracle, right? The miraculous conception. Jesus chose a person who had never had sex. No, it's a maiden. Virgin means Virgo. Virgo is what virgin means. A Virgo, virgin, a maiden. So when we say we're in the constellation of Virgo, we're in the constellation of maiden. The woman that it's showing is a Virgo, meaning she's a virgin or a maiden. The title Virgo was just like virgin. It's just like maiden. So if I called a maiden a Virgo, they are one and the same. If they called a maiden a virgin, they are one and the same. If I call a Virgo a virgin, they are one and the same, because I'm simply talking about a woman who does domestic work. That's what I'm talking about. A mother, a woman who births a child. This is domestic. Virgin. Now, why does it say that? The word virgin comes from Old French virgin, from the root form of Latin Virgo. Genitive virginus, meaning literally maiden, meaning literally a maiden, okay? Or virgin, which is Virgo. Sexuality intact young women or sexuality experienced women. As in Latin, the English word is often used as the wider reference by relaxing the age, gender, or sexual criteria. Mostly when you hear virgin used, they're talking about the gender or sexual criteria, which is fine. But this word was originated to be Virgo or maiden. Do you understand? So Jesus born of a maiden, Jesus born of a virgin, Jesus born of a Virgo. I know you don't want to hear it. I know it's difficult to accept, but Jesus is the light of the world because he's the sun. Jesus is the bread bringer because he's born under Virgo. That's why you break bread and eat it, to remember Jesus's body, because he is bread. This is why Jesus was born in Bethlehem. You don't believe me? Let's see this, because they don't be believing Kevin, y'all. They think I'm out here trying to lie to them about something as serious as religion, to take them to a hell. I'm trying to free them from the hell they living in, which is the lack of understanding of themselves. Do you understand? Bethlehem. Watch this. Bethlehem meaning in Hebrew means what? Watch this. Now, watch this. Jesus was born in Bethlehem. The meaning of the word Bethlehem, Bethlehem in Hebrew, okay, Bethlehem in Hebrew, the city's name is pronounced Beit Lehem. Beit meaning house, Lehem meaning bread. Together being the house of bread. Jesus was born in the house of bread. House of bread. Every zodiac sign is called a house. So the house of bread is Virgo, who Jesus was born through. You can't make this stuff up. I am the manna that came down from heaven. I am the bread that came down from heaven. I am the, what is this? I am the, what is this substance that brings us nutrients and energy? I am the miracle. I am the manna that come down from heaven. I am the bread. Bethlehem. Jesus was born in Bethlehem, meaning house of bread. It's a parable. So our ancestors who are talking about the son are going to say that the son is born in Bethlehem, right? Because it's born in the house of bread. So Jesus is born under the house of bread, under the house of Virgo, whenever the wheat grows. So when this sun comes back around, it comes out in this wintertime, in this summertime, which is what we call August now, okay? And in that month, in late August, because Leo takes up most of August, around about the 22nd is when Virgo comes in, okay? So Virgo is coming right there to bring in the house of bread. And this is why Jesus had to sleep in a manger, because it was hot outside. They were doing the Feast of Temples, and the Bible narrative is they were doing the Feast of Temples, so there were no hotels. So Mary was pregnant now, going into labor, and she didn't have anywhere to go have this child because all the hospitals was filled. So she had him in a manger. All this is depicted because it was born into the house of bread, y'all. Wheat fills this manger. Born on a bed of straw. You can't make this stuff up. Born around animals, because your farming and all this stuff took place under Virgo. Man, people don't be listening, y'all. They just don't want to hear it. The meaning of the word Bethlehem in Hebrew, the city's name is pronounced Beit. Aleph, Beit, family. Aleph is the first name of the Hebrew alphabet. Beit is the second. Aleph, Beit. Now, Alpha, Beit is Greek. Alpha is the first letter of the Greek alphabet. Beit is the second. We have the ABCs. You see how shit get dumbed down the more it gets to us? Aleph had a meaning. It meant the authority figure, right? Alpha has a meaning. It means an authority figure. What does A mean? Apple? Well, Beit had a meaning. It meant house. That's what Beit means, family. B-E-I-T means house, Beit in Hebrew, right? Beit Lechem, right? Beit Lehem. Okay, now watch this. Of course, it's not Beit Lehem. They pronounce him, Chem. I studied biblical Hebrew, guys, so I can understand Hebrew, biblical Hebrew, so I understand exactly what these letters mean. So Beit Lechem means Bethlehem, the house of bread. Beta male, right? Bait. Notice the word is bait. And when I speak, people often just from what their own knowledge is, they get upset and they project. When what I'm telling them is the simple truth. And based on where they are in their vibration of understanding, they disagree and they judge. But Kevin has not lied to them. Do you understand? Kevin has not lied to you guys. Jamie, block Vincent Stewart. He has lost his way. He is no longer able. I'll got him. I'll block him. He is no longer able to think critically, and he has derived to nothing but insults. When you can't understand something, guys, it is in your own immaturity. It is in our own immaturity that we insult. Do you understand? Be slow to wrath and just listen. You might learn something that can help you in your life, okay? You may hate me right now, but most people, after studying some of the things I talk about, they change their mindset. They no longer hate me after they realize that what I've been trying to do is set them free from their own ignorance, okay? Their own enslavement of religare, religion, okay? Now, I want to add this. Whatever you personally believe in is true, for you are God and you are creating the world. So if you believe that Jesus is God, then Jesus is God. And I'm not here to take that from you. If you believe that Allah is God, then Allah is God. If you believe that Krishna is God, Krishna is God. If you believe there is no God, there is no God. Do you see what I'm saying? Your world is exactly how you say it is. There's no need to argue with me. I can't tell you what your world is. Your world is only based on your acceptance and your knowledge. And when you grow, your world will change. Only you can change your world. I cannot. So this is why I'm able to talk with Christians and talk with Muslims and vibe with them and understand exactly where they're coming from, because if they believe in it, I believe in it with them. If they believe that God is empowering them, then thank you, Jesus. If they believe that God is helping make their life better, then thank you, Yahweh. If they believe that Allah is giving them structure, then praise be to Allah. I'm not here to contend with you. I'm here to give you truth and light. Do you understand? So let's go back to the depiction of the Last Supper. Now that you guys know that Jesus was born in Bethlehem to a virgin, a maiden, and he is called the bread bringer, the bringer of life, the bringer of light, right? The manna, right? All these things are testifying to the fact that Jesus is born of Virgo, right? Or the sun in Virgo. These are the stories that was told. Okay, so what I'm telling you guys is the narrative in the Bible. It's talking about the sun in the sky, not a person. We just give it names. We give it name. We have many names for him. Horus, which translates to hours, H-O-U-R-S. H-O-R-U-S is Horus. The same way Neo makes one. Eon, it's called an anagram, meaning the words are jumbled, so you mess them up. All right, guys. So let's go back to the Last Supper real quickly. Let's look at how the Virgo is sitting, and let's look at the Virgo's zodiac. But let's go back to the Last Supper first. Let's look at her. See how she's kind of looking here? Kind of leaned over. We've seen that M and things of that nature. You see her hands and stuff clasped together here. She's just chilling because she doesn't belong, family. They're pointing at her neck right here because they're like, this ain't no woman, bro. Right? Now, Jesus is born of this virgin, so he's sitting right here beside his mom, or the sun in Virgo. Okay. Now, right here beside him is Libra. Libra is the judge, right? The balance of the scales. I know you guys can already see the arms going out on Libra here, and know that this is absolutely the Libra sign. Libra goes around like this. And I don't know if you guys can see my mouse. You can see my mouse. That's good. Okay. So Libra goes down like this in a straight line, up like this, a little hoop, and then it goes straight again, right? Let's go look at Libra. Because you're like, guys, I can't be lying to you now. It'd be too much damn coincidence if I'm just sitting here making this stuff up, right? I mean, Libra, my bad. Okay. Look at the Libra logo. You guys see the Libra logo? See how it goes out and around and then out again? Just like that, right? The Libra represents the scales of justice, judgment, balance, right? Now let's go back to the Last Supper logo or motif. And there you have it. Balance. Right? Now, right behind Libra is Scorpio, family. Right? Scorpio. And Scorpio is holding his finger up right here. Remember, I'm the Scorpio. I'm Judas. I'm going to sting you. Right? I'm Judas. I represent Scorpio. Did you guys know that the story of Judas is told when the sun is in Scorpio, the backbiter, the hard-shelled person, the backbiter, the Scorpio, that they call the sting of a scorpion looks like a kiss. So Judas kisses Jesus, but they're talking about the Scorpio. Do you know why they tell this story? Because when the sun is in Virgo, it is summer, it's spring. Now, when the sun goes through Libra, through judgment, it's going through fall. Okay. Now you got your hottest month right here in Virgo. When it goes through Libra, it begins to slow down. Okay. Now, when it hits Scorpio, it's starting to get cold. Okay. The sun is about to start going dormant into winter, right? So the sun is going through these ups and downs like this. So the sun is right here at its highest because it's in Virgo, right? It's its brightest, it's its hottest in the sun. I'm just put my hand up here so you can see my arrows. As it goes down like this through winter, it gets hot, right? So like say if the sun is up here, it's summer. If it's down here in the lower parts, then it's winter, right? So the sun goes up and down, right? So right here you got the judge, then you got the scorpion. The scorpion kisses Jesus and stings Jesus because Jesus is about to go dormant. He's about to die so he can rise again. And this is why the story is told that Judas leaves the table after Jesus gives him bread. Jesus gave him bread. I know you about to snitch on me and tell everybody who I am. Judas like, no, I'm not. Man, take your bread and do your bidding. Go ahead and do what you got to do, man. Just take your bread. Jesus gave him bread because it's symbolic that Jesus is wheat. He's the bread, okay? He gives it to Judas, and Judas goes and sells Jesus out. He tells the Pharisees, the man that I kiss is Jesus. The man that I sting is Jesus. The sting of a scorpion looks like a kiss. The scorpion is called the backbiter because it stings you or bites you with its back tail. Do you understand? But this right here is the scorpion holding up his claw, his stinger, saying, oh, I got you because I'm about to sting you and you're going to get very tired and go through judgment. This is when Jesus is going to be judged by Pontius Pilate. Then he gets pierced in the side with a sharp instrument when he's on the cross, right? And then Jesus dies. Remember, Sagittarius is a man with an arrow. I want you guys to see this now. There's judgment on Jesus because he was kissed by Judas Iscariot, okay, which is the scorpion. Sagittarius is who pierces the side of Jesus. Sagittarius's attributes are honesty, shooting straight. That's why it's represented with an arrow. Look at Sagittarius here, pointed within his chest, being emotional, like, I'm trying to tell you straight. I'm trying to tell you something, right? Now just watch this. Let's look at the Scorpio logo. Let's look at the Scorpio logo, family. Here we go. Boom, and there goes that finger pointing right there. See that finger pointing? That's that stinger, guys. That's that scorpion's tail stinging. You understand? Let's see here. Hang on. So anyway, the backbiter, this thing that looks like a kiss, right? Holy Hemet says, thank you for the bars. Thank you, King. Thank you. And a lot Holy Hemet and many others are well versed in a lot of this information, so they know I'm not capping. Okay. Let's go back to our Scorpio. To our screen for the motif, the Last Supper, and we're gonna build on that. And I'll be ending this live soon. We're gonna build on this even more, family. All right, so here we are right here now. The scorpion has revealed himself. Now we go into Sagittarius. No, see that Sagittarius, like I said, is pointing inward to his heart, depicting that he is being honest, that he is a straight shooter. Let's go look at the Sagittarius logo now. Let's go look at it. Let's do this. Watch this. The Sagittarius right here. This is the logo right here. Now notice it's a cross, and if you turn it upside down, it's a cross sticking in dirt. You can see the cross, right? It's shaped like an arrow, but if you turn it upside down, it is a cross, right? But this sting right here is what puts the sun down. When the sun goes through Sagittarius, it begins to decline. It begins to descend. And if you go look in Greek culture, the sun always contends with Scorpius or Scorpio, right? There's always this war right in here where whatever god they're referring to in Greek goes through this war with this minotaur, centaur, or a shot, and that is when they begin to descend. It's all telling the same story about the sun going through the zodiac. I'm serious, guys. I'm not making this up. Next time, I'm going to share to you other motifs, other stories from other cultures that's told when the sun is in Virgo and goes through Sagittarius, and all of them, that god end up getting attacked, poisoned, shot. In some way, it gets weakened to where it goes through death and rises again. But Sagittarius is where the turning point always happens, because simply the sun seems to hide from Sagittarius. If you look in the constellations, if you're watching the sun, when the sun gets to Sagittarius, it seems to drop down below Sagittarius. And that's the only story they're only talking about. They're only looking into the sky, looking at the sun as it goes through these stars and talking about how it interacts with the stars. I swear to God, y'all. Okay. Now let's continue. Let's go back to the Last Supper. Who do we have next on the list, family? We have none other than Capricorn. Okay. Now this is Capricorn. This is December, because in December the sun rises again, right? So August, September, October, November, December, August, September. It's October that becomes those fall months. September's still pretty warm. Then we get into October is when the sun starts to go down. It'll get further from the earth, so it starts to get colder, right? So November, of course, we're going to go ahead and put the sun under in November, going into December, because it's now full-blown winter, meaning the sun is underground in hell, taken from the devil, the keys to death, hell, and the grave. I'm not making this up, okay? When Jesus get put on the cross here, the earth is supposed to shake, right? And he goes to hell and takes from the devil the keys to death, hell, and the grave. This is the parable. This is the narrative, the literature, right? And all this happens on Mount Sinai, okay? Mount Sinai, which is the same place that my man Abram, okay, which is the first ram, Abram, which is the first Aries, Ab meaning first, Ram meaning Aries, of course, or leadership. Abraham, where he walks his son up that same mountain to sacrifice his son. The same story, the son being sacrificed by the father. But when he gets to the top and he was going to do it, there was a ram in the bush. Why did the Bible use a ram? Because Abraham is an Aries. Everything that goes on in these stories show you who this person is. Jesus always spoke of bread and wheat. Abraham had a ram in the bush. Moses had to sacrifice sheep and ram in order to survive Egypt, right? Because we were coming into Aries, and Moses is representative of an Aries. Y'all don't believe me, do you? Let's put a pin in this. Let's see this. It's like they don't believe nothing I'm saying. I can see straight through y'all. Y'all don't believe y'all guy. Y'all don't believe me. Y'all think Kev a lot of y'all. Y'all think Big Kev a lot of y'all. Let's see this. Y'all think Big Kev will tell y'all a lie? Is that what y'all thinking? Let's have some fun here. Let's have some fun. Who ready to have some fun? Look at this. It's very simple to understand too, subliminal. Thank you. It's true. Look at this. All I did, guys, was type in Moses. Now, you guys don't want to believe Moses is in Aries, right? Now, I want to make sure that this pops up every time. So I want to pull this up. We don't want to believe Moses is an Aries, right? Okay, let's see if this shows first off. I want to just click on my images here. Here's the first image. We like Moses like this. Let me see if it changes for me. It did good. So we like Moses right here, this version of Moses, right? Just a man, right? Which is crazy because this takes place in Africa, and this right here is clearly not an African man. But anyway, so that's what we like to see Moses as. Let me show you this version of Moses. This is Moses too, y'all. All I did is typed in Moses. Why y'all think y'all see them two light horns going from his head? Why does Moses command everyone to blow a shofar, which is a ram's horn? Why does Moses command all of the Israelites to sacrifice sheep and put the blood of the sheep over the door? Why, if Moses is not in Aries? See, in Egypt, they were told to worship the calf, the cow, Apis. Apis, guys. Look up Serapis. Then you know more about Apis, the bull, which is the Taurus. I told you guys it goes in order, okay? It goes backwards when it talks about going through the eons, right? Every 1,000 years, you call that an eon, right? So that is going to go backwards. So you're going to go Taurus, Aries, and Gemini, Taurus, Aries. So the Bible starts off in Gemini when it's talking about the ages. It starts off in Gemini. So it starts you off with Adam and Eve, Jacob and Esau, Cain and Abel. Notice how all these are twins, right? Then it goes into Taurus. The bull means slavery. We know that the bull is synonymous with slavery. It talks about being unequally yoked in these chapters. It talks about the Egyptians going into slavery in these chapters. They went into Egypt to get necessities, right? To find refuge, but they were enslaved, right? So they were forced to worship Apis, the bull. This is why they built a golden calf. The reason God is infuriated that the golden calf was built is because we're out of the age of Taurus. This is the age of the ram. So you should be blowing the ram's horn, not building any calves. So the story of the Israelites building the golden calf never happened. This is the Bible's way, the parable's way, or the literature's way, the narrative's way of showing you that the sun is going through a different constellation, or we're in a different age. We're in a different age now. We're no longer in Taurus, we're in Aries. So we no longer talk about the bull or worship the bull. Now we're going to worship the ram, right? So Ramesses, right? Okay, Abram, Moses. Now watch this, guys. That's one picture of Moses. Let's continue looking at these photos of Moses real quick. Moses holding the 10 Commandments, of course. Let me see, make sure. Okay, it's doing it. Okay, we're going to get to Moses holding the 10 Commandments. We're going to keep on going. You got Moses holding the 10 Commandments. Moses holding 10 Commandments. Moses angry right here because the Israelites are worshiping false gods and he's about to break the 10 Commandments. Aries is a sign of war, a wrath sign. And this is why you have to show Moses get mad and break the very commandments that he climbed the mountain to get. Moses coming down with these, with the tablets. Moses with the tablets. Now I want you guys to keep seeing Moses with these tablets. Whoa! Moses with the tablets. And again, the motif shows horns leaving his head in the form of light. You can't make this stuff up. Now look at what Moses is wearing all the time. Red, 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 red. You know why? Aries is a fire sign. So they're always going to have Moses depicted in red or red-esque color. Right? Here he is in this dirty red. Here he is with a red cloak, talking to his people. Here he is with a red cloak on, holding the commandments above his head. Here he is with a red outfit on. Okay, red headband. Here he is with red on again. Here he is with red on again. Red. Now, guys, I'm going to show you something that's going to blow your minds, okay? Let's do something. Let's see how humans create Moses to look. Watch this. Moses statue. We're no longer talking about artwork now. They can draw anything, Kevin. I don't know what you're talking about. They can draw anything, right? Watch this, family. Do not be disturbed. This is not showing Moses as a devil. It's showing him as a ram, okay? Let's go. All that I put, family, as you can see, is Moses statue. That's all that's there. Moses statue. Y'all see that? Moses statue. Watch this. Moses statue. What y'all see right there on his head? Moses got the 10 commandments under his arm. What's on his head though, y'all? Look what it says. Moses bronze sculpture. Moses statues. Home decor. Jewish leader. Moses handcrafts. Religious character. Why does he have horns, y'all? It's not showing y'all that picture, is it? I just noticed that. No problem. Well, you guys can see it right there. He has horns. Let's see if I can pull up a better version because it went to a whole different screen. I thought it was showing that picture up close. Let's see. Still went to a different screen. Come on, man. Stay on the screen, man. Fam, quit hating. Okay, it's these are items you can buy, so it's going to keep taking me to those descriptions. So let's just go ahead down here. Here we go. Moses. Look at this big old Moses statue, y'all. Now, look at his head. Can you guys see the horns on his head? Wish there was a way to enlarge this visual. Wish I could. I ain't nothing with this computer. That's what it is. Here's another one up close, guys. You can see the ram's horns, right? Another one of Moses. Let's continue. Here we go. What is that, guys? Those appear to be goat horns, right? Or ram horns. You can't make this stuff up now. Here's Moses again. They just took me to a different screen again. Stop hating. You guys can see this, right? And if you guys can zoom in, you can see that it's like lightning that comes from his head, those lights right there, right? Showing that Moses is a motif for symbolism of Aries. And you say that's not Moses, but he's still holding the 10 commandments under his arm right here. And he has it right here. And all I did was type in Moses statue, guys. And here he is. It's another one of Moses with horns. Tablets under his arm. Another one with Moses with rays of light coming from his head, 2 of them. Here's one of Moses holding the 10 commandments with rays of light coming from his head. Now watch this. Watch this, guys. What was Abraham's name before it was changed by in the Bible, right? Before it was changed. Watch this. God called Abram, the first ram, before his name was changed to Abraham. Abram. Okay, anyway, we were in the subject of Capricorn, which is also a goat, right? Goat and fish type creature. But let's go ahead and go. Let's keep going. Let's hang on. Let's see here. Yeah, Aries is representative by war because Aries is of course, it's seen as fire. It's a fire sign. It's the cardinal fire sign. So, of course, Aries, the god of war, is represented by Aries. You know, it's said to be a warrior type sign, right? A leadership type sign, right? So quick to emotion, quick to wrath, quick to anger. That's what you would think about an Aries, right? But these are all concepts. Every Aries is not quick to anger. These are things that we use as a motif, guys. You understand? But let's continue. Let's go back to the Last Supper. Okay, so we got Capricorn right here. That's what we're talking about. Let's look into Capricorn now. We see Capricorn with his arms out. Now, this is going to blow your mind because when you see the Capricorn, it's literally identical to this image right here. Now, it's going to be pointed up. So see this guy. Imagine him pointed up with this hand up and the whole image right here kind of turned to where it's pointed up, right? Let's take a look at, let me see, I'll show you guys again. Right here where his arms are out, they're going to be turned up, okay? Watch this, family. Let me get this stuff off the screen. It's showing me too much. Okay, so watch this. Do you guys see how his arms are? Can you guys see how you see the Capricorn right here where he's like pointed out like this and it's turned up like this? So let me turn my body like this and turn it up like this. And that's what he's doing, right? He's like literally like talking about somebody. But what they did is they superimposed the image and turned it up. You see that, yo? You cannot make this stuff. I'm going in order, y'all. So what you gonna say is too many coincidences? Capricorn is seen as the goat. That's why Jesus goes to hell. Jesus contends with the goat because this is Jesus contending against death. It's Jesus in the coldest season. Okay? Winter. So he goes to deal with Capricorn, and then he rises 3 days later from the winter solstice. Now, here's what you guys don't understand. Let's do this. You guys are chasing the sun, winter solstice. You know how Jesus died at 30, right? Watch this, family. Numerology is when you add your numbers to get the single digit. And the only time you don't keep reducing down to get the single digit is when it's 11, 33, or 22. These are master numbers, okay? Now, this right here is the winter solstice, okay? The winter solstice takes place on December the 21st. 2 plus 1 is 3. December is the 12th month, meaning 3. So December the 12th month, on the 21st is the winter solstice. 33 years old, Jesus died. The winter solstice is on December the 21st. So your Jesus dies at 33 because it's the 12th month, which is 3. And then the 21st day, which is 3. And you would not add that to get 6 because it's 33 which is a life path, which is a massive number. I'm a life path 33. I've never met a life path 33 in my entire life. I've met a 22. My sons are 11, believe it or not. My son Samik is an 11, and my son Israel is an 11, which are very rare. I am the most powerful, as they say. I am the 9 life path, which is the largest number in existence. There is no number larger than 9. Any number that appears to be larger than 9 is more than one number grouped together, making it a number sentence. So if I was to say Z is the biggest letter in the alphabet, the oldest letter in the alphabet, as it contains every letter in it, any letter that I put with Z is not a bigger number than Z, bigger letter than Z, right? So 9 is the biggest number that we have. Everything else is a number sentence. So the 9 is supposed to encapsulate all other emotions of every other number, right? But you have special signs, which are 33, 11, 22. These people are unique in their own right. They are very special people. And if you know one of them, you can't deny it. I'm actually interested now in meeting any of you guys who are life past 33. So King Malevi, man, hit me up on Instagram. I ain't never met a 33. I'd love to meet you, brother. Just to see what you like. Just to see what you are like. I've never met a 33 in my life. Okay. But Untold Story says, I turned 33 on December 21st. That's pretty powerful. That's pretty powerful when it comes to numerology. Some of you guys are master number 11s. That's dope. Okay, cool. All right. So listen, Jesus died at 33. So the winter went to the winter solstice on 12/21, which is 3 and 3, right? 33. Now, I want you to notice something. On the 22nd is that Jesus supposedly dies. He's dead for 3 days, 22nd, 23rd, 24th. He rises on the 25th, giving new birth to the new God. Every single time, guys, in old culture, in ancient culture, from the 21st to the 25th, the son got deified with a different name. It could have been who was in rulership at that time, or just a different name, given it a different God. I'm telling you now, this is a fact. And that's why you got so many different gods and so many different kings named after those gods and things of that nature. Okay? This makes sense. So what we're calling Jesus dying on the cross at 3 days, and we calling Christmas being the birthday, we are simply following the sun, y'all. Christmas is not a celebration of Jesus. Christmas is a celebration of the winter solstice. Constantine is who said Christians should celebrate Christmas. You guys were celebrating Jesus' birth in September, in August, in late August, under the constellation of Virgo. You guys were not celebrating the winter solstice. This is why many Christians didn't want to celebrate it. They said it was pagan, because pagans follow the sun. We still follow the sun. That's why we look at our clocks. What time is it? We want to know where Horus is, or what the hour is. Horus and hours is an anagram. It's the same word. What's the hour? Where is Horus? A sundial is a clock, and it's literally just a tool that men made to reflect the sun, to show you where the sun is. We use that same thing as a device on your arms. Yeah, it got batteries in it and a whole bunch of mechanisms, but that just complicates things. That's what makes us think that we special, that we doing something. We ain't doing a damn thing. We just mechanized the sundial. But the sundial is really an inanimate object that shows you where the sun is cast. I can put a stick in the ground and create a sundial, and you can see the sun moving. And I can tell you what time it is based on where the sun is setting. And because of where it hits the stick, it casts a shadow in a different area, and it begins to move. Yes, I am recording this, Carvin. You can definitely come back to it. So we are following the sun, guys. We are mapping the sun. Our months are mapping the sun. That's why our 12 months start over again, because we're saying the sun has gone around. Every single day we map the sun. We say it's 24 Horuses in a day, 24 hours in a day. We're constantly mapping the sun. And right here we are mapping the sun. And watch this, guys. That's the day you celebrate Christmas. Let's see the day that you celebrate Easter. Watch this, family. Let me just see if I can stay in that same no, let me just go ahead. Easter. It's called who knows what we call Easter in as far as the sun goes? Okay. Is that called the spring equinox. Isn't that what that's called, family? The spring equinox, right? Which is called Passover, what we call it Easter. Why do you call it Easter, family? Who taught you to say that? Who taught you guys to say Easter? Right? So your birth of Jesus and your so-called death of Jesus is around the sun. Your birth of Jesus is based on the winter solstice, where everybody believes that Jesus was born on Christmas Day, right? Let's see what the winter solstice is before we even go there, guys. What is the winter solstice? Let's go to the page. Winter solstice. What time does the sun rise during the winter solstice? Hang on. Where's the winter solstice? Hang on. Winter solstice. Winter solstice. Let's see. Winter solstice, Wikipedia. Winter solstice, also called the hibernal solstice, where the sun appears to hibernate. The hibernal solstice occurs when either of the Earth's poles reaches its maximum tilt away from the sun. This happens twice a year, once in each hemisphere, northern and southern. For that hemisphere, the winter solstice is the day of the shortest period of day and the longest night of the year. And when the sun is at its lowest, its daily maximum elevation in. Switch the whole thing. I thought it would continue on from there. Oh, man. Let's just do this. Winter solstice marks the onset of winter at the time of the shortest day, about December the 22nd in the northern hemisphere, and June the 21st. 6/21. June 21st. 6/21. Multiples of 3. June the 21st. Right? See if I can find it now. Let's see here. The winter solstice is called the hibernal solstice. Let me go ahead. Let me go to that. The winter solstice is also called the hibernal solstice. Occurs when either of the Earth's poles reaches its maximum tilt away from the sun. This happens twice yearly, once in each hemisphere, northern and southern. For that hemisphere, the winter solstice is the day of the shortest period of daylight and the longest night of the year. And when the sun is at its lowest daily maximum elevation in the sky, each polar region experiences continuous darkness or twilight around the winter solstice. The winter solstice occurs during the hemisphere's winter. In the northern hemisphere, this is the solstice, or the 21st or the 22nd of December. In the southern hemisphere, it's the June solstice, which is the 20th or the 21st. It's always those days, family. Although the winter solstice itself lasts only a moment, the term also refers to the day in which it occurs. The term midwinter is also used synonymously with the winter solstice, although it carries other meanings as well. Traditionally, in many temperate religions or regions, the winter solstice is seen as the middle of the winter, although today in some countries and calendars, it is seen as the beginning of winter. Other names are the extreme of winter or the shortest day. So what they're saying is, in other cultures, they don't call it winter until the winter solstice occurs. So we calling it winter in early November, right? But what other countries and regions call winter is they're not looking at calendars made by humans, the Gregorian calendar. We're not looking at that. They are looking at the sun. And they say winter starts on the solstice, whenever the days become long and you can see the universe tell you it's winter. So if that's the case, when does summer start? In America, not Africa. Summer would start when? When would spring start? Forgive me. Would it be cold months or warm months? I just want to know. Warm months, right? because things spring back. The world is restarting. We call the beginning of the year January. It's still in the cold of winter. So why are we calling it a new year? It's not a new year until you get new life and new things, but we call death new. They teach us to do this, family, with Towers of Babel. Let the new year come around. Oh, it's the new year. Why? Because the calendar told you that. We are human beings who don't even understand the world around us. Animals know when to migrate. They don't look at a calendar. They're following the temperature and the sun, family. We stopped doing it a long time ago when we got colonized and told literature was the way of the world. Clocks was the way of the world. The matrix was the way of the world, taking us far from our natural states. They got us worshiping the sun, calling it Jesus, and getting mad when somebody try to rescue you from the daggum religare that has been placed on you, right? But now that you know I ain't capping about the winter solstice, let's go ahead and go back to our the Last Supper, because we just showed you Capricorn. Now it's time to show you Aquarius. Okay, the man holding a pitcher of water. Now I want you to notice his hands. Look at the bottom hand like it's flat. Look at the top hand like it's holding something up to balance it, right? It's a man holding a pitcher of water. Look at his hands, y'all. Now let's go look at the Aquarius logo. Okay, family. So here we are with the Aquarius logo. It looks like vibration, don't it? They say, why is a water? Why are you holding water? But it's actually an air sign. Why is all of that? Why? That's so crazy. Water, but it's an air sign, right? That's all these weird questions about it. It's a very unique sign here, but it's a man holding a pitcher of water, which is representative of information, right? Life. Okay. They asked Jesus, when will be the end of the age? And Jesus tells them, go and you will see a man bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him. Jesus tells them, you will know it's the end of Pisces, because they're asking Jesus, when is the end of the age? They're referring to the zodiacal age that we live under, which was Pisces. When is the end of the age? Well, when you see a man bearing a pitcher of water, follow him. In other words, when we are in the age of Aquarius, we will no longer be in the age of belief, which was Pisces. We will be in the age of the know. And that's where beautiful Kevin Wesley rises from, the age of the know. See, 2024 marks the year of revelation. And it's time now that some understanding takes place, family. Okay? So that's the man bearing the pitcher of water. Okay? Now, here we go. Go back to the Last Supper. Last but not least is Pisces. Both palms are facing up. Gemini, both palms are facing out. Notice this right here. Pisces represent the two, hands, feet. Pisces got both hands pointed up. You see this, right? They put nails in Jesus' hands or wrists. He walked on water. He washed feet. All these are indicative that Jesus represents the Pisces, the age of belief, right? So let's go look at the Pisces logo. This is why they say Virgos and Pisces don't get along. Virgo is an earth sign. Pisces is a water sign. Virgos are rooted in fact and truth, and Pisces live in belief. Belief. If a Virgo and a Pisces is having a deep conversation, they're probably going to get lost, as the Virgo is going to be talking about facts and life, things that can be quantified, and the Pisces will be talking about beliefs, okay? Things they believe, and they have a hard time separating what they believe from actual reality, okay? They are dreamers, okay? Everybody knows this. This is why they say Pisces are very creative. They have very big imaginations because they live in the area of the dream world, okay? But this is the Pisces family. The two fish that constantly are going about each other, chasing each other's tail, right? That's the Pisces. Now watch this. You guys see this? The Jesus fish. Why do you guys think you guys use this as representation of your God? Does the Bible tell you to do this? And this is what I mean by a lot of believers do not actually live for themselves. They follow the crowd. Okay, so you will find them with these images all over themselves, whether it be a tattoo, whether it be a necklace, whether it be an emblem on their car, and they are using this to describe Jesus. This is representation of the age of belief, family. They say, well, Jesus took a fish and broke it and fed it to a multitude. Jesus went fishing and spoke about good and bad fish, how you throw the bad fish back, or the bad fish actually get burned up, or the good fish go back with the maker. But what happens to the good fish? They get eaten, right? In the same scenario, the bad wheat, separating the wheat from the shaft will be burned up. But the wheat will be what? Taken back with its master to be what? Consumed. Meaning that if you're a good person, you're going to die one day. If you're a bad person, you're going to die one day. Ain't no different. We all go to the same place. Ain't that crazy? We all go to the same dirt. You can spend your life being a good person. All it takes is somebody to lie on you and ruin your good name. You can be a good person and make one mistake, and all it takes is somebody to see it and ruin your own good name. So whether you strive to be a good person or a bad person, don't put ego into it, because you don't matter either way. And that's why Buddha is laughing. You still die. You still become dust. And your right or wrong is only based on somebody else's opinion. Don't get so caught up in it, family. Does that make sense? Now, I'm going to show you guys one more thing, and we're going to bounce for today, and we'll come back with more teachings on this. Okay. Let's see. Let me go back to my Last Supper. Well, again, I want to show you guys this, because the question is, does Kevin think he is God? I want you guys to, well, I answered that question. Yes, we are all the soul of God. What lives inside of us is God. These vessels are not God. They are biological vessels that our soul feels, and that soul is God. Okay. And that's what makes us all God alone. And you alone are God, right? Your soul is God, but everybody else's soul is also God. Okay. We believe that we are individuals because we're separated through these vessels, and these vessels separate our emotions. And that's why we can so-called think for ourselves and have different perspectives. But outside of these bodies, our souls are one. They go back into each other. We are one family. Okay. Now I want to show you guys Jesus, though. Jesus is the Son. I want to show you guys this. Okay. Watch this. I'm going to take you to your most recent culture, Greek, that comes from the Hebrew. Okay. Watch this. Now, for those of you who do not want to believe that Jesus is simply the Son, well, you don't have to believe it, but I'll tell you this. The world thinks that, and that's why the world symbolizes Jesus as the Son. That's why he always has a sun disk behind his head. Let me show you guys. This was what they used before they turned Jesus into a man. Jesus was the Son. His name was Jesus, which is Jesus. 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 Okay. Now I want you guys to see these images. This is a sun that says Jesus. Now you can't speak Greek, so you don't really understand it, but it's I eta S, right? So H is eta, Eta in Greek. Now, so it's not IHS. That's an E family. And E is interchangeable. It's IES, Jesus. And so notice it's the Son. Notice it has 12 disciples around it. The Trinity and 9 disciples around that, which makes it the 12 disciples around Jesus. Okay? IHS. Now, they simply called that Jesus family. Jesus didn't get turned into a man until later, but it was always the Son family. Do you understand? Watch this. H in Greek. The letter H in Greek has been adopted by the Greek and the Phoenician letter. Phoenician means to speak, means not written down. Phoenician means to speak. Like phone comes from the word Phoenician. Telephone, hooked on phonics, comes from the word Phoenician. It means to speak, and there is not a word that can take that language. So, like say, animals speak Phoenician. You can't read barks, but they can hear and understand each other. So Phoenician is a language that is understandable, but it does not take writing the word down to understand it. So any culture of people that you go to who do not use words or written words as a language, but they do speak to each other, they speak Phoenician, because there is no English, there is no what's the best word, a paper way, or it has not been set out to where you can learn it by simply reading it and writing it. Okay, so Phoenician is simply just spoke. Okay, so the letter H had been adopted by Greek from the Phoenician letter het or et, originally with its consonantal sound value, and eta was its original name. The Italic alphabets and untimely Latin adopted the letter H from this Greek usage, heta. Now, watch this. How would you pronounce the H in Greek, right? Watch this. Come on, let's go Greek alphabet. Greek alphabet, guys. Let's do this. Alpha, beta, kappa, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta. See that? Eta. Eta. Theta, iota, kappa. You see that, right? Eta. Now watch this. Y'all don't see that, do you? I'm sitting here showing y'all that. It didn't even show it to you, did it? It's not showing that to you. Hang on. Okay, let me go back and make it show it, because it's acting stupid again. Here we go. Okay, so you guys can see it now. All right, good. You've got, okay, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, right? So you guys see that it's pronounced eta, not heta, right? So what does IES mean? IES means son family. As the son would say, yes. That's why they say Yeshua. right? The sun says yes. It goes up and down saying yes, right? The sun says yes. Jesus, Yeshua, Yahweh. Notice that, right? The sun says yes, Yeshua, yes, 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 Jesus, Jesus, right? Sun Zeus. Why is Zeus behind it? Because it's Zeus. You're saying Sun Zeus. That's what it is, guys. You can't make this stuff up. That's why whenever you go get into Spanish or anything like that, when you get into the J and the H, these words are interchangeable. That's why the J is pronounced with an H. That's why Jesus can be Jesus, right? Because these things become interchangeable. So you have to understand language. You can see how humans thought about these concepts back then and how they evolved over time to us believing that Jesus is a man who was born of a virgin, a literal virgin, who died for our sins. Now, again, if you believe that based on reading a book and the people that grew up around you in your country bumpkin town or whatever the case may be, that's up to you and that's fine. If it gives you power, then be powerful. But what I'm trying to say is there's more to the world. And when you go back and you can understand where religion came from and how it was derived, how it's grown, then you can understand that maybe your beliefs are not rooted in anything that is based on truth or fact, but it's actually rooted into your own accepted purview. Do you understand? If your family taught you about Christianity, that's what you're going to feel strongly about. Does this make sense? So an interwoven ideology that seems like reality, but it's not actually based in truth. So anyway, family, we about to end up ending this live, but I want to say this to you all. You have your literature and you can believe in that literature. But I want you guys to understand that you are actually all powerful and all knowing. How am I all knowing? Because you're calling knowledge information. If you only understood that knowledge is not information, family, it is something that supersedes information. And I'll give you an example. You don't have the information on how to make your blood coagulate and you scab. You don't have the knowledge on how to heal yourself. You don't have the knowledge on how to send oxygen to your blood through your bloodstream. You don't have the knowledge on how to make your heart beat, the information. You don't have the information on how to build a baby inside of you if you are a woman and to tell your nipples or your breast to make milk. Your baby does not need a book to tell it to grab onto your breast and suckle, right? Men don't tell themselves when to hit puberty. There's no book that tells us that. This is not information. This is knowledge. Your body is born with all the knowledge that you will ever need. Just like every other animal was born with everything in them that they need. So were you. But they told you needed school. They told you got to learn history, math, arithmetic. This is all the matrix. You don't need any of that stuff. If you want it, go learn it. It's fine. We do have a past. If you want to learn these things, that's fine if you want to learn. But what I'm telling you is outside of the knowledge that you take on in your mind, you have all you need to survive in this world. Trust me, you are a powerful being. I need you to understand that. And you don't need books or platitudes to try and show you that. This is the real truth. You are all knowledgeable. Even though you do not know how you are doing it, you are, because the knowledge is not in your brain, it's in your DNA. And that supersedes your brain. So you are all knowing. And this is why you are able to do all things. This is why you can break down foods. And even when you die, you know how to become the earth again. If you did not know, you just lay there as a corpse. But the sheer fact that you know how to become the earth again, even after you seemingly not have consciousness in your body, proves that you are God. You are all knowing, family. Okay? I need you guys to understand this. Until you accept that you are God, you can never have God's kingdom. I keep saying God is the universal consciousness, and we are that universal consciousness. God yearns to know and explore the full spectrum of existence through its reflections, okay? From the depths of despair to the heights of love. To experience this kaleidoscope of emotions, God creates a myriad of versions of itself. Us, each a profound version with potential, with a unique vessel with profound potential for profound understanding. God creates a myriad of versions of itself. Each one of us is a unique vessel with potential for profound understanding. Yet we are momentarily confined by our meat suits, our flesh, our earthly vessels that house that divine spark within us, that is God. These vessels, however, breed separatism, ego, and ignorance. It's the paradox of our earthly existence, the yin and yang, the balance of it all, the temporary illusion of that we are separate from the cosmic whole, but we are not separate from the cosmic whole. We eat the sun, yo. They say it lives outside of our solar system, yet we consume it. Why? Because you're made up of it. We are children of it. So even though we live on earth, how is it that we are able to consume things that should be alien? It lives outside of earth, family. If you can consume it, it already lives within you and you are not separate from it. Otherwise, you could not interact with it. So the sheer fact that you can absorb this sun that is millions and millions and billions of miles away and eat of this sun to survive shows that you are part of the sun as well. So we forget that we are part of the whole, the cosmic whole. As we traverse this earthly journey, we grapple with emotions and experiences that God seeks to fathom. God wants to know these experiences, so we got to embrace them, y'all. Our struggles are the canvas in which the divine paints the masterpiece of self-discovery. So, like, when I say our struggles are the canvas in which the divine paints self-discovery, it's because when we go through things and we experience different things from interacting with certain people, places, or whatever, we come up with our own opinions based on how we feel about it. You understand? So to be absent from the body should be to transcend the limitations of our fleshly vessels and to reunite with the cosmic source, erasing the illusion of separatism. The moment that you are dead here and you transition, you know that you are God, and you know that there's no hell, and you know that there's no heaven. It all exists within you. You've experienced it. Hell and heaven is a state of the mind. Like I said, picture a bottle within a vast ocean. Our soul, our essence, surrounded by the divine. Remove the cap, the water returns to the ocean, becoming the ocean again. Just as our essence merges back into the cosmic consciousness. It is the journey through separateness, through our earthly vessels, that unveils the profound tapestry of our interconnected existence, family. Embrace and understand that you are God, as is everyone else. Now, you may say, Kevin, that is arrogant for you to think that. Arrogance is a word that's supposed to shame you from coming into your God self. Don't you ever be afraid to admit that you are God, because God is you. I am my Father, because if you take my blood and look at it, it'll say I'm 99% him. I am my mother, because if you take my blood and look at it, it'll tell on me every time, yo. So the truth is, I am my mother and father. I am my brother and sister, as we are made up of the same soup. I am my grandparents. I am the ones before them, and I am the ones before them. And if you keep going back, I am John. I am Abraham. I am Adam and Eve, and I am the creator of Adam and Eve. I am God, and so are you. Wake up to that fact, y'all, and you will have true power beyond anything you could ever imagine. And that power is the knowledge itself. If you're thinking about power to be some type of superficial thing, shooting out magic and making everything go your way, you're crazy. God can even make everything go his way. That's why you have sin and chaos in the world. That's why God gets angry about it, because he ain't the one that's making it happen. He didn't want to be in control. God wanted these vessels to have free will so he can truly know himself through these vessels. So the moment you give him free will, you don't have control. You only have the ability to observe and learn through what you created, family. So embrace the understanding that you are God, as is everyone else. This realization isn't a claim of superiority, but it's acknowledgement of our shared divinity. It's a beautiful thing, family. I am not saying I'm superior. I'm saying that I am you and you are me. We are one and the same. It's because you will not acknowledge that you are God that you think I'm trying to sound superior. I accept that I'm part of the all. So this realization is not a claim of superiority. It's an acknowledgement of our shared divinity. In recognizing the divine within ourselves and others, we dismantle the walls of separatism, allowing the symphony of existence to harmonize. We are supposed to come together with one mind to create something, family. But we contend with each other. It's my dreams against yours. It's what I want against yours. If we pull back from that and look at the world for the greater good, we would create something that benefits all of us. If you look at any situation and remove your ego, you will say something that benefits every party within that. But if you're speaking through ego, you're going to lean and be biased towards a man, a woman, or whatever case you think you relate the most to. See through the eyes of God. Now, family, as we take on this life, this what we call a life session, okay, I invite you guys to shed the illusions of ego and embrace the profound truth that we are all facets and reflections of the divine, exploring the grandeur of existence. May your words one day resonate as a powerful, powerful symphony, just as mine do. That way you're no longer envious of my powerful words and my impact on others in the world. I hope one day you awaken others to the majestic truth that we are indeed one with the cosmos. Now, I'm dropping the link. I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to come up and speak. I don't want to hop off here in case somebody wants to, ask me a question or challenge me in any way or say if they understand what I'm saying. Guys, you're going to take a few moments to speak. I'm only going to be up about 10 more minutes, and we're going to hop right back down. So while I'm giving you guys a moment to do that, I'm going to heat my coffee up that I didn't even sip this whole time, okay? Now, listen, I want you guys to come up here and talk to me. Don't be afraid, okay? If you guys disagree with what I'm saying, that's absolutely fine. This is not about arguing. It's not about debating. It's based on the lens you see through and the things that you have come to understand, your belief system, okay? So I'm not here to judge anybody for their belief system. I want that to be known. I think I hear somebody. Give me one moment, guys. I can't see my screen. Andrea Carson, welcome in. Peace.
Hey, King, how are you?
I'm doing amazing. How are you?
This was so awesome.
Thank
I
you.
hate I was late. I'm sorry.
It's
I hate
okay.
I was late. I've been looking for you to do this for a while, so because I got so many questions. Now I'm not for sure if I might cut out because my YouTube been acting funny on my phone, but um, I got so many questions, especially after my daughter took sick. It just put me in a whole different space from the tradition of, you know, how we, look at God. I heard you say earlier as well about, you know, how we say God had nothing to do with what happened to my daughter. You know, I do believe in it's got to be something other than what we were taught. Out of all these years, I've been going to church, believing in God for all my life, but I just have questions now because I can't understand um, what's happening, why things happen. Because I know with me, I am a genuine person. I love everybody. I try to treat people how I want to be treated. My daughter was she's the sweetest kid ever. Like I've never seen someone that loved people the way she did. Love family. Like she would put her life down for her family.
Yes, ma'am.
But to see this happen to her at such an early age, I'm battling. I'm in a spiritual warfare because I can't understand it.
Yes.
How something like this can happen to such a sweet person. And, I've never tried to mistreat anybody or, purposely hurt anyone. But, this tragedy that I'm facing is very, I don't know. Trying to find understanding in it.
Hmm.
And then I'm like, okay, I've been following God for a long time. I've been, you know, doing what I thought was the right thing. So why am I suffering this? But then you have her father who gave up on her, you know. He walked away and hadn't set eyes on her since. But he gets to move through life and travel. He got remarried, he's doing all these things, but I'm here to face this tragedy every day.
Hmm.
I've been dealing with a lot of tragedy with my mom, my sisters, my brothers. Like, I did my YouTube channel talking about just battling through the depression and grief. You know, um, I'm lost. I'm trying to find an understanding in it, and so I'm like, am I supposed to be following this tradition? you know,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
I don't think these other people are. So, am I on the wrong side of this spectrum?
So I want to say this to you. First of all, condolences to you. Many of us will never understand what it's like to bury a child. And I don't think we should. I think that's something that we should never have to face. But that also means that every child will have to bury their parents. And I don't think they want to do that either.
Well, my,
Um,
my daughter's still here, Kevin. She just can't walk or
okay.
talk anymore. She suffered the
Oh,
cardiac
forgive me.
arrest.
Okay.
Yeah, she
Forgive me.
suffered
Okay.
the cardiac arrest, and they had to resuscitate her. So she suffered the brain injury, so she's not able to walk or talk. But it's
Okay. Yes,
still
ma'am.
like a death though, because she's not the
Hmm.
child I had for 17 years. You know?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Um, so what I would say to that is, I always say this thing: Buddha is always laughing. If you look up statues of Buddha, he always has a big laugh on his face and
Mhm.
things like that.
Mhm.
And so the reason is, every one of us have this individual perspective of the world, and we're trying to avoid danger. We're trying to be good people. We're trying to manifest our destinies. And the reason it's
Mhm.
funny to Buddha is because life is simply but a dream. Um,
Mm.
so every one of us that comes to this earth, none of us are exempt from dying. None of us are exempt from any of the things that can happen to us negatively or
Right.
positively in this world.
Right.
But when we are living in this vessel, we become dramatic with it. If something happens to people all across the world every day, but when something happens to us, the questions are asked now, why me? Why? And that's the beauty of God, because the goal is understanding through your vessel. If we lose someone close to us, or like you said, your daughter's life changed due to something she went through, of course you're going to ask yourself, why me? Why her? She's such a good person. The
Mhm.
reason Buddha is laughing is no one is exempt, whether you're good
Right.
or bad. It rains on the just
Right.
and the unjust. I
That's
always say the
true.
universe is 100% fair. If I jump off my balcony right now, I would hit the ground and I would end my life. If a
Mhm.
baby fell off this balcony right now, they would hit the ground and end their life. It would seem
Mhm.
unfair. They didn't even mean to. And I knew what I was doing, right? But that's
Mhm.
just how life is. Someone can cross the street without looking and lose their life. They didn't even
Yeah.
do nothing to nobody. They just wasn't paying
Mhm.
attention, you know?
Mhm.
And so
Mhm.
you look at Christianity, you look at Buddhism, you look at Zoroastrianism, Hinduism. Each one of them have a culture that they believe in thoroughly, and they believe that because of their beliefs, God takes care of them, that their life is better off. Christians believe that if they pray to God, they'll be healed from their diseases. I've
Yes.
had people tell me that because I didn't share the same beliefs as them, that I wouldn't be healed by God, right? And
Mm.
things of that nature. So I want you to notice something. In every single religion, they believe that their belief system heals them and keeps them from certain sicknesses, right?
Right. Mhm.
But we can say practically, if we look at this through a practical scope, no matter what religions you are in as a group of people, people die at the same rates of diseases in every
Mhm.
culture you live in.
Mhm. Yes.
So let's take a atheist society, such as like say Asia. Okay, they don't believe in gods. They still die of cancer, heart disease. They get in
Right.
car wrecks. Okay, you
Mhm.
go to some foreign country where it's third world country. They still die the same things. You go to Christianity. So you always notice that regardless of what your belief is, practically no one in that belief benefits any more than anyone from any
Anybody
other
else?
belief. So
Exactly.
Buddha says, regardless of what religion you take on, you still can have bad days, right? You
Mm-hmm.
still can have close ones that you love with all your heart, and you can lose them in the blink of an eye.
Mm-hmm.
The it's a sad part of life, but it's a beautiful part of life
Mm-hmm.
because no one is around you that you should take for granted. You
Right.
understand? Regardless of who they are.
Yes.
We one day will recognize that we are gods through and through because the thing that
Mm-hmm.
takes away from us understanding that is cameras and recorders. Because I can
Mm-hmm.
freeze you and always have access to you, I do not know how special you are. But if we
Mm.
could not freeze each other, I listened to Rance Allen, how amazing he is. What if we never could freeze that and hear that again? Then this person
Mm.
existed and is gone, and nobody would ever speak of him again. You
Right.
in 100 years, no one who was alive would have even known this man. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? So
Mm-hmm.
right now, the world seems so important through our purview, but 1,000 years from now, there won't be anybody alive who even knew you. It'll make
Mm-hmm.
you feel like you don't matter. But where we
Mm-hmm.
exist is out through our interactions and the things that we taught,
Mm-hmm.
making the world beautiful in and of itself. So
Mm-hmm.
um, I may have things that I go through with my family. Just recently had a birth. I've
Right.
had things that went on in my family that caused me to question life.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
we all are going to ask those questions. But
Yes.
I think God wants to know what it's like to what makes it so bad. Like I said, the valley and the peak. God wants to know us or itself through the valleys, through the lowest places. That means losing a child. That means
Mm-hmm.
losing a mother, a father. That means
Mm-hmm.
having a child turn on you, being abandoned by who should have been your husband, being
Mm-hmm.
abandoned by who should have been your wife. These are things that God wants to experience so he can truly say he knows this. And if you could choose, if you could pick and choose your dreams so you could learn, you wouldn't be a millionaire in every dream. At some point, you would want to be challenged in your dreams. You would want to know
Mm-hmm.
what it's like to live as a poor person. So you can see
Right.
what type of person would you be if you were poor, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You might want to see what it's like to lose a mother, to lose a father, to see who you would be in that moment. And every one of us are God living out this world. And when we die, we'll have full understanding of that again. And that's just truly how I see it. Your daughter is a beautiful soul, and I'm hearing it from your mouth, and I believe every word of it. And she always has been and always will be. And it's unfortunate what has happened to her. But I would say your role in this life is to get to love your daughter through every aspect that is her. She is the great I am. So
Yes.
at one point you knew her as more active, more lively, and now you see a different version of her. This is your
Mm-hmm.
ultimate test to say what type of person would you be? Could you love your daughter the same, even if she couldn't, you know, be exceptional like everybody wants their child to be? You
Yes.
understand?
Yes.
My three oldest children, I can sit here and brag on them until, man, listen, I'll get on y'all nerves. I can go on and on and on. I've
Yes.
never had to think about what it would be like to have a child that would have some limitations. You understand?
Right. Right.
So in life, things is a challenge because I'm now getting to know the version of myself that deals with the child that has limitations,
Yes.
and it is a burden to bear. But it's beautiful because you get to know yourself when everything is up, and you get to know yourself when everything is going down, when everything is down.
Yes.
Will you
Yes.
walk away from a child simply because they're not healthy, or
Right.
will you stand strong and be everything to this
Mm-hmm.
child, even when they're not? And all
Yes.
this right here shapes, and somebody else can watch you do that, and their whole life will be changed because they watch you stand firmly by your daughter. So
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even worry about the man who walked away. In his
Mm-hmm.
life, he may seem to go through it without any burden. Like they say, ignorance is a bliss. But you and I know that ignorance is evil. So while he
Yes.
may feel like he doesn't have to worry about the pain of seeing his daughter's life change, we know that he is failing, right? So we say all of us have fallen short. This
Mm-hmm.
person is not in his own child's life. You understand? So
Yes.
I wouldn't care if he was the happiest man in the world. He is still missing out. You understand?
Yes.
So I just say be encouraged in every aspect of life. Try and be everything to your daughter that she needs. And this is
Yes.
going to challenge you to grow in this one life. So
Yes.
I always say we all chose to come here and experience this exact life. We just forgot about it. So whenever
Yes.
life seems like it's just going wrong for you, ask yourself or remind yourself, hey, I chose this. And there's something about this moment that I'm supposed to learn from. And as hard as it seems, as tough as it seems, in 10 years, you probably wouldn't trade it because the lesson that you learn from it is not worth changing it. It's
Mm-hmm.
just true. I love my mother. I lost her when I was 3. But all
Yes.
the things that I've had to learn without my mother being in my life, would I
Mm-hmm.
trade them to go back and have my mother at 3? As much as I love her, I wouldn't make that trade.
Right.
And
Right.
I always say that's a sad thing that happened, but at the end of it all, it's about what you learn and what you grow, how you
Yes.
grow. And I hope
Yes.
that makes sense to you.
Yes. I have 2 more questions for you.
Okay.
Now, what do you what I don't know how to really word it, but you know how people say fast and pray for healing? Just fast and pray and trust and believe, anoint her with oil and God will heal her. Of course, I've done all those things over these past years that she's been sick.
Hmm.
Um, no results, you know. So that's the part that I struggle with. Like, is this just a myth or is this reality? Of course,
Hmm.
I do understand wholeheartedly that no one is exempt from any sickness, any tragedy. No one is exempt, you know.
Hmm.
But the other side of me, that fleshy side of me, still wonders like why my daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
But I do understand why not, because no one is exempt, you know. But
Yes, ma'am.
I just struggle with this other part. I guess that's the spiritual part of it that I'm fighting with, like, um, because I feel God knows my heart. He knows the
Hmm.
desires of my heart. So I shouldn't always have to speak it, or confess it. You know what I'm saying? Or am I not confessing it enough?
So I would say this: God or universe does not deal with words, so to speak. So it's not what you
Mhm.
speak to God. So you don't talk to God through speaking a language. That's how you talk to humans. This is
Mhm.
how they separated us from God, teaching us that God wants us to pray to it.
Right.
God understands doing. That's why I always say, "Where are my
Mm.
doers at?" If
Mhm.
you want a garden, you don't ask for one, you go plant a seed, right? If you
Mhm.
want your body to heal, you don't ask for healing, you go on a diet and separate yourself from the negative things you've been putting in your body, and your
Mhm.
body will begin to heal itself, right?
Right.
Now, when there's an infirmity, something that happens to your body, some things we cannot change. And that's why we always say, God, grant me the serenity to be able to understand the difference in the things that I
Yes.
cannot change, that I have to live with and grow from, and the
Yes.
things that I can change. I want the strength and the mental fortitude to be able to change those things. Um,
Yes.
but some things we're not going to be able to change, and we simply have to live with them and grow through them. I
Mhm.
want you to notice how even in Christianity, they have what they call faith healers who go around healing people. But I
Mhm.
want you to notice that the one thing they never heal, that we've never seen depicted, is an amputee, right? We've never seen this.
Mm.
And most of the things you've seen were actually drama. They weren't real. These people hire people to come in there and play sick,
Oh
and
yeah.
they fake
Benny
these
Hinn.
instantaneous healings to get
Yes.
more money, right?
Benny Hinn. Yeah. Mhm.
Absolutely. So they'll put
Mhm.
you in a wheelchair or a cast, but they will never
Mhm.
show your extremity healing
Mhm.
back from the beginning, right? Now,
Mhm.
people make fun of believers and they say if God were real, there wouldn't be parking spaces that were handicapped, right?
Mhm.
That is no indication on whether or not God is real, because God has already promised you struggles. God has already said you're going to go through things. So that's silly in a way to mock Christians. That's not cool at all. Some
Mhm.
people are not going to be healed, so to speak. In that
Yes.
physical, it's going to be the thorn in your flesh. Remember, Paul had a thorn in his flesh. Doesn't really even say what it was. Some people think it was like malaria or lupus or something like that.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
every one of us are going to have that thorn that's in our flesh that you're not going to be able to shake, and you got to grow through it.
Mhm.
So I
So
know exactly how you feel, and a parent would want to be able to heal their child. But where your
yes.
healing is going to lie in you keeping your child's spirits high. They may get very deflated and depressed with the world. But what you got to teach
Yes.
teach them is you still have your imagination, and that is your true God-given ability to create. All of us may not be able to walk, but man, we got a right to be able to create and create from within. So take
Yes.
take a great joy in that, and don't stop being creative, love. And that's
Yes.
where it is, right? And so
Yes.
that's why I would say be blessed knowing that you still have your consciousness and your ability to create, because things may happen that may make it harder for you to move around.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And I think you had another question.
Oh gee, I forgot it now, but I think you pretty much, kind of summed it up. My One of my questions, and my biggest question, was I not um, you know, doing it properly? far as, praying properly or, confessing to whatever,
Mhm.
um, because I get that a lot through people when I'm talking to them and I tell them about my daughter. Oh yeah, you should, just fast and pray and ask God to do this, you know. But to me, I'll fall into that and say okay, because you believe the hype, and I do those things. But part of me says, but why should I have to confess it when He already knows who I am? He knows the
Mhm.
desires of my heart.
Mhm.
So why should I, have to fast and pray or fall on my knees and all that stuff?
So
Is that a gimmick?
no, it's not. So I'm going to tell you something now. If someone is telling you that you have to get on your knees to pray to God, or you got to pray out of your mouth to God to get
Mm-hmm.
something done, I'm going to say that those things are symbolic. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
so that's not a prerequisite that you do it that way. But
Mm.
what it's saying is faith without works is dead. Okay.
Right.
So if you
Mm-hmm.
say you believe in something and you are not actively doing anything to manifest that thing, you are blasphemous to the holy God, right? Or
Okay.
to your purpose. So in
Mm-hmm.
all things be doing it. So I would always ask, whatever my prayer is, how can I create an action that literally says that prayer? So say I want my daughter to be healed. Okay.
Yes.
What would that look like? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So to a surgeon, that looks like finding a way to go inside the body and correct the problem. To
Right.
a herbalist, it looks like finding some type of herb that can help
Mm-hmm.
to heal them from within, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that this
Mm-hmm.
is what the people who work in medicine, who heal people to this day, it's not by putting their hands on people, right?
Yes.
It's through the study of medicinal herbs and medicines,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
right? And so this is 100% true for every one of us. If it's something in life that you want, you cannot forsake the fasting and the praying. Praying means doing, right?
Okay.
Praying means
Mm-hmm.
actively doing whatever it takes to manifest your dreams and goals, right?
Okay.
And fasting means separating yourself from things that take you away from those things negatively, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that when it comes to food fasting, that to separate yourself from food, it literally does heal your body. When you stop putting, things into your body, your
Yes.
body begins to heal itself. And this is just fasting, period, right? They say around
Yes.
that third or fourth day, you start to feel very different if you can contend with that hunger, right?
Yes.
So of course it's talking about separating yourself, which some people may say that's called becoming consecrated,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
Or set apart or sanctified. If you say
Yes.
you want something, you can't be over there with everybody else. If your goals are really true, you're going to be by yourself, because that's how you manifest your dreams and goals. You cannot do it in a crowd.
Yes.
That's why they say
Yes.
you got to get alone and in your own prayer closet, because only you know
Mm-hmm.
your thoughts. And this is what makes us so beautiful individually. People
Mm-hmm.
think they can look at us and know us. It's
Right.
only you who has access to your thoughts.
Yes.
No one else knows your thoughts but you. You are all alone in this world. Even if you were surrounded by people, you're all alone, because no one truly understands you. They can't
Yes.
taste what you taste. They can't feel what you feel. They never truly going to understand you. We're only trying to find the right words so we can understand each other and vibe off what each other is saying. But no
Yes.
one will understand you. That's why they say you're born alone and you die alone, but you live
Mm-hmm.
alone. You totally, even if you're making love to somebody, you don't feel their body. You feel your own. See, if,
Yes.
if someone rubs your arm or pinches your arm, you may think you feel their fingers pinching you, but you feel your skin. You don't feel them. You've never
Mm-hmm.
felt anybody.
Yes.
That's why I say the
Yes.
world is so beautiful if we really were to
Mm-hmm.
think about it. You know what I
Mm-hmm. So I shouldn't just
mean?
continue to, because I beat myself up a lot, because, a lot of people do look at me like I'm strong, because a lot of people probably wouldn't be able to deal with what I deal with.
Yes, ma'am.
Because most people will just put, their loved ones in a home or something.
Mm-hmm.
But my out appearance look like I got it going on and I got it all together, but my inside is so destroyed. It's so emotionally fractured. So, and I think a lot of it is because I feel bad, I feel more bad for my daughter. I don't feel bad for myself. I feel bad for her.
Of course.
So I'm internalizing, I guess, those feelings,
Mm-hmm.
like sometimes I feel her pain. That's
Mm-hmm.
how internalized that I take it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that normal?
Yes, yes, and you should be blessed that you have that ability. Um, you feel like you're chaotic on the inside, but represent yourself in a positive way. So someone else sees a strong version of you, while on the
Mm-hmm.
inside of you, you actually feel weak. And this right here is what
Yes.
makes life beautiful. There's always that yin and yang. What the mighty is very weak on the inside. Have you ever noticed the weak, strong man? Um,
Mm-hmm.
David, the man after God's own heart, but also shamed God, right?
Right. Right.
Samson, the strongest man in the world, also proven to be very weak mentally, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what means. That's what it means by nobody has it all. You know. So
Mm-hmm.
what I want you to understand is you are feeling all emotions, and you can access whichever one of them that you desire. So you are
Okay.
sad for your daughter. You are in pain for your daughter, but you're also grateful to have her with you. You're still grateful to be able to interact with her, and you're grateful for many things in life.
Yes.
The moments that you are feeling consumed with how your daughter may be feeling is the moments that you are focused on her, and that's what makes it all beautiful.
Okay.
Keep your focus on her, because life is suffering. The joy and suffering are both emotions, and we shouldn't run from any one of them. You understand?
Okay.
So, of course, you're going to feel pain when it comes to your daughter and what she's going through. But again, embrace it. No emotion
Okay.
is one that we should be trying to chase over the other. Now,
Okay.
all this stuff works for the greater good of who you ultimately are and who your daughter is. I wish you could see yourself through your daughter's eyes, because while you may be feeling sadness for her, she sees a strong mother. And I would have loved to have a mother like yourself who would have stood by me through everything. So the pain that
Yes.
you feel inside of you, it's not even compared to the love that she feels watching you continue to be there for her.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Because he agreed with the doctors. They wanted me to just let her go. But
Hmm.
like I told them that, for one, I don't feel that it was my call. I had
Hmm.
no control in that. But I felt like if she was born this way, I wouldn't have left her in the hospital.
Absolutely.
And so she's still my child. So
Hmm.
regardless, I'm taking her home with me if that's what the man upstairs sees fit.
Hmm.
That's what's gonna happen. But he didn't look at it that way. She's not, her body is your body now. She's not. So he was like, see ya, you know. So
Hmm.
yeah. So
But
I
just
guess with
remember this, love. God being the creator of the universe, the creator of
mhm,
all, he still feels pain and sadness, right? He
mhm,
still looks at the world and see how humans interact and feels pain and sadness. Jesus wept. Now you're talking about an
yes,
all-powerful being.
yes,
Whenever they were telling him that Lazarus was dead,
yes,
Jesus knew then that he was going to heal Lazarus. But he cried
yes,
because of the sheer amount of emotion that they felt. So
mm,
God is very understanding.
yes.
So it's normal to be strong and feel weak. It's normal
Okay,
to look like
okay.
you are at your mightiest, but really be about to give up. That is
Yes,
completely normal.
that's me. That's me.
Yes,
Yep,
ma'am. You
that's me
represent
to
the
the
yin and
T.
yang, just like God does. We all have all these things encompassing us. So that's why I say when you begin to feel down and depressed, remember that you're also strong and mighty. You're just focusing
Okay.
on the fact that you are down and depressed right now. In order
Mm,
to get yourself from down and depression, consider the things that you are grateful for. Life, still having your daughter in your life, being able to manifest and seeing her every day. Sometimes you have to imagine the worst. What if I would have lost my daughter? And then when you think about that, now say, but she's here. And now
yes,
be grateful that you have her. And
yes.
all of a sudden you'll start noticing, wait a second, I guess I'm happy too. I am sad, but I'm happy too. And I just got to find that happiness within myself, channel it. Right. And that's why you
Mm-hmm.
speak to yourself. That prayer is not for an entity outside of yourself. That prayer is for talking to yourself.
Okay,
If you're talking
okay.
to God, trying to talk to God, the Bible
Yes.
says your prayers will hit the ceiling and come back down.
Mm,
That's not how you interact with God. So it's supposed to be an internal secret, your secret place that you interact with God. If you speaking out loud, that's your confirmations and your affirmations. So definitely speak life over yourself and to others, and that's the way to bring the best out of yourself and others. But to connect with God, it's always an inner walk. It's always in the doing that you communicate with God. I
okay,
always say
so
God
just
don't have ears. He don't hear a word you saying. God cannot be tricked. He refuses to listen to you. It's through words that you can manipulate. God don't care nothing about what you're saying. God care about your actions. If you say you want something and you're not doing the thing that gets it, God don't believe you. God,
right.
that's why God said, "Thou shalt not want." To want something is to have a desire for something that you're not willing to go chase down. thou shalt do, thou shalt be manifesting. So I don't want anything. I'm getting it. I'm on my way to having it within my grasp, but I don't want a thing.
Okay.
Because all want does is create the sensation of you lacking. It just means you don't have it. You got to know you actually do have it.
Have it.
Okay.
Okay.
You can't see life momentarily. You got to see it like God sees it. And that's why they
Mm-hmm.
say faith that surpasses your surroundings, right? Calling things that are not as though they were, because you know that you have the potential to manifest something. So it's not a lie for me to say I'm a millionaire, I'm successful, I'm strong, I'm a
She's
good
here.
father, even if I don't have children. These things are
Yes.
confirmations or proclamations that you can see in yourself. That's not a lie. So speak those
Okay.
things.
What do you think about people that speak in tongues and all that stuff? Like when they're praying and they're speaking in tongues and all that stuff.
That's an expression of having profound energy surging through your body. And everyone does this, from every religion all the way back to our ancestors. You can go back into the deepest African tribes and you can hear them when what they call the spirit, or they get the chills. You know how you get that energy inside of you? It's a profound energy that's surging through you. And so the tongue just does that. So what the colonizers did is they would watch us worship, and they would see us do that, and they would say, because they do that and we can't stop them from doing that, we're gonna tell them that's speaking in tongues. Because see, a lot of them didn't do that. That's not in their culture. So whenever they would convince black people to take on religion or beat it into them, they couldn't keep the tongues from coming from our mouth. It just was in our DNA. So they had to rewrite it and say that God gives us these tongues. But in every single tribal culture, you hear us using these tongues. Now, I'll show you, even in the Bible, it describes what tongues are. And it's not what we're doing. We are speaking an unknown language whenever we speak in tongues.
Right.
Okay. The Bible describes tongues as a known language. So this is why you had to have a translator present. If you were speaking to someone that spoke a different language, the Holy Spirit is supposed to be, based on the Bible, the Holy Spirit is supposed to come into you, and you're supposed to be able to speak to that person, even if you didn't know their language. And so that's what tongues is supposed to be. But we have perverted that. And now anytime somebody busts out with a halabosha, should have bought a Honda, or EGELLOC, I always say spell college backwards, and that's the perfect tongue. EGELLOC, right? This is what tongues sound like in church. And notice there's never a translator present. Okay.
Right.
They never explain what they are trying to say. And what happens is mostly the person that's speaking in tongues, after they get finished speaking, they'll now tell you what it means. That's not how that's supposed to work. In the Bible, when someone spoke in tongues, the translator knew that was a language, and then they would interpret the language for the people, right?
Yeah.
But what we're calling tongues is simply the utterance of words whenever we become overwhelmed with emotion. And you can be in religion, you cannot be in religion, and these things will happen to you. You know what I'm saying? So
yes, because they say that's supposed to be the language where the devil don't understand.
Right.
What you're talking about or praying about.
Yes, and that's even with the shouting too. So I've actually done teachings on this where I've shown African tribes, in their culture doing their thing. They may be standing around a fire, they may be singing music, but there's moments where that energy surge breaks through and they just hop up, and it's not with thought. It's not a choreographed dance. They are just moving. It's just free, right?
Yes.
And that's how we honestly used to worship. It was free. No one told us to grab onto the seat and stomp. And they all look the same, right?
Exactly.
If you notice, all these people's tongues sound the same. Because they learn and copy each other, Victoria, I'm about to bring you up shortly. I just want to answer and see what else Andrew
well, that's it. Thank you so much. Please do another one. Do one tomorrow, because I would definitely be in attendance. I'm gonna hit my notification, so definitely. And also, I wanted to tell you, I want to order your book, but I want you to autograph it. So how do I didn't want to order it off Amazon and then you're not able to sign it. So is it a way that I can send you the money and then you sign it and mail it?
I'll tell you what. Let's do this. I can. Yes, there's a way to do that. Yes, we could do that. If you want to do like a Cash App thing, I will probably charge you the shipping for me to resend it to you.
Okay.
But that's probably maybe about $7-8 above actually cost of the book. So my Cash App is $Rise Inreach Center.
Yeah, I got it. I sent you a Cash App before. Okay.
Okay, great. We'll make it happen. And thank you so much for the Cash App you sent before, love.
Okay, thank you. Love you.
You're welcome. And I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, bye-bye.
Peace to you, Victoria. You look nice. How you doing? You're muted. Let's see if I can unmute you.
Oh, hi. Thank you. Thank you. So do you
Yes,
as
ma'am.
always. Always good to see you. I'm so
Thank you,
happy I
bro.
finally caught you live because
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
never available when you're live. And I'm like, man, one day I'm going to catch it.
Yes,
So I'm,
ma'am.
I'm very, very pleased about that. I wanted to ask you, I'm more of a simulationist, right? I'm leaning
Hmm.
towards simulationist, right?
Hmm.
And so I believe that we we in our essence we're with source, and I say
Hmm.
source mother and father if I want to put something like that to it. And
Okay.
so source, mother and father, or oversoul, when we make that separation and come into the physical form, we're doing that to experience experimenting with what we already know and all the variations of it and the different degrees
Hmm.
of it. And then what this data does is it helps our oversoul or source to gather up the data from all of these experiences and create more simulations. And I was
Hmm.
wondering, what is your thoughts on this?
I
'Cause
wouldn't
I
disagree at
believe
all.
I believe when we die, we wake up or something and come out of it and say, wow, I was Victoria Shakur, in that simulation, and I did this and experienced that,
Hmm.
things like that. So
Yeah,
what's your thoughts on that?
you are describing exactly my beliefs with different words. And
Oh,
that's why I
okay.
think that a lot of us get upset with each other for not saying what we want to hear about our own beliefs because we can't recognize we're saying the same things, right?
Okay.
This world, the reenactments that we have with each other in this world, we believe they matter because we're momentary beings. We're living in emotion and ego. So we're thinking what we're doing right now matters in the microcosm, as into tomorrow. But over time, what's actually more important is what we learn from this entire lifespan, what we take back and then what we bring back again. So I always call our new simulations reincarnations. Our children are
Mm-hmm.
literally us in the future, right? So those are the
Mm-hmm.
future versions of us that go farther. And it's up to us to teach those new simulations or reincarnations what you learned in your lifetime so that they can better, break the cycles that was created in your lifetime to make the world a better place, right? But even in doing that, it's a simulation. Is what we're learning in this world is second to what is in the next, right? So I'm with you on that. Like what you're calling mother and father is what I'm calling God, just so I can be understanding to people who believe in God, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we know the word God is a man-made word to describe what we would call the all, right? Or the
Mm-hmm.
creator. So I
Mm-hmm.
use that word God because most people wouldn't understand what I was saying otherwise, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I love the fact that you say, mother and father, and I think you're talking about that same collective consciousness that we
Yeah.
come from, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. And
Yeah.
so and that mother and father,
I
that collective
mainly say
consciousness,
divine source. I mainly say divine source, and the reason
source,
I say
right?
that is because from what I've learned and what I know thus far, I didn't create those trees. I didn't create the
Hmm.
grass.
Hmm.
So something did that, and also in my life, uh, there are things that occurred in my life that I could not fathom. I couldn't. In other words, like I would speak something like, okay, I need a car. But I didn't say I need a black car and I want this kind of car. And then like they say, be specific. I don't do that. And because I allow the universe or I allow divine source to go ahead and take care of the thing that I can't take care of. Like I can only do so much, right? So it's things like that that has occurred in my life that lets me know there's something, you know what I mean, other than just us living in this construct. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? There's
Hmm.
something there that helps us, in other
Hmm.
words, and that is preventing the what we will call the evilness that's happening in this construct right now. Somewhere along the way, they're only allowed to do so much. What is that? You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And so that's why I have that belief or gnosis that okay, there is a divine source or an oversoul that protects us all, that us organic humans are connected to.
Hmm.
Because I don't remember creating the trees. If I did, I don't
Right.
remember it.
Well, here's the
I know
kicker.
they create clouds. We found that
Hmm.
out,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
but the animals, giraffes, and all these beautiful animals we have here, and things that give us just a sense of a pleasure just being in nature. that sensory that we get. There's really no words for it, really. We just say pleasure, sense of peace,
Hmm.
being with water and what water is. So
Hmm.
that's why I feel like there is something, and I just say source, the source of all these things. That's
And,
what I
and, that-
say.
and there you go. The source of all these things would have to
Yeah.
contain all these things, right? So
Hmm.
once you go back to the source has to contain every bit of DNA that all of nature has in it, right? So
Hmm.
if you talk about divine source, we all come from source. Now,
Right.
once we're in this world, we say, well, I didn't make the trees, right? I didn't make the other animals. I didn't make all of this. Yet all of you come from source, meaning
Right.
that you're all kin under the divine, right?
Hmm.
So if that's the same way that tree, you didn't make it, but it still has, if you look at its DNA, it's made of the same things you are,
Yep.
right? So when you look at that
Yep.
tree, it still has all the ingredients that make up you, right?
Hmm.
And I think that's so amazing. I always
Yeah.
tell people whenever they say you need more iron, they're literally talking about iron,
I,
right? Because we eat the earth, we literally eat the environment around us, we consume it, right? Just like the cells in your body. The cells may say, well, I didn't make that cell, I didn't make that cell, but they're all made up of the body. They're all a part of the all.
so Kevin, when you say, like, I'm with you on our children, is like my daughters is me in the
Mm-hmm.
future.
Absolutely.
Your sons is you in the future. However, when we leave, when I'm gone from here, seeing that this is an assimilation, what is your point of view as far as, like, do you feel like we wake up and we're in maybe what some people may say the real world, or we go into another simulation, depending on the data that we accumulated in this simulation? Or do you feel like it's just lights out and we just live through our children is still here? You know what I mean? What I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to say?
Sure.
Like, and my it's lights out for me because I'm already in my daughters, so I'm
Mm-hmm.
still here in
Mm-hmm.
this simulation.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I go to another one?
I believe that none of us will experience death, meaning the end, like complete darkness and unconscious of what's going on, like what we think would happen before we were born, right? I
Hmm.
think before we were born, we still yet had consciousness. We were God before being breathed into this world, before coming back
Hmm.
again. So whenever
Okay.
we die, we go back to simply being God. We have to destroy ego. So, like you said, the moment that you die, you're going to be saying, so I was Victoria, right? And so how do you shed being Victoria and go back to being the wind? Go back to being God. You can't hold on to the fact that you had children in this world that you probably left behind. You can't hold on to the fact that you had brothers and children and fathers and mothers. You have to shed all of this lifetime and go back to totally being God, because who you are in this lifetime
Hmm.
is literally irrelevant in the cosmos. It's
Hmm.
important your next lifetime, you won't even be born in the DNA that you have been born in this time, but your soul will still be you. So your next lifetime, you could be
Interesting.
somebody in Alaska, but you will still be you. And so whatever vessel that you're born in, whatever reality you're born in, okay, that's up to you to understand your reality based on the environment you grow up in, making you God. Over and over again, we come and we live and we get different understandings. Some people say they reach a state of clairvoyance where they can understand all of their lifetimes. You know what I mean? But
Hmm.
and I always say the world teaches us, or nature teaches us about God or source. If we take you and I, you said your children are you in the future, right?
Hmm.
We
Hmm.
know this, and this is not just talking, because if you were to pull your child's DNA, you will find you there, right? But
Right.
even though you're not conscious of who your ancestors are, you deposited every one of them into your children, because even their DNA is there, right?
Right.
So whoever begot you, whoever begot them, they trace all the way back to whoever your children are, is whoever that person was in the future, not even you. See, we just the carriers of the
Interesting.
seed. You know,
That's
the
interesting.
vessel is not as important as your soul. So whenever
Hmm.
your biological vessel gives your child a body, right, that looks like you and mirrors you and has your abilities, because that biology comes from you. But the
Okay.
soul that's in your child did not come from you. You're getting to know the soul that's in your child. The soul that's in your child comes from source, right?
Gotcha.
So
Yeah.
with ego, we say, you're my child, but really, you are a person that I've contributed to creating, that I have to get to know. But you are God also, just like I am.
Right.
You see what
Right.
I'm saying? So that's
Yeah.
just how I see it. The moment that you die, you're going to see clearly not darkness. You're going to have perfect vision because you will be God. You will be one with the all.
Right, right. Oh,
It's, the,
thank
it's
you. I
our
like how
flesh
you broke that
it's our
down.
flesh that blinds us. So imagine this: you being in this avatar gives you access to feeling a couple of emotions or a couple of sensations at the same time, at one time, right?
Mm-hmm,
So you can't feel all emotions at one time, right? But
mm-hmm,
as God, that's all you are, is emotion all at the same time. So being in
mm-hmm,
this vessel actually gives you a break from God. Being able to see from this vessel gives you a break from God. In this vessel, we are limited. We can only see what's happening right now. We don't know what tomorrow holds.
mm-hmm,
Imagine being God. You know everything that will ever happen. There's no
mm-hmm.
confusion. You completely know everything. So you can completely feel every emotion. So I believe that we come here to kind of get a break from being the divinity and experiencing. I would say if you could imagine a state of orgasm, right, where your whole body's just feeling all these feelings,
Mm-hmm.
that would be overwhelming to keep continuously feeling that, right?
Yeah,
It's like the
yeah,
highest. I think that God represents the highest vibration of all, and that is a vibration, just like the sun. The closer
yeah.
you get to it, you'll realize it'll burn you up. You got to keep a safe distance.
Mm-hmm,
You see what I'm saying?
mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's just how I see it.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I agree with you. The part that you just explained, because I don't know,
Mhm.
I come from a premise that Source wanted to see themselves. They wanted to see themselves, and we're all expressions. Everything here is an expression of all that Source knows.
Mhm.
But it wanted to experiment with it. It wanted to
Right.
experiment with it. So that's why we have all these depths, like love, for instance. And then you got in this construct, in this simulation, he wanted to experience with the opposite of everything, right? So you got love, then you got hate, and then
Mhm.
all the variations and the different degrees of both those things. And so us being limited, like you said, when something bad happens, what we consider bad, but it's is source experimenting with the lowest of the lowest of the lowest depth of what that is,
Yes, ma'am. That's what
right?
it is. Yes, ma'am. Like when we
Okay.
look, so it's like if I just said earlier, I don't know if you saw the whole live, but
I did
God.
not. I got in late
Okay.
and was like, oh snap, let me get in.
Well, I was showing them the scripture that comes from John. In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. And
Hmm.
God created everything that was made. So I'm trying to get them to understand themselves through the concept of being God. If you were God, if you are the only person, only being in existence, there's no one besides you.
Hmm.
What is there to know? How can you learn? How can you experience pain, disagreements? How can you
Right,
experience perspective?
right,
You can't because there's only you. So
right.
even if you had somebody that you created to converse with, they would just be you.
Hmm.
So God would have to separate itself into billions and billions of other reflections and give them free will. So he can see what it's like to have his heart broken. So he can see what it's like for somebody to betray him. So he
Hmm.
can see what it's like for somebody to give him hope, build him
Hmm.
up. All these real human experiences that you can't just know. There's no way you can know these things without
Yeah,
experiencing them, right?
right.
And so what you and I represent are the mirrors of God. We are in a house of mirrors, and everyone you see is yourself. And the only reason you don't know is because they have a different vessel than you. So I'm seeing you as an individual, but really you are me. You
Hmm.
are me. Your soul is 100% me. And that's why God is like, why are y'all arguing and bickering? How can you
Right.
sit here and treat this person like trash, but say
Hmm.
you love me, who you ain't even saw before?
Hmm.
But my own children who I live inside of, you hate them, but you say you love me. You can see how this would offend a higher vibrational entity, that we
Hmm.
turn our evil eyes towards each other, and
Hmm.
you're really condemning yourself because you are me in a different vessel, in a different experience with different parents. And if I were you, I would see the world exactly as you see it at this point. So when I meet you, I say, hey, other version of me. I don't judge you and say, I don't like how you think. I don't like who you are. That's
Right,
ridiculous. You see what
right.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you are me if I had grew up exactly how you grew up. So
Now, being
your
with what
version
I
of me is
just
you.
explained and what you just explained, there's two. This just came to me. There's two. Uh. There's two things we have to contend with then, because we
Mhm.
got to contend with that being the case. What I just explained. Then there's no such thing as a Satan.
Right. There's
right?
no such thing.
There's no such thing as that. Or this is a simulation and it got hacked, much like a computer system,
Mm,
by something that uh that um that changed like the opposite of what it was supposed to be. In other words, we're living in the what do they call it, like when you're developing a film and then
hmm
it's the opposite. We're living in that.
Yeah,
So,
like
and
a
you can
negative
the
part of it.
negative.
Hmm
Yeah, so those two things, uh because when I look at how this whole system is set up and these people that's running things and how evil they really are, like we can't even fathom how evil they
hmm
are. That tells me, okay, something either taken over this construct, this simulation. They hacked it, came in here, changed it, and this Yahweh entity decided that this was his world. Because remember, the story is he was kicked out, right?
hmm
And so if he was kicked out, because when I was in church growing up, I would always ask, well, why would God put him here and fuck with us?
Right.
You
Right.
so his best creation, his most valued
hmm
creation. So it was that it could be that this person told God, well, I can create a better world than you. You know what I mean? I can do this better than you. And he was given respite, I think the word is, to
hmm
see for so many years or so much time to say, okay, go ahead, and see what you would do, with this world or whatever. They had this bet going on, right? And
Right.
so uh and so you can see his fingerprint in things that, because in order for us to live, we have to devour things. We have to eat things. A lion has to devour the elk. You know what I
hmm
mean? And everything eats everything. Whereas maybe in a world where our oversoul or source intended, or, if it wasn't for that bet, it wouldn't be like that. It would be something different. You know what
hmm
I mean? Maybe we wouldn't have to eat at all, just breathe. You know what I mean? Maybe we wouldn't have to go it that way. So what do you think about that? What's your thoughts on that?
So I think that's the challenge of this plane. I think there are likely many, right? So every plane that you live on, you may get a different body to live within that world. So of course, on Earth, which is what they call a lower vibrational plane, we get these biological vessels. They're more dense, they're more solid because they're slower, right? We
Hmm.
understand that the way vibration works is the slower it moves, the more dense it is, right? The faster it moves, the more it becomes like air, right? So the goal is to vibrate high. Lucifer or Satan, who they call the double or the devil, is a low vibrational energy. This is why the parable says, because I always say the Bible is filled with parables, okay, not
Right,
factual stories, but they're parables. So
right.
this parable where God cast down Lucifer, this is the parable that shows you that your lower version of yourself is Lucifer, is Hasatan, right? So your flesh version of yourself is the devil. So what we're looking at is humans in the flesh do some of the most evil things, but
Hmm.
we're also witnessing humans in the flesh do some of the most beautiful things. So in this plane, you have the yin and yang. And what they're saying is you
Okay.
cannot create evil without good being instantaneously created at the same time. You
Yeah.
can't create good without there being evil. So you can't have a world that's just good. The moment you say something is good, you created evil. You created bad. The moment you say, this is good, nasty has to exist because everything that you eat will not give you, this is good, right?
Right.
So the very moment that we decide what something is, we've created many different ways of describing that thing. So I was saying earlier, you and I can eat the same exact thing, and we can give a totally different um, description of what it tastes like, and neither one of us would be lying. And you're not in you're not in control of how you taste that food and experience it. You are behind your vessel. So this flesh is an illusion. Okay. I can tell you this: if you and I both eat sweet potato, it'll have the same nutritional value to me and you. The only difference is the taste. You may hate it, and so therefore you don't eat it. I may
Hmm.
love it and eat it all the time,
Hmm.
but to your body, it's going to do the same thing. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So your experience of sweet potato is just as true as mine is. I love it, you hate it. You understand? So you
Hmm.
may say sweet potato is nasty, and you ain't lying. I may say it's good, and I ain't lying. So
Right.
someone can look at Hitler and say he's not evil, and they not lying according to
Hmm.
their understanding.
Hmm.
Someone can look at Hitler and say he's absolutely evil, and they're not telling a lie.
Mhm.
So of course the world is evil and good all at the same time.
Okay, so you
It's
go
the
with the
great
first
dance of the
premise that is
universe.
you go with the first premise that is source. Like I said in the beginning, it's just source experimenting with all the depths of everything, the depth of love, the depth of hate, the depth of good, the depth of evil,
Mhm.
and all its variations and degrees. You go with that. Yeah. Okay.
Because the things that you see in front of you, we are projecting on. Okay, so let's say we look at the government and we talk about how evil the government is, right? They
Yeah.
destroy reality. They lie to us about our past. They lie to us about the present.
Yeah.
How dare they go on the news and tell us something that isn't true? How
Right.
dare they go in the past and tell us something that isn't true, right? And it seems so evil. But what we're
Destroy the
doing is
surface earth and then live underground. Yeah.
so we see these things happen, right? And it's
Yeah.
easy for us to see the evil that exists in man. But
Yeah.
what happens is we're not reflecting off of the evil that is through and through. We share all of that. We lie. Okay, our government lies to us about who we truly are. We lie to our children about who they truly are. It's many children right now being raised by the wrong father because somebody lied to them, right?
True
Lied
that.
to them, lied about history. I always say if every man right now was to go get a DNA test, they will learn that life is not what you think at all. Whoever you think your great grandfather is, it may not be true. It just
Yeah.
may not be. So, as much as we even love our own children, we'll do exactly to them what the government does to us. In our
Mhm.
love for our religions, we teach them to our children whether they're right or wrong. So, we are the persons
Mhm.
that's enslaving our children with false religions or true ones, however you want to say it. So, as much as we hate the government, they are our reflections. We are them. And the
Mm.
only way to change the government is to change yourself. We can't change
Mhm.
the government. What we're seeing in
Correct.
the world is what exists in all of us. So the moment that we say, let me be the change I want to see, let me start changing
Yeah.
the world through changing myself, the world
Yeah.
will be changed. And that's why the Bible's God says, I will not heal your land until you turn from your ways.
Mhm.
You can't pick out and judge who need to fix themselves. You got to go in the
Mhm.
mirror and fix yourself. Start with the man in the mirror. Don't worry about nobody else's life they're living. Don't be
Yeah.
nobody else's judger of life. If everyone said, I want to take a look at my life and change how I live my life, the world would instantly become a better place. But we're out
Mhm.
here, you need to do better. You need to do better. You were wrong. Be accountable. You be accountable. Start with
Right.
you and be an example. Because you're right, the world is cruel. But it's
Yeah.
only through us being an example that we can show people the world is equally beautiful. While
Yeah.
children are being born, people are dying.
Yep.
And you said something that was key. Every animal has to eat to live. As beautiful as this world is, now imagine this. God, the creator of all things, he's all good. Couldn't he have created a world where you didn't have to consume to live?
Mm-hmm.
But it's about
Yes.
yin and yang,
Mm-hmm.
life and death. Every
Mm-hmm.
animal who has life must consume death to continue to have life. Ain't that crazy? So even
Yes.
so, the bird may go down and pick up the worm. The
Yeah.
elephant may chase the lion may chase the elk, but the elk is still chasing the grass. Now watch this. To every animal, say the elk, his food don't run from him.
Right.
It's right there.
It's right there.
But if
Yeah.
he looked down, he's at risk for something that's hunting him. The lion doesn't have to worry about nobody hunting him, but his food runs from him. It takes
Mm-hmm.
off. So the lion can't be lazy. His only way of accessing food is through his
Yeah.
own drive. If he
Oh,
don't go
actually,
run
the
to chase that
lioness.
food, right, ain't no food ever jumping in his mouth. No matter
Right.
how strong he gets, the food only runs faster from him. So
Yeah.
you constantly have to prove yourself. You see what I'm saying? So every animal has a reality of positives and negatives.
Yeah.
I always say life is yin and yang. The bird that flies highest still got to get his food out of the dirt, like
Mm-hmm.
literally stick its beak in the dirt to eat. You
Yeah.
can never get arrogant and think that you are beyond anybody. You can fly higher than any other animal, but your food is the lowest.
Mm-hmm.
That's powerful.
Yeah. Yeah. It is. Yeah, it
So
is.
in all things, just be grateful for your reality. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah.
always say that the stone that sits at the mountain's very peak is no more important than the stone at the base.
Mm-hmm.
So all those individual stones make up a mountain. All of us as individual people make up God or the all. And I mean, you got to include the insects, the birds, the bees, the trees, and everything. We are all God, every bit of us.
That's wonderful. That's powerful. Thank you. I always wanted to ask you these things. What is your
Love.
perspective on these things? One
And
more
you are
thing.
powerful. I love how you explain yourself.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I am a mindset coach,
Oh, okay.
mindset life coach. And so I teach these things, and so but I watch you and your beautiful family, and I love y'all. I met you in person years
Okay.
ago, and so I hung out with y'all. We went bowling and all of that, and it was I'll never
Oh,
forget it.
okay.
Yeah,
What
I'll
city?
never
What city
forget
we
it.
meet in?
Huh?
What city were you in? You starting to look more familiar as you say
Atlanta,
that. Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. We had a whole.
That was when I first moved here.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yep.
Did you come out to a home I was renting maybe?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
was
Pleasure.
there.
Pleasure to see you
Yeah.
again.
Yeah. 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 So
And you
sorry to
know I
hear you
fell
fell
out with
out.
some people
So sorry to
that
hear
came to
that you
that
fell
event.
out with your friend at that time, you
And they
know.
all lie about that event. I'm glad you was there. Was that event bad at all? Did we not have a
No, man,
blast?
I had so much fun. I felt like I met my tribe, you know.
Yes, that's how I felt. Then they just did me. That's why I don't do those type of events no more. Because they just put a
Oh,
bad taste in my. I was trying to meet all the people in the world who I felt was like me because we were
yeah.
finding each other. And I wanted to, create those bonds because we can't go to church. Nobody will accept us. Our own families was disown us because we didn't share beliefs. So we out here trying to get to know each other. And I
Yeah.
wouldn't like putting up a whole lot of walls on filtering people. So I just
Yeah.
believed that they said that we tribe and they believed like us. I was just letting them in. And letting so many people close to me like that made me vulnerable. And they went and tried to ruin my name, and it put a bad taste in my mouth, probably a fear also of getting close to people. And that's
Mm.
why I don't do those type of events anymore. But I want to start back because those
Man,
moments are so
I was
beautiful.
just so, I felt just so, I don't know the word for it, just so, just so humbled and thankful that I
Mhm.
was there and got a chance to experience that with you and the family, that was there. And
Yes,
so when
ma'am.
I hear online that you and him had fell out, and then I heard the things that he was saying, I was like, what? Like,
Yes,
oh, I
ma'am.
can't wait to catch this live, like to catch Kevin live. Like, I need to
Yes,
talk to
ma'am.
him. But yeah, it'll be all right. When you're doing wonderful things and really making a difference in people's lives, like you said, the evil part, the yin and yang, the evil got to come up with it too.
Oh my
It-
God. Thank you for saying. I never thought about that.
yes, yeah,
That was supposed
that's
to happen.
why.
Man, that's crazy. I've been asking myself why they do that. See, you
Mhm.
get caught up, we get caught up in the moment, and we're trying to figure out the whys, not really understanding that before we came here to this plane, we decided all these things because the
Yep.
greater goal is that we learn so many things. So it's like,
Mhm.
don't get lost up in being angry at those people because y'all probably set up a spiritual contract before you even came here that they even betray you, so you can learn something because we
Yeah,
learn a lot from
it's
betrayal.
so that we can learn something. However, the download that I received was that so that we become who we are in our essence in the physical.
Yes,
That's what
ma'am.
the challenge is. It's not so
Mm,
much learning because we're codes. And so we're
you're right.
gathering data for source, and then source takes that data and go and create more simulations.
Indeed.
So, but we just, yeah, our challenge is to become who we are in our essence before we came into the physical, right? Part of source in the physical, and that's the challenge
It
because
is.
we're able to feel, we're able to taste, we're able to do all these things. So yeah, it's just that's going to happen, and the bigger and the better you are, the bigger and better the evil is going to be.
You're
It's going to
absolutely right.
match you. It's going to
And we
match
was
you.
just talking about shouting and speaking in tongues before you came up, but
Okay.
that's the energy that's surging through me right now. I could almost get up and run around this room and shout and speak in tongues because that's how, like, when you hear an epiphany, something
Yeah.
that you really already inherently knew, but we forget.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
even if it's your first time hearing it, when you can feel all that energy, if somebody just says something that you ain't even got to look up, you know what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's true. And you honestly just gave me that moment. I feel so much
Oh.
energy going through me. You're right. Wherever you decide to do good, evil is present, and that was supposed to be. That was supposed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
like you said, it's not about the learning; it's about manifesting the greatest version
Yep.
of yourself and that data that you understand, so you can be the best example to everyone around you in those lifetimes to come. You're
Yes.
absolutely right, and I
And
let that get
so,
most of
if
me.
you can
And
do me a favor somehow, I don't know how we can do it. You let me know, because sometimes I have couples and I know you are like a celebrity coach,
mhm,
and I'm not sure if you do like just regular couples anymore.
I do.
Uh, if you do,
Mhm.
because I would like to refer them to you because you know what I mean, because that's your specialty right there,
Yes,
is
ma'am.
dealing with relationships and couples, you know. And so sometimes I get clients that um, they're having these these relationship issues, and they want to work on themselves individually. That's fine, but I would like to be able to refer them to you as far as the relationship part of it. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
ma'am.
Yeah. So I don't know how to get a hold of you like that. I've been wanting to. That's another reason why, like, man, I need to catch these lives.
I would love to do that with you. Please inbox me at on Instagram. It's Kevin Wesley B _ rise. If you type in Kevin Wesley, you should see the rest of it pop up. Message me
Okay.
there. I would actually love to talk with you. And just based on the things that you said with me today, I
Mm-hmm.
can actually refer you to some of my clients. I have too many. I have some who want
Hmm.
to learn things that it just would take too much time for me to take them on. And
Yeah.
because you are that type of evolution type coach,
Mm-hmm.
I would love to refer them to you. Maybe they can go to your channel, see what you're talking about, and see if they would like to, have a sit down conversation with yourself. And whenever I have, the time to be able to really sit down and focus on them, then they can come back to me. But I've had to turn many people down because I just don't have enough time in the day to deal with them.
Right. It can get like that.
Mm-hmm.
It can get like that because
And do
I'm
you have a
starting
channel?
to
People
look
are
into
asking in the
how to do
comments.
group coachings because of that. You know.
Yeah, I thought about doing that this new year too. Someone asked in the comments, do you have a channel? Because they would like to.
I just listen. I've been doing this for all these years now without any type of social media presence. And then somebody was like, girl, what's wrong? You got to get on social media. So I just started my YouTube channel. It's like, it's a newborn baby. I think I got like 53 subscribers. That's how
Okay,
new it
no
is.
worries. What's the name of it? We're gonna type that in here today.
Tori, Tori, loves you too. The letter U, the number 2. Tori loves you too.
Got you. Type that in, guys. You see that in the chat. Please give her a sub. Go check her out. And again, would you please tell them again what you teach in your words? I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah, so basically what I do is I provide strategies, results-based strategies with men and women, solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, brick and mortar, from the executive to the stay-at-home mom, to how to eliminate deep subconscious sabotaging identities and beliefs so that they align with clarity their purpose, know exactly what to focus on, and take the correct actions to achieve their vision.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
That is. Listen, guys. Give her a listen. You heard what she was saying. She know what she's talking about on here. Very, very powerful. I loved it. Asiatic Black Man, if you wanted to come up and ask the question, that's perfectly fine. Did you want to ask it in the comments? Because I can drop the link for you.
Kevin, what? Give me your Instagram again. Kevin
It's Kevin,
Wesley.
B-E
Kevin
underscore,
Wesley BE
B-E underscore rise.
underscore rise. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And make sure you send me a message. It'll come to my filter, but I'll go get it and I'll message you back. And that way we can have contact and go
Okay,
from
I'll
there.
send it today just so you know.
Okay, sounds amazing,
So
Lord.
you know to look at today's date. Thank you so much
My
for
pleasure.
building with me. I appreciate it. It's so good to see you and good to communicate with you live again.
Yes, ma'am.
And yeah, and then I'm gonna follow you in case if you do something here in Atlanta. Are you here in Atlanta or are you still in North Carolina?
No, I'm in Georgia now, so I'm
You in
definitely going to be doing
Georgia?
a whole lot of work in Atlanta. So yes,
Oh
ma'am.
yes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes, yes. All right. Well, I'm gonna let somebody else come up. Kiss the baby and hug everybody. Happy birthday to your son. You know, I've been wanting to say that. Like, I love y'all. I
Yes,
really
ma'am.
do. And
Thank you.
maybe I'll catch the next live, but I definitely will be talking to you soon.
Well, listen, I wanted to say this to you. I've spoken to honestly quite a few people actually. When I'm on live, you guys will come on that has been out to other events and things like that and have known me personally. And many of you guys mentioned some of the things that those guys have put me through.
Mhm.
I don't know if you notice how they pretend that they've been around me all along, not just came to one event and things of that nature and just trying to talk to ruin my name. But
Mhm.
all of you guys say, Kevin, I had an amazing time with you. I don't know why you let them get to you, rise above it. And like I said, just having a conversation with you today was very powerful. And it's just more confirmation that I should not let those people get to me like that, because there's so many more of you guys who came out and you know the deal. And most of you guys say that when you came out, it was life changing. I mean, just one event, it was life changing. And so I need to get back to that because there's so many people who are not getting access to the things that we were bringing forth simply because of my own personal fears and trauma. And I got to rise above that. And I just want to
Well,
thank you for
that's
speaking that life into
normal.
me.
That's
Mhm,
normal because you're on YouTube, and a lot of people that follow you and know you because of your because of your authenticity. You know what I'm
mhm,
saying? You're authentic. You let people know I'm human. Shit, y'all piss me off. And if you
mhm,
was in front of me, I probably would beat you up.
mhm.
You know
I
what I'm
would.
saying? And so people appreciate that. So you're not this high mighty, teacher that knows
Mhm,
all this stuff, you know what I'm saying, and you above, all of these things. No, you're human. You're having a human experience just like the rest
mhm,
of us. You're in this construct with us, and so um the fact that I would say the fact that you kept addressing it, maybe, you know what I mean, like address it once or twice or something like that, but then they kept going, and then it gets to the point where it's like, man, I gotta say something, you know what I'm saying? They just not gonna
'Cause
stop.
every year it's the same thing. And so
Yeah,
people
so
will start
no, no,
asking me
no.
about it as if they never saw it. So I feel compelled to respond, you know?
Right, right. It is compelling. It is
Mhm.
compelling. They know how to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, they know how to be. They're like professional compellers.
Absolutely.
On the negative end of it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
they'll make you feel like your silence is an admission of guilt. So
Yeah.
they'll start these rumors about you or restart the same rumors. And
Yeah.
if you don't speak to them, you must be guilty because you won't address it. And then when you address it, you must be guilty because you did address it. It's a constant play on your mind. You're like, what?
Can't win. You can't win. You know what I mean? You can't win. But what it did for you is it helped you to go deep within yourself to
Mhm.
know that, oh, damn, I actually do have a fear of maybe losing some of my subscribers or followers.
Yes,
Whereas you
ma'am.
probably didn't have that fear before.
No.
You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And so what that helped you and strengthened that muscle in you, that confidence in you, you see? Because remember, we're experimenting with all these different variations of one thing. So confidence in all its different degrees and variations of that is
Mhm.
what you are experiencing.
You're right.
You see? And
Yes,
so
ma'am.
just keep that in mind. It's like, oh, okay, I'm experiencing this level of, confidence or authenticity about myself. I'm learning that, damn, I thought I was over all my fears,
Mhm.
you know? And
Right.
now here come this one. Well, thank you. Thank you. Because I didn't know I had that fear.
That's right.
And then once you accept that and absorb that, now it goes away because you're no longer giving that any power.
You're absolutely right. You're
Right?
absolutely right. Yes,
But as
ma'am.
long as you're resisting that, oh, I gotta say something to them because now when you say something to them, it's not a resistance attached to it. Therefore, you're no longer giving that any power.
You're right. You see, and I'm going to tell you, here's how I know for sure that you are accurate 100%. I always say that we don't even know ourselves. We are living in this journey, and every interaction teaches us more about ourselves, right? So,
Yes.
what I learned through the accusations of being called gay is that I was still at the very root of me a little homophobic
Mm-hmm.
because I grew up in the 80s, and that's an insult to say to people, and you don't want nobody thinking damn gay, right? And you got to
Right.
fight over that. So, I don't have anything against gay people,
Right.
but if I'm called gay, the anger that you see is rooted in not a hate for gay people, but it's like a disdain, not for the people, but through the shame that comes along with that stuff. When I was a kid, that's just not something that you supposed to be
Mm-hmm.
or say.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
so when I look at the thing, I'm like, it's so much about me that I thought I had outgrew.
Yeah.
People lying on me. Someone lied on me when I was really young. It hurt my feelings so bad. So
Yeah.
somebody lying on me when I'm older, reawaken that trauma. And
Yes.
you think that we can get to a point to where we are so. Because I used to always teach on understand what spells are, understand your emotions, and if you can get to a place to where you don't let words hurt you, you will be invincible. And I thought I had gotten there, and the universe
Mm-hmm.
showed me you ain't nowhere close. You're gonna get people can say certain words. It ain't like you a nigga, because I was like, if a white person call you a nigga, why you let it make you mad? So I am there, but
Yeah.
when someone used their words to lie on me, I ain't there yet. And so I
Mm-hmm.
had to learn. I still got so much growing to do. I still got so
Mm-hmm.
much learning to do. And it should be a beautiful thing, recognizing that, you know, that you still have to grow. You still have the
Yeah.
greatest version of yourself yet to
Yeah.
manifest. And so count it all joy. And so
Yeah.
you're right.
Hmm.
You're
Yeah. And
100%.
sometimes when it shows up, it don't feel good.
It does not feel
It
good.
doesn't. That
That
learning
mirror don't look
process
good,
don't
man.
feel good.
It's when you look
You-
in that mirror that you can see that you ain't got it all together. But what
yeah.
you should do instead of complaining about what you see is just begin to fix the problems, man. But
Yeah. But see, now, see,
yeah.
that's the thing. See, I don't come from that premise that you need to
Mm-hmm.
be fixed.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm kind of like a rebel in the self-help industry because I don't come from that premise.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like the self-help industry has hurt a lot of people. And now we got all these people running around here looking for somebody to fix them.
Mm-hmm.
You are a god and goddess in this construct. You don't need fixing.
Mm.
You just coded up some things, like you said, in your childhood. Some things happened. You coded it up and created an identity. Why did you do that? For that. You did that for your protection.
Absolutely.
Now that identity, when you attempt to do something, that identity comes up and goes, wait, 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 that's not safe. Are you sure we should do that?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure about that? Or you get triggered. What, they lied on me? What? No, I'm going. So these are triggers and from things that we coded up in our subconscious. Your subconscious mind's whole job is to make sure that you stay alive.
That's a fact.
That's his whole job. And that's it. It doesn't care whether it's painful or not.
Mm-hmm.
It just knows we survived it, so let's do more of that.
You're
So we
right.
wonder why we keep attracting these type of people in my life, or I keep attracting these things in my life. It's because the subconscious is like, oh, we know that we survived it. Let's do more of that.
Mm.
And then when you attempt to do something different, your subconscious mind brings up these bricks to block it because it's trying to protect you, not work against you. But
Absolutely.
because society has taught us that we need to be fixed, then people say, well, I need to go see a therapist, man, because something's wrong with me. I need to fix this. No, you don't need to fix it. You need to see what identity is trying not to die. Because these identities are us, they're part of us. We created them.
Absolutely.
And so when you attempt to do something, it feels like you're killing it. It thinks that it's dying.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I do is I say, well, let's see what identity that is. Oh, that's an identity that the world is not safe. Because each one of those identities, those traumas, also has a superpower.
Mm-hmm.
It also has your superpower. That's the flip side of that,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And so now let's identify your superpower, and we don't have to think about that over there anymore. You already know about that. When you was molested as a child, do you need to revisit that and look at it this way and sideways and upside down and all this? No.
Right. You
You
shouldn't have
just
to.
re-traumatizing yourself is what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing it because you're asking why me? Why me? Why this happened to me? And then you go see a therapist and they're doing it. So you're re-traumatized and you wonder why this therapist is not helping me. I've been seeing her
Right.
for 2 years, you know? I get a lot of those. And so
Yes,
this is
ma'am.
why. It's like, no, let's identify that happened. Okay. And then what identity did you create from that to protect yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's an identity that the world is not safe, or it's an identity that relationships hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And your subconscious mind says, well, we survived that. Let's do more of that.
Mm.
So you attract people that's hurt you. You attract people that will molest your children because the subconscious is battling with your conscious mind that wants to experience everything and do this and do that and all the things you want to do. But your subconscious is what's running everything. So once we identify that, now let's get into living super consciously, which no one
Mm-hmm.
ever teaches us about our super conscious. You have three.
Right.
You are the Trinity. You have three. so
It's true. That's
so
what I
yeah.
call what you
So
call a superconscious is what I call clairvoyance or a
mm,
state of awareness, knowing who you are in the universe and what you're doing at all times. Fully being
yeah,
aware of yourself.
yeah, yeah. And it's living in your creativity.
Mm-hmm.
And I love when you talk about that, and how you're
Yes,
create,
ma'am.
your creativity and all of that, that's living super consciously. So you're not trying to fix yourself. You're not. You're just moving towards, like you said, how your partnership with the oversoul or with source is that you move. You said you want to do this, then just do it. But you got to
Right.
know the identity that's blocking it.
Hmm.
Once we know what that is, we can hug it and say, thank you. You protected me. I love you for that. But I no longer need your services. It's okay. It's safe. It's safe for me to start this business. It's safe for me to be in this relationship. You
I'll
know?
say this. um, there's this lady named Lovely Me. She made a YouTube channel to defend off these people who make all these lies on me. And she has this quote that she says that blew my mind. And it's,
Mhm,
you just reset it to me in different words. So it's
mhm,
affirmation, right?
mhm.
She says that you are your enemy. And if you don't recognize that you are your enemy, then you are an enemy to yourself. Right. So
Woo!
you said the part of you that has adopted this ideology that's keeping you from your greatest self or your mission, your
Mhm,
flesh, your traumas, these things can turn into your enemy. And you got
mhm,
to subdue them. You got to ignore them. You don't
mhm.
cry over spilled milk. I was just saying this the other day about waking up from the matrix means no longer entertaining the past. That is spilled milk. To sit here and
Yep.
talk to somebody about a past or harbor or cry over a past is ridiculous to God,
It
because
is.
Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead. I'm not worried about none of that. Let's go
Mhm,
create in life and don't worry about anything else that people are
mhm,
saying. And I noticed that Jesus always said, who do you say I am? When people would begin to question him and try to change up who he is or represent him in a different way, when somebody would ask him, I heard you were this or that, Jesus would say, well, who do you say? Because those people know the individual experience they had with that person.
mhm,
So why would I, if you know you had an experience with me, why am I
mhm,
yet trying to convince you that I'm not somebody that they're saying I am? You see? And you're
mhm,
right. You don't got to fix yourself. You have to keep moving forward. You got to keep pressing towards your destiny and your mission,
mhm.
and learn from your mistakes by not repeating them. It's that simple.
It's
But
that simple. Just
if
getting
you
to
stay
the correct
dwelling with the
structure.
past, it's a wrap.
Yeah, it's just getting into the correct structure. And that's the structure of your creativity, your superconscious mind, living out your
Yes, sir.
superconscious mind. Once you do that, and and just a lot of us just need some help with that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But once you get there, things just like I told you when we first started talking, I said there's things in my life that just happened like I could never think of it. But because I was focused and in my superconscious creativity, these things just came. Like there's no way. Like when I got my car, I went there. I just said, "Dang, I need a car," and I told Source, I need a car." And it took about 3 months, but I just said it, let it go. And then a friend called and said, "Hey, you still need a car?" Yeah, okay. My friend is gonna drive you to this car dealership. We had to drive 3 hours to this car dealership. But listen, I didn't have to show proof of income. I didn't have to show credit, none of that, and my credit wasn't even good. Who did that?
You.
You know what I'm saying? Like what? And then it was the end of 2018. And she said, how about a top of the line Ford Fusion 2018 loaded? What?
See, your
What?
when you are in your God self and you speak into the universe, it's like planting a seed into the dirt. It
Mm-hmm.
is faithful to come back to you. And when you truly believe in it, this is how you have your superpower. I always say the key to manifestation is trying to maintain a good mood, a high sense of self, a positive mindset. And that's how you
Mm-hmm.
can vibrate those things to you. If you become
Mm-hmm.
positive energy, positive things will vibrate towards you, be magnetized towards you. If you
But now
become
let me.
negative energy, then the negative things you will entertain and will come towards you. Always,
Yep.
you always get yourself.
Yep. But
So it
now
was
let me
through
ask
you
you. Let me
declaring
ask
that
you
you
on
had a
that
car that
note.
that car manifested. Say what?
On that note, Kevin, let me ask you. Have you ever
Mhm.
met people that was kind of grumpy and they wasn't like they appear not to be really positive or anything, and they're very successful?
Yes, because they work. See, when you work at something, there is no respecter of person. See, if
There
you
you
are
go.
a doer, it's not about your morals, it's not about your mental outlook. If you are a doer, right?
Yeah.
Let's take, like, I always say, if I live next door to a serial killer, if he plants a garden and I don't, he'll have the harvest and I won't. It's not truly about that. So if you say you want something, you got to be willing to manifest it. But
Yeah.
that speaking into the universe and declaring with your God power is
Mhm.
essential. Now the doing must come after that. You still got to do,
You still
but
got to do.
speaking and declaring it makes a big difference as well. But you're
Yeah,
right.
because
Bad
yeah, because
people
my
can even
friend, I
create
could have
good.
been like, we got to drive 3 hours, man. I'm not driving 3 hours.
Hmm.
But because I moved, that's the doing part, right? I
Hmm.
accepted that 3 hour ride. That's the
Absolutely.
doing part,
Hmm.
and went there and did whatever she told me to do. Next thing she came with them keys. I was like,
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right.
are we done? Are we done?
Mm-hmm.
Hurry up and get out of here with that car.
Yeah,
But
you feel
yeah,
like you just got away with something. You feel like that's how I feel whenever you come, whenever you come into a moment where you getting your just due. It feel
yeah,
like you cheating the universe, right?
it
Like
does. It
even right
does.
now, everywhere I go, people know my name. I'm successful in life, and it's all because I'm teaching what falls in my heart. You know,
Yeah.
I see people like when it comes to creativity, they can take a block of wood and carve that wood and create a masterpiece. And if they're really smart, they'll record themselves making it, and now they get millions of views from it. Right.
Yeah.
And I say, how special is that that somebody can see something that somebody else might call trash and then create magic with it, right? And I say
Mm-hmm.
my superpower is creating words from nothing, right? With thoughts, by speaking my thoughts into existence, I became a very successful person with books written and all these things. It feels like I'm cheating. It feels like and people will see me and think I'm cheating too. You should go get a job. You should go back to work. You should stop creating. You should start creating, and then you wouldn't have to go to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. So it's getting is knowing how to live in your creativity, in your divine essence in the physical.
Yes, ma'am.
It's what it comes back to all the time. It's all we need to do is do that and stay focused on that. Shit happens
It
to
does.
all of us. You know,
It
you
does.
people gonna talk, and I got people talking about me, my past, when I was young. I'm like I was 18, 19 years old when I did that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Talking about the just
And
think
you
about
got
how
people
ridiculous
talking
that
to
is.
me, to my children about, these are relatives, telling my children, you know what I mean? And my daughter was like, why you telling me that? You don't understand. Me and my mom is like this. I already know.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just that's it's for us to recognize something in us or to bring something up that needs to be healed within us.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
So I had a thing that I was kind of embarrassed about my children knowing some things that I did when I was young. So somebody else had to bring it up in order for me to deal with that fear.
Yes,
See?
ma'am. Yes,
That's
ma'am.
how that goes, Kevin. So yeah, don't let them. Now they won't get to you so much. Now when you address it, you are addressing it from a different energy now, as
Mhm.
opposed to an energy of being upset or, you know, whatever the energy they was trying to give you. You know what I mean? Being angry about it, upset or whatever like that. Now it's an energy of, it's a different energy. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
ma'am.
That you'll be coming from it. I'll recognize it. I'll see it. You know.
Yes, ma'am.
But I want to let the brother come up. Wholeness and abundance to you.
Peace, peace.
All right. And hugs, virtual hugs.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
Kevin, I'll be in touch.
Thank you, love. Talk to you soon.
All right.
What's up with you, Joy Will? How you doing, King?
What's poppin', man? I don't know if you remember me. I hopped on your other live about the Cat Williams thing.
Yes, sir. I definitely remember.
Yep, I didn't have my video working at the time. I got it figured out though.
Okay. Heck
Yeah, I
yeah.
was in the comments, man. I'm like, hey, I'm trying to hop in on this conversation. I feel
All
like
right. That's what's up.
it's an important thing to talk about, being that you know how organized religion works. It kind of manipulates your mind, or it basically detaches the person from the source. And so I like what you do, and you go into the book and you break down kind of
Yes,
like
sir.
the symbology of it and get people to see that it's really, like you said, like a parable.
Mm-hmm.
It helps the person to see, you know, basically the attribute that they embody of
Yes,
God.
sir.
And I kind of feel like my perspective on it is, I really don't subscribe to no religion for real. I kind of just, I always tell people I'm forever a student at the University of the Universe.
Yes,
Like
sir.
I was naturally manifested by the stars. So I look at it like, if you sit in a seat of a student, you can always learn from anything. You
That's
can learn
true.
from experiences of other people. You can learn from animals. You can just learn from just sitting and watching and learning. I kind of feel like
Mm-hmm.
that's the job, and that's the purpose of life. They say that it's a journey,
It
and
is.
a journey is a quest. And
Mm-hmm.
that's where you get the word question. Like if
It
you
is.
on this journey, you gonna have questions. And if they tell
Mm-hmm.
you not to question what they call God, I kind of feel like you robbing somebody of the entirety of the experience. How you gonna tell me not to ask no questions if this person got all the answers? I'm a student. So to me, that's manipulative. So it kind of made me jump outside of it and like study it. And so I look at it like this. Look at it like a penny or a coin. Heads would be like, I say heads would be like the higher power. Tails would be like the lower power. Both together make God. They're all the penny. God is the penny, the higher and the lower.
The yin and yang.
Yeah. Right. So I got a philosophy that I put to that. I'm reading your book right now. One of your books right now that I bought, and I'm also constructing my own book. It's gonna have kind of like my philosophy, and I've already made videos of it. So I kind of feel like people can tap into the stuff that I do to understand how I think, because I put my mentality into my music as well. But I look at it like this. They give you a holy trinity. I know I studied the Ptolemies, I studied Constantine, I studied the Romans, I studied the Greeks, I studied how they went into Egypt and manipulated. So I look at it like my philosophy of my holy trinity is mind, body, and soul, right? So I made basically, what do they call it when you make like a saying for each letter?
Acronym.
An acronym. So I made an acronym for all three of them. And the acronym I got for mind is, the mind is your most important navigational device. Most important navigational device. Your mind navigates your body. If somebody can manipulate your mind, aka government control your mind, then they can control where you land in the journey of life. So mind is the most important navigational device. The body is the beacon. Y'all spoke on yin and yang. So I'm like, dang, okay, I got to tell them my philosophy. The body is the beacon of divine yin and yang energy. It's a beacon. And the yin and yang, the masculine and feminine flow through that. The kundalini energy flow through that. And then you got the soul, and y'all spoke on the source. So my acronym for soul is the source of universal light is your soul. So mind, body, and soul, all of these are you. And you in this realm that we call Earth. And I kind of look at it like this too. It's like when we dream, they say that we dream, right? And I kind of feel like your mind is constantly active. It never really stops. So when you dream, I look at it like a realm. So the sun is present during the day when we're conscious, but when we go to sleep, the stars appear. But really, they were always there. They ain't never go nowhere. You just don't see it because the light of the sun. Hence all of these religions. But I look at it like when we dream, our consciousness is being projected into these different stars, and these stars are different realms. A planet is a realm. Some of the stars that people look at and they see ain't even stars, it's actually planets. And so I look at it like, what if we're experiencing different star systems while we sleep? And what if this life is just an experience? You're a star that's experiencing life in this physical form. And I feel like there's really no end. You feel me? I feel like life is it's a story that continues to be told by every entity that experiences it. Whether it be a germ, whether it be a bird, a frog, a person, whatever, whether you be air, water, all of these things are conscious. So I kind of just feel like consciousness manifested itself in a whole bunch of different forms so that it can see itself from all of these different perspectives to get to know itself.
Absolutely. And all of them being one and the same. What we call them, source or God overall.
Yeah.
I 100% see it as that, King. It sounds like you sit in the room with me when I was talking to my wives and just giving my thoughts on the universe. I swear to God, they're probably laughing right now. They're in different rooms watching this live, but I bet they're like, damn, Kevin be talking like this. Now, your acronyms, those are on another level. You're an amazing teacher. You should definitely stay at it. I want to know your channel now so I can get familiar with you. Definitely.
I got an EP dropping. It's called Why Wait?
Why Wait? Okay, bet.
Why Wait?
That's powerful, King.
Tomorrow ain't promised. Why is we waiting? And I'm guilty of that because I find myself like procrastinating on certain things that I should do. And I know that the present moment is important. They call it a gift. Like life is a gift. The present. And I feel like they didn't pick them words to represent that for nothing. So you are a gift. The present moment. So what you do now is building and creating your future, also simultaneously writing what is written about you in the past. So with the present, you kind of create the future and the past. So I kind of feel like we kind of ignore the power of that by putting basically our energy in the hands of somebody else. Wow, it's kind of like life is a vehicle, and you're the driver of that vehicle. My rap name is Your Will. Your Will. if you're not controlling your will, you will.
We lost him. He's gonna come back. It's gonna correct it. So we're gonna figure it out. Man, that brother's speaking, y'all. All right, so we lost you for a minute. All right, go ahead. Keep going. You muted. I can't hear you. You're not muted, but I can't hear you. So there's something going on with your sound. Still no sound. The brother going in, y'all. Gotta appreciate that. Still no sound. While you're working on that, I want to elaborate on some things that you had said too about the dream realm. They say dream world, dream realm, or imagination, right? They even give imagination a nation, right? And like you said, they always simultaneously happen. You never stop dreaming, you never stop imagining. It's when you go to sleep that you are focused on your dream, and it seems like you just started dreaming, right? But you said that these dreams could be connected to different realms, right? The root word of realm is real, R-E-A-L. You see how that works? So some people do believe that we travel through our dreams, or that we manifest in some type of simulation to reality that helps us understand the world we live in. But I'm with you 100%, King. Very, very powerful what this brother is saying. Very powerful. Like he said, the yin and the yang. These two are always present, and you cannot forsake that, family. And the yin and the yang are both God, good and evil, the germ and the person. So we'll say germs are bad, or bacteria is bad, but no thing was created that was created by God. Nothing was created outside of God. So life and death, good and bad, up and down, all these things are the same being, the same source. Are you there? Still no sound. I don't know why this. Maybe try this, King. Drop down and come back up. I'm gonna drop the link right now and come back up, see if that resets it. This will be the last build today, guys. And I'm gonna go ahead and start my day. I ain't even started my day yet. I ain't even saw Lacey and Samik yet, y'all. Last night was my night with Jamie. I got up and I got started on this live. And I know Lacey downstairs, like, I got you some food down here. We got your son, we got your baby down here. Kevin, you don't love me no more. You know, women gonna be dramatic. You don't love me no more. You care more about that live. Nah, she don't act like that. But I'll see you in a minute, love. That link is down that Joy Wheel. The brother is breaking it down, though, y'all. You gotta appreciate that. And hopefully, you guys can grasp where the brother is coming from. And I can guarantee you this: these are things that he has thought of on his own, not reading them from any book. You understand? So it's when you get alone with self, and be free to dream and think about the world, that you get answers, family. You don't get them from a book. I'm trying to explain that. Let's continue. There he is.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Cool. Dang, they trying to throw me off, man. You know how they do when you talking real shit. So, basically your will, right? Your life is like a vehicle, or your body is the vehicle for your soul. It drives it and it experiences life. That's why I say you looking through the lens of your eyes. Your eyes is just the windows for your soul. You are basically just a window. You are looking outside the lens of your eyes and experiencing life. That's why I feel like every day is Halloween, because everybody got a costume on that they call themselves. But your will, right? You supposed to navigate where you go in this car. But if you don't got your will and you ain't driving your will, you in the passenger seat to your life. And oftentimes we get comfortable in that seat because it's like, who don't want a chauffeur? Who don't want to be driven around? But I feel like it comes a time where you gotta drive your own will, because you end up somewhere you don't want to be. You seeing stuff you don't want to see, and you mad and complaining, but you not driving your car. Take the wheel.
Listen, bro. So that's so okay. You said something about the dream world and all this type of things, and these things being coexisting all the time, just like the heads of the coin, right? Head and tail of the coin.
Right.
Now you're speaking about having your will. Don't let anybody take your will. But we love being the passenger of the car. We're lazy. We like to be directed instead of directing our own path, right? So you said something earlier. I think about this all the time. I always say you're in the middle of nowhere, right? And we are, because what we think is that we know what time it is. We think we know what time it is because man created a social system that we accept time on. We think we know what year we're in because man created a social system that we accept time on.
Right.
We think we know what month we're in. We think we know what planet we're on, what country we live in. And all these are man-made things that was made up that factor into what we call the matrix. And we believe these things, right?
Right.
So if somebody told you do not live in 2024, could you still be okay? If someone told you that there's no such thing as yesterday and tomorrow because we live in one consistent happening, okay?
Right.
So what we call day and night is when the sun seems to appear again, but it's always out there. It didn't leave and come back. It's just somewhere else.
Right.
And so now we call it another day, right? So we have this whole illusion. And what I try to say is we're always in the middle of nowhere. Now and here. The word nowhere is Nowhere. Now and here.
That's
right?
dope.
So even though I can't tell you where I am based on the name of the country and what time I am in based on the Gregorian calendar, the fact is I'm now and here. I'm in the present and that's it. Now, that's all I will ever be. There is no tomorrow. There is no yesterday. I am always now and here. And I'm always lost. So like you said, take your wheel back. And when you take your wheel back, what you're going to get is mystery. To most people who like being chauffeured, they get comfort because they believe somebody else is going to guide them. So that's what the congregation gets from their preacher, comfort. They don't have to read that book for themselves. They're told what to believe about it. So they are controlled because they've given up their will to that man.
Right.
When you take your will back, you're going to learn you can't be lazy. You got to do research. You got to get active. You understand? And so that's the key, man. We're always lost. So let's just take a navigational system, right?
Right.
We're in the car. If I want to get somewhere, I can simply type in where I want to go, right? But if I take away that's your Bible, and that's somebody having your will, that navigational system.
Right.
Now, if I remove that, in order for me to get where I got to go, I got to pay attention. I got to be in constant awareness. I got to know the directions. I got to get a map. I got to ask questions maybe to somebody who live around there. That's how I would get there, right? So if I turn my navigation off, if I'm driving down the road and my navigation is perfectly working, I'm comfortable. I ain't worried about nothing. Turn left on this road, go another mile, go another mile, turn on this road. But if my navigation battery was to go dead on the spot, I would instantly feel lost because I wouldn't have that anymore.
Yeah.
But here's the fact. I was always lost. I never knew where I was going. I was only comfortable because the navigational system was on, but I never knew where I was going. And most people are like that. They got a preacher, they got some advisor leading them, and they feel comfortable because somebody giving them the answers. But if they lose that person, they'll know the one truth that's always been true. They're lost.
Exactly.
Right?
We that's evident because there's times where we use the navigation, and then we believe we going where we think we going, and it sends you off. And so you didn't know where you was going.
No, or
you thought you knew.
Take a farm. You ever noticed like if you turn your navigation on in your hometown, you know how messed up your navigation is because you were like, why is it telling me to turn down that road? I can go right here.
Yeah.
But when you're not from that place, you follow that navigation like it's the Bible. And so you actually, by the time you get there, you probably could have gotten there twice as fast.
If you knew the land,
the navigation.
If you knew where you was going.
Right.
So it's really just a level of awareness and planning and preparation. I feel like life is about. I got a quote. I got a poster of Malcolm X on my wall in my room. It says, "Education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." So you got to already be preparing for your future in the present moment. That's why I feel like the message that you give is powerful because it brings people to the present moment, like the power of now. It brings people to like question what's being fed to you. Just because somebody put something on a plate don't make it food. Just because they told you it was good for you or just because it tastes good don't mean that it's actually good for you. Your senses can deceive you. And I feel like they have hijacked our senses because a lot of the times they have people addicted to basically the taste of what they're feeding them. But a lot is poison. Like you can't, how you gonna give your soul to something that your eternal soul to something that you have not researched and studied? You can't even tell me where this come from, but you telling me that I pray to this entity that my soul to keep. My soul is my sword. I can't get that away. Tell me. I got questions before I do all that. I got questions.
That's a fact, bro. But see, they get us when we're young, and that's why I say we were taught the name of God before we could even read. And this is about people who loved us. They told us who God was and what his name was before we could even read. So before we could understand, that means we couldn't research. We couldn't even read yet. And we're already talking about, now I lay me down to sleep. I pray, dear God, my soul you keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray, dear God, my soul you take. You don't know this God at all. And then by the time you get grown, we're so assimilated to it that we think it's our own, and we get mad at anybody's challenging us about it. Why do you believe in this God specifically? And they'll be like, what you mean? Like, it's a real question. You see? So because when you go somewhere else, they're going to have a different belief for different reasons. They got different parents who taught them something else. So the goal, like you said, should be, don't let anybody have your will. Be willing, however, to challenge yourself. And you should just want to see God through every religion. Forget a religion. I don't want to have to know the Bible to believe it's God. Like you said, just because they put something on a plate don't mean it's food. Just because they give you a book don't mean it's the word of God either. Every one of them people got a book, bro.
Exactly. I feel like this, right? They say that man created God, but I think that, or God created man, I think that man created a God, because if they say in the beginning was the word, when you look at nature, nothing speaks words. No. So when it comes to people, they create language and they construct words. They make books. So if in the beginning was the word, and we taking that, one of y'all want to take that literal, in the beginning was a man writing a book and giving you a language. Because what I feel like frequency speaking sounds. This is the reason why I feel like you just said that that's that prayer. I'm listening to it like it's a song, and it's like it rhymes. Like, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I just die before I wait, it's like they putting you in a sunken place with this sound. And I feel like if you saying that in the beginning was the word, I really feel like it's just frequency. In the beginning is frequency. The sun vibrate physical matter into or physicality into existence.
See, here's how you know. The Bible said in the beginning was a word. The Bhagavad Gita said the universe began with a song. Frequency is all it's talking about. It's telling you that everything in this whole universe has a vibration, and based on that vibration changes the density of it. But everything has a vibration. A stone has a slower vibration than the air, right? So whenever you're looking at boiling water, the faster that the molecules move, the water begins to move, right? But that's just speeding the molecules up. Okay, the more you slow them down, it becomes ice. Right? And this is the same with sound or anything like that. We're talking about frequency. So it's telling you that God is frequency, right? God is love, meaning the frequency of love. It's not saying anything is resolute and anything is exact. You understand? And so that's why when you see Brahma, you see him as this big, large being that's constantly dancing, because the world is music. When you look at life and you see atoms bouncing off each other, the world is simply dancing. And that's why they call it the great dance. We live in what we call the happening. It's all happening at the same time, and we are just observing it. So us in our highest godlike state is observing the world and learning from it and creating through it. Us in our lower state is doomed to believe the world itself is real, and we're just responding to it. So the emotions that we feel, the ego that we live in, like you said, we believe that we are these vessels, which makes us believe we believe in the costumes that we live in. Right. So like every day is Halloween. I have never saw Joy Will. He is invisible because he is God. I only see Joy Will's vessel, but that is not. And if I believe that's you, I put myself under an illusion. That's why I jokingly said, guys, don't get lost in how handsome I am, because I can get up here and teach a lesson like I taught today, and they'll say, he full of himself. He think he all that. These are not words I used. This is what they're projecting onto me. So ignore that. And that's why God should be invisible. We get so focused on the vessel, man. That's not you. You're not who you see in the mirror. And if you believe that crap, you're lying to yourself.
Right. If you control your body, like if I say, if you have a body, you can see the body, but the question is the you. You is the X. You have not seen that. You can see the body. I can control the body, but you have not seen you. So you have a body. So the you is that energy or that vibration or that vocal wave. It's a sound like a wave. They say that when you look at nature, nothing really stops moving. Water's always moves. If you see smoke's always like doing a dance. Fire always doing a dance. Air constantly moves. It never stops moving. Never. And when you look at your heartbeat and then you look at it on a little gram, it looks like a vocal cord. And you look at the sound, basically the sun, it vibrates in radio waves. Everything has a wave. So I feel like everything is that you can physically experience is an expression of that wave. You're not separate from it. So by default, all is God. You can't look nowhere and not see. You can't look nowhere and not see who you give this reverence to. It's you. You're not separate from that. Like your arm is an extension of your body, the center
And
of your body.
your creations are an extension of you. So
Exactly.
like whatever you use your body to create is you. It's not something you created. It's you. That's why I was saying if you was to sit down right now and you make music, your song is you. It's a testimony to your skill set, to the time you've been putting in, your knowledge of the music, your ability to sing, your ability to perform. When we're listening to your music, we're not hearing a song, we're hearing you.
Right.
When I'm looking at somebody's artwork, I'm not seeing the art, I'm actually seeing the artist.
Hence,
that shapes your knowledge. It shows that you understand what soul is. I can see and again, this is another motif. You guys see the crown of his head. Look at the solar rays coming from the sun. You heard the brother say he believes that we are all stars, acclimating these bodies or simulating these bodies from that star alignment itself, living in that realm. Look at the star over the head, the sun. Look at the question right here. He said life is a quest, right? I always say I ask a lot of questions, so I'm all kind of wise, right? Wise, W-H-I. I'm all kind of wise because you got to ask a why to get the answer to your question, right? You can see that he loves music. You can see that he loves the earth. You see the mushrooms over here. When you begin to focus in, you can see the actual artist itself, not the art. So we'll marvel at the art, but we've forgotten the artist.
Facts. I appreciate your breakdown on what you saw, man. I put a lot into that. Like even the rays, like I got 12 rays, for the 12 Zodiac.
Look, if I sat with it longer, I could tell you all of that, but that's just a brief overview.
Facts. And I named my album Why Wait because it's like I feel like one of the biggest.
Hey, you went out again. They be hating on you, brother.
Did that knock out my volume?
No, you back.
One of the biggest questions you can ask yourself in life is, who am I? Like, what am I? And where am I? Hence to your quote. That was dope. I've been following you for a while. I remember when I heard you say that, I'm like, now and here, you always in the middle of nowhere. That's a bar. That's crazy because it's like you don't know where you at. Like literally, if we talking about the exact moment or the exact point in the galaxy or in the universe or in the metaverse or however you like in reality, where exactly is you? The present moment. You can't really say you in the middle of nowhere.
Now and here.
You now and here right now.
Look at this, brother. Watch this image right here. You will see exactly what I said by your image is a motif. Look at this right here. Can you see that? Now, this right here is Krishna, okay, with his mother, Maya. Okay. Now notice Mary has that same name, starts with an M, just like that Virgo starts with an M. They all start with a damn M. Madonna and child, Mary and child, Maya and Krishna, right? So this is Mary holding Jesus.
Facts.
You see, now I can go through, and this is Hinduism that we're looking at. And for anybody who complaining about this, know this. This existed 3,000 years before Christianity or Bible. Facts. The Bhagavad Gita and the Vedas is that much older than religion, than Christianity religion itself. 3,000 years older than it, okay? Right. So I can go through all of these symbols here, and you will begin to see that they're simply just motifs. Notice this peacock over here. When you look up Jesus, you're going to always see the Holy Spirit nearby, which is going to be a dove or a bird. Now, in Hinduism, they use different type of iconography, but it's always going to be there, family. Notice this flute. Again, in Hinduism, it's about music, not words, but songs. You see this? Frequency, absolutely. So there's Krishna again playing. Again, music and music. Notice this peacock is still here, and it's a different picture because you can't draw it and leave the peacock out. You simply can't. Now up here, here's the solar crown that's on the head, just like you're going to see a crown on Jesus's head. You see? Here again, sun discs behind the head. This stuff goes on in every single culture, and all the motifs are exactly the same. Now, if I pull up a picture of Jesus, you're going to see these same symbolisms. Now, again, Apis in the Bible, you have this bull, this cow in Hinduism, because they all go through the zodiacs. They all do. So Krishna actually beat up a bull, where God actually cursed the people for worshiping a golden calf when it was time for the Taurus or the day of the bull to be passed and to go into Aries. So
Right.
these symbols are literally everywhere. Next time I tell you what, my next live, I'm going to show you guys all these motifs and how they look exactly like Christian motifs. And you will see that these other cultures do the same things y'all do, but just draw different people in their places.
Facts.
It'll be a different form of bird, or it'll be a different looking person.
The first one you showed with the baby and the mother, that's like a rendition of like Catholicism or the baby Jesus and the Virgin Mary.
It's the same
stuff.
Thing, bro.
They just use different, like you said, iconography to represent, you know, what they call their vehicle or their thing for their spiritual system. But it's all told in a different way. So
it is,
but it's the same thing. So
right.
I like just that you're able to go into like different religions and kind of show, like, look, I'm just telling you the same story in a different way, like the 12 disciples and Jesus, or the 12. My name is Joseph. The 12 brothers and Joseph, yourself. Like,
absolutely.
To me, I feel like that's the reason why I feel like I kind of see like how, as I was evolving and growing, my like consciousness have been blossoming. Basically, it's like the roots of a tree just is continuously expanding, and the branches expanding as well. So it's kind of like I see how things like go hand in hand, like the 12 brothers and Joseph, the 12 Jesus and the 12 disciples. You got the 12 months of the year. You got the sun traveling through the.
Always a J. Okay, now watch this, guys. If you think he's making this up, he ain't just saying yourself for Joseph. There was no J back then. The Y is the interchangeable J, and that's why he said yourself, right? Yourself, Yeshua for Jesus, right? Now watch this: Judah and the 12, Yehuda and the 12, right? Okay, Jacob and the 12, Jacob.
My twin brother named Jacob.
Joshua. You see, so dude, you can't make this stuff up, bro. And it's always the 12 when it's associated with them. Just like I said, 12 months of the year. You know what I mean? And these things go on. So it's simply us mapping the stars. Mapping the stars. I promise you. And so many people who came into this world via their parents and religion, they hold on to these words in these books as they are the one true God. You can't go nowhere else but that book and get knowledge. But I challenge people, man, go a little bit further than those instruments of slavery that you were given. I know you don't like that I call them that, but somewhere whenever you arise to your truest self, you will understand that those books aim to reduce your godhood, not enhance it. They aim to confuse you understanding and having a relationship with God. One of the things I say, Joseph, is no Bible, no God. N-O Bible, K-N-O-W God. Okay, so get rid of the Bible, and then you'll be able to get to know God for yourself. Get rid of the religion, and you will get to know God for yourself. Right?
We the only people that gotta write books, or the only entities that gotta write a book to get to know their creator. Don't no bird do that. Don't no bird they don't even read no instruction manual to learn how to build a nest. It's snakes that can build a nest. They don't got no arms or no legs. How you building a nest? So it's like how birds know to fly to where they go. Who told them to shape that V?
And that look like the spider creates a web with no book,
right? And
the web comes out of the spider. Like if you look at the DNA of the spider, of the web, it is the spider. So I always say that, like, your art is you. This is why your creations is you. You see what I'm saying? I can't take DNA from paper and trace it back to you, but it's 100% you. Just as if I took that web and said, which one of you spiders did this come from? I can tell you which spider it came from by testing the DNA. Now, that thing that comes out of that spider is its house, it's its food source, it's its way of combating, it's everything it needs, and it comes from inside of it.
That's powerful.
The spider's trying to say to you, likewise, your gifts is inside of you. There ain't nothing outside of you that you need. People don't, when I tell people this, bro, they don't get it. Everything that you need is inside of you. It don't come from, you can never go outside of you and get something. It's all from in you, bro.
It's a responsibility.
You sharpen your own skills. Every time that you draw, you sharpening your own skills. So it's you making yourself better every time that you do that. And if you do that enough, you'll create a life for yourself. People will line up to purchase your artwork, and you would have monetized your gift, and you should never have to work for anybody. You see what I'm saying? So everybody got a web. Learn to spin it. But if you try to use what somebody else is doing to survive, you'll fail every time. Spiders do not chase their food down, and if he tried to, he'd starve to death. The spider has to be patient and create its web. And if you stand outside of that web, you would think the spider meant to design that web to look exactly like that.
You think
It's
so?
so close to the web, it can't see the design. It can't see its own web, bro. Just think of the spider never gets to stand outside of its web and say, look at what I did. Just like you never get to see yourself perform. It sucks.
Right.
But you will never get to hear yourself sing, see yourself perform, or enjoy your true power. It's not for you. It's for everybody else. And that's why you truly don't get to know how magical you are. See, whenever you sing your song and show your music, man, you conjured it up. You created it every step of the way. Whenever you present it to someone else, they're hearing it for the first time. And they're more amazed by it than you could ever be. And so when people hate on you, you're wondering why. I'm just me. No, you ain't just you. No, you're mind blowing, right? That's why when people ask me, how am I say, I'm amazing. That's my way of admitting it to the world that I am absolutely amazing. I will blow your mind. I make you want to ask questions. I make you want to hear more from me. I amaze people. I simply do. So whenever they say, how are you doing? I say, I'm amazing, because I'm confessing to them that I am amazing. You see what I'm saying?
Dope. That's dope.
Yes, sir.
That's dope, man. I think that's real powerful, man. You got a good way of looking at things. I feel like we are here to basically express our creative way of looking at the world to help people. Like you said, I like your analogy about we are like the pixels on a screen. It's like every last one of us come together to create the whole canvas. And it's like me when I'm making music, like you said, like I'm not or performing, I don't really get to see what they see. It's like that's why I like going back and watching the film, because I'm like, dang, I'm like, for me, it was I'm doing it. I can't see myself. I
Right,
can see your reaction to what.
And that's why God is invisible.
Yeah. So like we experience God through experiencing others, and that's how we experience ourselves, because we truly are like, you can't really see, like the world is your canvas. So I feel like that's real dope, man. And
their reactions are you too. So when you see people in standing ovation, loving your music, that's you. That's them reacting to the God power that you putting forth. You see what I'm saying? Even when they're negative, when they say you walk around like you own the place, understand that that's an energy that people perceive from you, right? And here's the kicker: you should, because you own the cattle on 1,000 hills. You do own the place. And what's crazy, it's so wild. But when you come into your God power, what will happen is you're gonna be criticized. You're supposed to love yourself.
They call you
no
arrogant.
Matter what vessel you're born in, the goal is the same. Find a way to love yourself and get to know who you are, regardless of what vessel you're in. But the moment that you meet that vibration, you're going to be criticized and told that you're arrogant and full of yourself because you found a way to love yourself.
Why is that? Why is that? Like they tell you we're supposed to have self-love. That's the most powerful love you can give, because if you can't give yourself that, you can't experience it elsewhere, because you got to fill your cup before it can run it over into other people's. So I feel like when you develop that certain amount of self-love, why is it that's so, it's like they condemn that. Once they tell you to have it, but once you get it, now you think you are that. You think you think you own it. Like, why you gotta, like, you do. If I am a living extinction of what I consider to be God, then I am. You should look at yourself the same way. But some people look at it as themselves as an inferiority or a lower standard of that. So it's like, no, I'm not, I can't, like, but I feel like it's just once you look at it like that, it's like a level of responsibility. Like now you have to do for yourself, like independence. Now you got to depend on you. The spider got to depend on it. The lion got to depend on itself. Its skills. They got to be patient. Being an independent person or being your boss, it demands certain attributes from yourself. So I feel like people be running from that, and that kind of keep them complacent and allowing others to do for them instead of doing for themselves. Like, it's like, dang, I don't want to keep work. If I want to game up, I don't want to keep working out. I don't want to work out every day. I want
to get stronger, but I don't want to work out. That don't make no sense.
What is you doing?
That's why it says thou shalt not want. You are blasphemous to God if you claiming you want something, but you're not willing to do anything to get it. God would be so totally upset by that. Like, you say you want to get stronger, but you don't go to the gym. So I'm not about to just make you stronger. You see what I'm saying? Like, people be like, I want to be able to get 315. Dude, you can't even get 225 yet. That means if I put 315 on you right now, it'll crush you. So in order for you to be worthy of 315, you got to work out, bro. So God is not going to put more on you than you can bear, even success. If God was to give everybody right now listening to me whatever they wanted, most of them would be dead within the week, bro. You understand?
It wasn't no work put in.
All a lot of success do is unlock your negative principles too. If I all of a sudden have a bunch of money, I now can invest in every habit that I want to invest in with no limit. That's why I say, like an alcoholic at the bar, if all he got is 20 bucks, he got to go home at the end of his dollar. But if he's a millionaire, he can drink himself to death. So sometimes if you get a whole bunch of something, don't always think that came from a holy God. Sometimes the way to kill you is give you exactly what you desire because you are not ready for it. And like this brother is saying, if you are not in constant manifestation of yourself, you're not worthy of it. If this man say, I want to be a rapper or a singer, and he's not writing and pouring himself into that task as often as possible, how then can he expect to be talented enough to make any headway when he starts performing? It wouldn't make any sense. So again, if I say I want to work, if I say I want to lose weight, I want to get muscle, that's not a thing to say. That's a thing to do. I have to go to the gym and pull myself into it to get those results. So if I went to a God talking that crap, God would say, you're a liar because you say you want these things, but your actions are far from it. Your speech betray you. You can't say you want to be a winner, but you wake up every day and literally be a loser. What's a loser? Somebody who don't dedicate themselves to their life. That's why I was saying, bro, when people say, I believe in God, I have faith in God, but they don't believe in themselves, I tell them they blasphemous. Because how dare you believe in God, but doubt yourself, but believe God made you? That's right. If you believe in God and God made you, how dare you doubt? God would be pissed off at your doubt.
Right.
Because it's like, so you don't really trust me then, right? You don't think I put in you enough to survive, huh?
I got another acronym for faith. Like, I feel like when you put it in yourself, you are forging an internal truce of happiness because you are giving yourself power. But when you place it in something else or outside of yourself, you are forfeiting all intuitive thinking for hope. You are forfeiting all intuitive thinking for hope. Now you don't depend on your instinct and your own innate ability to tap into the source. You believe in the signs that other people put on the road of your life. You done gave your power away. So I feel like faith is not bad as long as you can put it or pour it within yourself. It's like you are channeling and charging up that energy as opposed to going outside looking for that. Like you don't got it already. It's like the spider purchasing web at the web store when he got web. Like, why are you paying for this? You got this in you. Mm-hmm. So like with your analogy as far as like, you is in due time, like you got to do, I feel like when you think of something, you are forging a contract with the universe. Like you say, dang, okay, so I want to do this, I want to do that. I can't do this, I can't do that. That is creating the contract. But the way your body is the pen, and the way you sign the contract is with your actions. Your body has to move and do the necessary work.
I love this brother, yo.
That appreciate you, bro. That's how that's you signing the contract that you forge with your mind, aka with nature, with the universe. So if you don't do the work, then you have not signed the contract. It's pending. So I feel like a lot of people's future or the life they want to live is pending because that's like. I don't want to do it. I rather allow somebody else to do for me because I'd rather be chauffeured around.
Facts, man. Listen, are you guys hearing this, man? And this is why I say it's powerful because you got to recognize when you are witnessing yourself. Do I, brother? I want to say the God in me recognizes the God in you.
Likewise,
I see me, bro. I see me. You can't hide from me. You see what I'm saying? Honestly, it's one of those things where it's like you can just tell, bro, that you got this gift, and that gift is your way of explaining and making yourself plain. And this is what all of the Christs of the world do. They are excellent teachers, man. Whether it be Buddha, Muhammad, Jesus, Krishna, whoever you want to talk about, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, any of these Christs, they all have a unique skill, and that's the ability to be able to translate what's in their mental into the physical realm, and other people can understand it. You said that the doing is like the pen that signs that contract to that agreement that you have in your mind, which is the thought.
Right.
I always say the doing is the prayer to communicate with God to get what you want. Right. What we're saying is one and the same, but both of them can be received by somebody trying to understand it, right?
Right.
So if you want your contract to have a sealed deal, you got to do, family. You can't just sit here and say you want something. The sheer fact that you can see it, it's testimony that it exists in you, and you can have whatever you willed into existence. But if you're not willing to sign the contract, if you're not willing to plant the seed or to be a doer, you will never have those things that you see in your mind. And you will think that God doing you wrong. You'll think the universe is playing you because I got this purpose and this mission, and it's not manifesting. The only problem, family, is always in the doing, because God is not a person who will let you down. He's faithful to finish. If you do the do, you'll get what you deserve. I promise you, every single time. If I plant a seed and it don't grow, look, then you can call God a liar.
Hey, we on the same wave. I was literally finna say the seed that you hold, because I got a bar in one of my songs. It says the seed that you hold can never grow, because you have to plant that seed. But I feel like we walking around with seeds in our hands. We have yet to sow it, because if you sow the seed, now you know you gotta water it. Now you know you gotta. It's like you have to nurture this seed. And a lot of people not ready for that responsibility. But the seed that you hold can never grow. You gotta plant it. You gotta give your gift to the world in order for the world to pay you for the service that you provided. But a lot of us, I feel like we not fulfilling. It's like we are channels on a station that's not doing what we're supposed to do on our channel. Everybody's a channel.
That's a fact.
But some people got their TV off. They got their broadcast ain't even on. They ain't even doing nothing. I'm gonna turn my screen off. I don't want them to see what I got going, because I ain't doing nothing.
Right.
So I guess I hope anybody listening to this take this as motivation and inspiration to just take advantage of the present moment, because everybody did not wake up. Everybody didn't get up, in this physical form that they in now. I feel like life continues on, but we lose people every day. And so I feel like you don't know when your time stamp of checking out of here gonna be. So just why wait? Take advantage of the present moment and do for yourself now.
Right. I said earlier, brother, the graveyard is filled with billions of dollars of wealth and treasure in the form of ideas, right? Your goal is to get all of that stuff out of you before you die, before you pass on, and you never die. So the amount of things that you believe in yourself on and be faithful to putting out, they live forever. So that's the only way to leave your true mark on the world, is by creating, family. Don't take advantage of this realm. Create, speak your mind, and that's the only way to truly manifest you, because you are not who you see in the mirror. It's what you're capable of. I always say, I wish our eyes was the other way. Our truest future and our gifts and skills are behind our eyes. We don't get to see ourselves. I wish we knew what we was made of, man. You know what I'm saying? But we don't get to know. It's as much as a mystery to us as it is to the world. So you got to trust in your consistency, man, and your diligence to bring that stuff forward. And it's a beautiful thing once it's all said and done. When you plant a seed, you don't know how tall the tree is going to be, but you got to plant it, man. And you got to water it, and you got to be consistent, or you're never going to have it. And the beautiful thing about creating, man, is it's a gift that keep on giving. I once did a video where I held up a seed, and I said, inside of this seed is a forest, right? It's not just a tree. This tree will have 1,000 seeds every season that drop to the ground and create more trees. Or this is food. I could also eat this, and it's just, it wouldn't even fill my appetite. Right. But if I had the patience to plant it, over time, I get a forest, right? And that's exactly what our actual manifestations do. If you're faithful to finish those things, you will have a life that's more abundant. And it's not about tithe is not giving your actual income to somebody and watching it multiply. Tithe is giving of yourself back to the world. If you're not paying your tithe every single day, giving 10% of you back to your creations, you're not gonna have it blessed down. It's pressed down, shaken together, and running over. The universe ain't asking you for 100% of your energy every day, just 10%. Just give a little bit every day. Brother, you ain't got to spend every day writing bars and making beats.
Right.
Sometimes your songs come out of you like that. I'm an artist too. Sometimes, man, I can sit down and in a matter of an hour, I got a full song, the bars, and it's just as good as a song that took me months to write.
Right.
It ain't about that. We don't live in time. We live in faithfulness. If you're faithful to set out and do the work, then God is faithful to reward you. You see what I'm saying? It's powerful, man. And so if you truly believe in God, know that the rain will come. Don't fear the rain. Plant seeds so you can actually stand in anticipation for the rain. And that's what it's all about.
I agree, man. I don't want to hold you up because I know you said you haven't started your day yet. This is a great conversation. It's a great build. And I got a song on my EP coming out. It's called the song is already out as a single. It's called Give It Your All. And the first just 4 lines of it is, giving your all shouldn't be hard. If you really want the life you envision, give it your all or give it your heart. If you really want to look in the mirror, look at the stars. If you really want to get to the finish, you got to start in the present time. You the light. Can you let it shine? Someone like you, they will never find. Do your best because there might not be a second time. Take a breath. Negativity, we never mind. But you know that the devil lies. And it just goes on. I ain't going to do the whole thing, but y'all can check it out. It's Joe Will, Jowil. Give it your all on all streaming platforms. You ain't got Apple is on YouTube. You ain't got YouTube. It's on Spotify, Pandora, whatever. But yeah, man, I appreciate this bill. I feel like it was necessary. I feel like it was in due time. I feel like it was on time. I feel like every time I built with you last time, it was pretty cool. I think I was the last person on the conversation at that time too. So appreciate you, man. Hopefully get to build with you in the near future. And you have a great duration of your day, man.
Man, this was an honor and a pleasure to meet you, King. Again, to meet you again. Thank you for coming up, man. And please keep coming up, bro. This was powerful. And in fact, man, if you got some time in your day, please hit me up on Instagram so we can actually get formally acquainted as well too. I'd like to do some content with you.
I dropped you a DM. I got a song. I know you got hella followers. I know it'd be hard to keep up with all that stuff. It's kind of like I look at it like God. If God had a fucking social media account, all these people DMing him, he not getting to all y'all. It's not happening. So I don't take that stuff like I don't really take that stuff to heart. I just feel like I sent it out there. If it landed, if it don't, it don't. I feel like
I'm about to like mine. Right,
the song I sent to you on DM is my name on there is Joe Will for real. So it's Jow.
Is that on Instagram?
On Instagram, yeah.
Okay, Joe Will for real.
Yep, JOWIL, the number 4, and then real, REAL. I sent you a song called Counted Us Out. That's gonna be on there too. That's the last track on the EP. The EP should be out in like 4 days. I gotta finish submitting it. I submitted it once, but it was a song on there that had a sample that I couldn't get cleared. So
I'm messaging you right now, brother. I see the song too, so I'm definitely going. Is this a song that you just showing me, or you want me? Are you thinking about trying to get me to get on there with you? What you think?
It's already dropped, but that doesn't eliminate the potentiality of us doing music in a future. I definitely want to do something with you. I heard some of your bars, man. You got some stuff, and I feel like the mind, like some of the bars be so deep like that. I feel like people are so at the surface level that sometimes you got to listen to it multiple times to really catch like what was being said, kind of like with movies. Sometimes you got to watch it multiple times to see different things. My
bars like a damn movie too. You got to get you right. Okay.
So yeah, man, we could definitely work. But that song is already out. The EP finna drop, so it's like it's already out there. But we definitely can build though. We definitely can make some music.
Man, I'll be honored to, bro. Man, again, thank you for coming up, bro. And I'll post when you know how like normally I just be going live. But I'll post my next live on this type of subject again. And so you'll see it days ahead of time. Man, I'd love to have you come up. I may even do it shortly after I hop off because the lady had asked that I pop up again tomorrow. Often when people hear these types of talks, they really want to hear them. They want to keep it coming because it really disturbs what they thought they knew and they want to hear more. So I'm going to definitely try to go come up right here and do it tomorrow. And I'll give a time and stuff. When you see that time, bro, if you're available, please come up, man. I love what you had to say and I know you got something to offer.
I appreciate that, man. I'm looking forward to it, man. Get to your day, get you some nourishment, get you some food, enjoy your family, and we're gonna build.
Salute, King.
Peace, man.
Peace to you. Man, that was powerful, brother. Look, you got to be thankful, especially when he looked very young. I'm 41, so I'm sure I'm a lot older than he is, but I can guarantee you I didn't know the things that he knows at his age, and that's what makes this so dope. I don't know where he was on the time that I came out with my mission and stuff like that, but I was around 36. I was 33. I was 33 when I woke up, just like Jesus was when he died. But I was 36, I believe. Was I 36? I think I'm 41 now. No. I was 33. I was 33 when the video went viral. Yeah, so it's been about 7 years. Yep, you're right. Okay, so yeah, I was 33. When the video went viral, and I woke up a lot of people. I don't know if he's one of them. And next time I talk with him, I'm definitely going to ask him. But I didn't know the things that he knew by his age. So I can only imagine who this brother's going to be if you give him 10 to 15 more years. I feel like I got about 10 or 15 years at least on that brother. But that brother is profound. I'm hoping that what he said didn't go over y'all's heads. To me, it was spoken so simple and easy to grasp for everyone, which is testimony that he is an amazing teacher. So I want that brother to be encouraged, man. Just keep going, brother. That was powerful. The lady who hopped on here before, I think it was Veronica, if I'm not mistaken. Very, very powerful. And even the other lady who came on before her who had some questions to ask, very powerful build, man. So again, people say that Kevin Wesley believes that he is God. I wanted to finally answer that. So a lot of people are going to call me some crazy person for believing that I am God, but call me even crazier because I believe that you are God too. So whenever you say Kevin believes that he is God, say Kevin believes that we all are God. Tell the whole story or don't tell it at all, baby. All right? Be evolution. Be the change that you want to see. No candle loses its flame from lighting another. And if you were to ever find yourself in the middle of chaos, I can guarantee you that it's in that chaos that you will find yourself. Peace, family. I love y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. Look forward to the promotion for tomorrow's live. So by 8 o'clock, at least come back to my pages, YouTube preferably, guys. At least come back to my pages and look up. And look at the live board or the community board and see when I'm going back live with the next build onto this. So I'm going to go back to this and call this part 1. And every day we're going to add on to this. Every time I go live, we're going to add on to this. You understand? Untold stories. I like that emoji right there with the crown on. That's real dope. Look like me right there. Is that me? I'm just playing. But listen, guys, I love y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in, man. And I will see y'all tomorrow, hopefully. All right. Peace to y'all. And listen, if you're watching this live and you watched it to the end, share this live. Tag somebody so they can see it. Okay. Let's help spread the gospel, spread the truth. All right, family. Peace to you all. And if you thought I was about to get on here and confront some BS, you crazy. Y'all don't matter. I just had to put that out there. Okay. Kevin back focused, baby. All right. Peace.